Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Fell for the Ice User? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The time has come. My first book, Naruto World 1 Wish, is close to being done, and I decided to create a brand new story for the famous knucklehead Naruto Uzumaki. I'm starting on this chapter, so read on. The Higa clan always wore happy faces, children, adults, and the elderly. The head house belonged to the head family, Tsuki Higa, the leader, Misa Higa, the wife, Yuki Higa, the elder daughter, and the youngest daughter, Tsuki Higa. That's me. I'm only 6 years old, but I know a lot about my clan. We have a special Kekai Genkai, which allows us to control the souls of our enemies. Each Higa member creates their own jutsu, which I can't wait to do. I have short red hair and fiery red eyes. I may not look like the other Higa members, but Higa means fire red and the day, so the red hair is common for us. Right now, I was at the training grounds, trying to figure out how to create a new jutsu. What should I make? I asked myself in my cute little kid voice. Our clan didn't really have any fire or water jutsu, but we could use ice. Before I could practice, I heard a piercing scream. Who could that be? I thought. I dusted off my kimono and ran toward the sound. I looked around, seeing a trail of blood. The villagers were nowhere in sight. There was blood everywhere. Where? I heard footsteps coming my way and quickly turned to see my panting mother. Mommy? I rushed to her side. She collapsed on the ground, a large wound on her side, and blood trickled from her mouth. She looked at me with her pale orange eyes and weakly smiled. Get out of here, Tsuki. But where's Daddy and Wani-chan? Yuki is somewhere. She trailed off. But your father is trying to hold them off. Everyone is gone, and you need to carry on our name. My time is almost up. But Mommy, where do I go? Konoha, your father and I are great friends with the third Hokage. Ask for him. Here, she shakily lifted her hand, giving me a bag that I just noticed. It's filled with money and clothes. Also, a picture of us. You'll meet a lot of my friends there, Tsuki. She breathed heavily as if struggling to catch her breath. Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized what she was saying. She was saying goodbye. The whole village was gone. My sister was missing, and my mother was slipping away. I didn't know what was happening to Daddy. She placed her cold hand on my cheek and kissed my forehead, leaving a streak of blood on my face. Tears fell from her eyes. Be safe, Tsuki. Her head fell, her glossy orange hair cascading around her. Those were the last words I heard before I felt someone taking me away. I looked up at the man. He had gray or white hair, and half of his face was covered, leaving only one eye visible. Don't worry, kid. We're going back to Konoha. Oh yeah, my name's Kakashi. I nodded as I wrapped my arms around him. As the man called Kakashi ran, I glanced back at my village. My eyes widened when I saw a man with blonde hair and golden blue eyes, a scar slightly visible on his face, standing there. He raised a hand, liking the blood from a kunai. That man killed my family. And this is my story. I'm Tsuki Higa, and I'm going to train until I find the person or people who killed my family. And if you get in my way, I only have 3 words for you. I'll stop you. I really haven't forgotten that day. Blood everywhere. It even haunts my dreams, making it hard to sleep, even though that happened 7 years ago. I've been taking classes in the academy with a rather unusual group of kids. My hair has grown longer, reaching my back, still the same fiery red. I learned more about Konoha, how the 4th Hokage sacrificed his life for the village when they were attacked by the Nine-Tails Fox. I knew who contained the Nine-Tails Fox Naruto. He's the one everyone looks at with disdain and glares. It's not like it's his fault. His parents gave their lives for the village. Shouldn't they be sympathetic? But he looks like that man. Today was the day we were getting our teams assigned, and I hoped I wouldn't end up with too many people, especially not with Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Shino, or Naruto. I don't know why, but I feel a sense of animosity toward him too. He never talked to me before because I gave him the same looks, glares, and sometimes emotionless glances. Probably because I'm still affected by the massacre. Everyone being taken from me. The only time I actually spoke to him was when I arrived. Anyway, I finished eating breakfast, put on my clothes, black shorts with a faded brown t-shirt, black ninja shoes designed just for me that reached mid-calf, and a black overcoat that I always wear. I grabbed my sister's necklace with a bell at the end, smirked to myself, and headed to the academy. I placed my feet on my desk. Every single day, I would sit in the back of the class. The chains that dangled from my shorts clattered against the seat. I just hope Naruto won't try to sit next to me, I thought. As the chatter of the classroom died down, Naruto took his seat next to Sasuke, with Sakura between them. "All right, class, today we'll be assigning teams," Irika announced. "Great," I mumbled. "Team 7, he cleared his throat. "Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Tsuki Higa." I slammed my fist on the table unexpectedly. Everyone glanced at me, while Naruto sulked about being on the same team as Sasuke. "Is there a problem, Tsuki?" Irika looked up from his clipboard. "Yeah, there is." I walked down the steps. "I'm teamed up with a bunch of fools who can't take a punch to their ugly faces." I glanced at the ceiling, glaring at the Hokage and other jounin watching. I bet that old man had a smirk on his face. I heard protests from fangirls saying that their precious Sasuke-kun could beat me up. Naruto looked hurt, and I didn't know why. Sakura, also a fangirl, glared my way with rude thoughts racing through her mind. "Well, the Hokage asked me to put you on this team along with your sensei." I raised an eyebrow. Only one person would want me on their team, Kakashi Hatake. Ever since he rescued me from the brink of death, he has been like a protective older brother, always hovering nearby. I adjusted my black coat and muttered under my breath. As everyone started heading outside for lunch, I was about to leave when a certain someone approached me. "Hi, Suki-chan, I was wondering if you wanted to get lunch with me since Sakura turned me down." He looked down, a bit embarrassed. "Oh," I turned to face him. "So I'm your second choice? Why not ask Hinata or Ino?" I crossed my arms, curious about his response. "Oh, Hinata acts strange around me, and Ino would just turn me down like Sakura, always wanting to be with her precious Sasuke," he grumbled. "Look, Naruto," I said, giving him an intense glare. He flinched, but I stepped closer. "Do you really think I would want to eat lunch with you? I can't stand anyone in this academy, and you're at the top of that list." His eyes reflected pain, and it seemed like he was holding back tears. His fists clenched and unclenched as he searched for words. "Oh, and Naruto," I said as I walked toward the door, opening it. "I really dislike you." I slammed the door behind me. I had to keep my mother's words close to my heart and uphold our family name. Her voice echoed in my mind every day. Ever since my family was taken from me, I had only shown one emotion: hatred. I wouldn't smile, laugh, or cry. Emotions were a weakness, and that was what I despised most about Naruto. The one emotion I would never allow myself to show is I knew Kakashi-sensei would be late, as he always was. I had known him since I was 6, he was like a brother to me, which brought me a bit of happiness. But I wouldn't show it. I didn't want anyone to get close, fearing they would be hurt. Oh well, I would just grab some lunch. "He's late," Naruto yelled, seemingly unfazed by my earlier words. "Calm down, Naruto," I muttered, slightly annoyed by his outburst. He ignored me and climbed onto a chair, placing an eraser on top of the door. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "This is what he gets for being late," he snickered. "Dobe, a high-ranked jounin won't fall for a trick like that," Sasuke said. "Yeah, Sasuke-kun is right," Sakura added, her eyes sparkling. "You guys don't know our sensei. He could be as clueless as Naruto or as serious as Sasuke. It doesn't matter if he's a jounin, he might just fall for Naruto's little prank." Naruto, oblivious, only heard that I thought his prank could actually work. "Thanks, Tsuki-chan." I felt a vein pop on my forehead. "It's Tsuki," I said, irritated by the nickname. Just then, a hand grabbed the door. Kakashi walked in, the eraser landing on his head before falling to the floor. Naruto burst out laughing, pointing at Kakashi, who wore a blank expression as he looked at us. He fell for it. Naruto laughed. My first impression of you three. Kakashi glanced at me but quickly returned his gaze to the others. You're all idiots. Sasuke glared at Kakashi, and Naruto stopped laughing. You forgot about Tsuki, Sakura pointed out. Yeah, but I met Tsuki a while ago, and she's like a sister to me. I wouldn't call her an idiot even if my life depended on it. Now meet me on the roof. Everyone turned to me as Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. Well, we wouldn't want our sensei waiting, right? I said, my tone emotionless. Why yeah, Sakura and Naruto stuttered. I nodded in approval and led the way to the rooftop, with them following. Now, let's introduce ourselves, our sensei said, bored as he read his book, Ika Ika Paradise. How? Sakura asked. Just your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future. Pretty simple stuff, kids. He didn't look up from his book. Maybe you should go first, sensei, Naruto suggested. Alright, my name is Kakashi Hatake. My likes and dislikes? I don't feel like telling you. Hobbies? I haven't really thought about that. He seemed to mumble the last part to himself. I secretly smirked at Kakashi's introduction. All we know is his name. Sakura whispered to Sasuke, but Naruto nodded as if she were talking directly to him. Okay, you in the orange. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, believe it. I like ramen, especially miso ramen and cup ramen. Even when Irika-sensei buys me some. But I hate how you have to wait 3 minutes for it to cook. My hobbies are eating ramen and comparing different kinds. He crossed his arms, continuing to ramble about ramen. Oh, and my dream is to surpass all Hokages so everyone will respect me. I widened my eyes in shock. That was a big dream for someone like Naruto. I didn't think I could believe it, like he always said. Next. I'm Sakura Haruno. My likes are. Well, that I like. My hobbies are. My dream is. She giggled, glancing at Sasuke every few seconds. Dislikes? Kakashi asked. I hate Naruto and Tsuki, she exclaimed. Naruto cried out dramatically, What have I ever done to you, Amazon forehead? You call me names. What is an Amazon, anyway? A huge thing. With a big forehead like you, I stated flatly. Alright, calm down, Tsuki. You, Kakashi pointed at Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't like anything in particular and I hate everything. I don't have any dreams except to kill a certain man and restore my clan. After he finished, I spoke up. My name is Tsuki Higa. I like chocolate, and I dislike Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, among others, but that's not important right now. My dream is to also eliminate a certain someone and to find my sister. And if you get in my way, I won't hesitate to stop you. My blank gaze stared at the sky, my hair blowing in the wind. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Naruto had a hint of pink on his face. What was his problem? Everyone else was staring at me, but Kakashi cleared his throat to regain our attention. Well, you're all unique in your own special way, he said with a smile, his eyes closed. I zoned out as Kakashi talked about how only a small percentage of us ninjas could become genin, but that didn't concern me. After he finished, he spoke his last words before vanishing to read his book. Well, you have a test tomorrow. Be there by 5 o'clock and don't eat, you might end up feeling sick. Naruto was about to ask Sakura if she wanted a ride home, but she quickly declined, leaving him looking disappointed. He spotted me and grinned, oh boy. Hey Tsuki-chan, let's go get ramen. He smiled. Why would I want to get ramen with you? Didn't I say I can't stand you? I started walking away. Naruto's grin faded into a frown. Why do you dislike me so much? I stopped in my tracks, letting my hair blow in the wind. I slowly turned around to face him. Because you remind me of him. Leaving him confused, I jumped off the building and headed home. He would never understand. Waking up early in the morning was never my favorite. I knew Kakashi would show up late, which would give me time to create new ice-style jutsu and enjoy breakfast without feeling nauseous. I went to the bathroom, took a quick shower, brushed my red hair, and put on another outfit similar to the one I wore yesterday. It was my signature look. I had made copies. I tied my hair up in a ponytail and grabbed my forehead protector. I requested it in black, which meant I was a ninja in Konoha, loyal to the Hokage and my comrades. I placed it around my neck and made myself some pancakes. After eating, I glanced at the clock. It was 5. I started heading toward the training grounds, hoping no one was there yet. To my relief, it was empty. I sighed as I tried to think of some ice crystal jutsu I could create. Focusing chakra in my hands, I gathered the moisture in the air. This jutsu might be useful. There could also be poison in the air. I formed a ball of water and retrieved a small tube of poison from my pouch, adding a few drops before placing it back. I closed my eyes, shaping the water into ice. Forbidden ice, poison ice needles. They quickly formed into thin needles, which I launched at a nearby tree. The tree sagged as the poison entered its system, quickly wilting in the process. I could do this without poison, but it would only leave marks on the skin. I performed some hand signs. Ice style, frozen mist. I exhaled mist that made contact with another tree, freezing it instantly. I only knew 2 jutsu, and those were the ones I just performed. After my parents died, I had avoided creating ice or ice crystal jutsu because it reminded me too much of my family. Instead, I learned taijutsu from Gai-sensei, Kakashi-sensei introduced me to him, and a little ninjutsu from Kakashi, while the Hokage made me do exercises. An hour passed as I practiced my 2 new jutsu. Sasuke arrived, not noticing me at first. I remembered the first time I met him. He was a smiling kid until Itachi devastated his entire clan. We were somewhat close back then, but things changed. To be honest, I didn't feel much sympathy for him because I was in the same room with Itachi when he received the order to kill everyone. Then he joined the Akatsuki without letting Sasuke know. He once said I was like a little sister to him, but I couldn't consider that because he wasn't family. My real sibling was missing, and I wanted to find her. "You're here early," I mumbled. He raised an eyebrow. "You were here before me, what are you talking about?" A slight smile formed on his face. I was going to smile back and respond since Sasuke and I understood each other. But I didn't get the chance because Sakura arrived and immediately started trying to talk to Sasuke. Naruto came shortly after, but I ignored him, not wanting to engage with the guy who reminded me of someone else. "You're late." Naruto and Sakura yelled in unison. I crossed my arms and sighed. "Well, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way," he chuckled. "Anyway, Kakashi pulled out 3 bells. Try to take these bells from me." "But there are only 3 bells and 4 of us," Sakura said, confused. "Way to state the obvious." "I know," he replied, but was cut off as Naruto lunged at him, only to fail. "I didn't say go yet." "Go." Everyone scattered. I easily spotted everyone, but Naruto was still out there. Was he really that clueless? "Now, aren't you a strange one?" Kakashi didn't look up from his book. "What was so interesting about that book?" "The only strange thing here is your haircut," Naruto shouted, launching toward him with a kunai. That was actually true. How did Kakashi's haircut even work? Kakashi easily dodged Naruto's attack. As a Higa, I had special eyesight, somewhat like the Uchiha Sharingan. I hadn't activated it since I was 8, but I thought it was time to do so now to read Kakashi's movements. "Saigon," I murmured. My eyes turned a duller red, and my hair seemed to glow. I quickly saw Kakashi place 2 fingers in a rather inappropriate manner towards Naruto, sending him flying. "Doesn't that make him?" "Never mind," I mumbled. I deactivated my Saigon and watched as Naruto hung upside down from a tree. I sighed, understanding the meaning of this test: teamwork. How was I supposed to work with a stubborn Naruto, a fangirl Sakura, and an aloof Sasuke? Kakashi clearly hadn't thought this through. I walked over to the struggling Naruto. When he saw me standing next to him, he grumbled and looked away. "I'll cut you down," I said, taking out a kunai. "I don't need your help." "You hate me, remember?" he retorted. Ignoring his words, I slowly cut the rope. When I freed him, he stared at me. "Let's work together, Naruto. The meaning of the test is teamwork." I looked back at him, emotionless. No way. That hurt. If I'm going to be the future Hokage, I need to take Kakashi down by myself. Then he ran off. I sighed. Man, he was tough to deal with. I would go ask Sasuke next. After I watched Sasuke fight Kakashi, his head was sticking out of the ground. I would have laughed, but the sound caught in my throat. I walked over to him and sat down on the ground beside him. Aren't you going to help me out, Tsuki? He grumbled. Should I? I don't know. I would if I could, but I don't know any Earth-style jutsu. Unless you want me to freeze you, but you'll feel numb for a while, I shrugged. Freeze me? Are you an ice user? Forbidden ice user. I'll have to leave you here, I can't get you out, sorry. But before I go, want to work together? No, he replied with an attitude. Fine, bye, I said, turning away in frustration. I wasn't going to ask Sakura for help either. I sensed Kakashi nearby and jumped into the air, dodging multiple kunai he threw at me. Nice, you really improved, Tsuki, he said with a smile. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. You taught me well, but I don't think I need a bell to pass this test. Oh really? He raised an eyebrow. The real meaning is teamwork, but Naruto and Sasuke turned me down, and I'm not going to try my luck with that Sakura fangirl. The only way you can get a bell from me, he said, closing his book and placing it in his pouch, is by fighting me. Really? Okay then, this won't last long. I jumped back, taking out a kunai. Kakashi did the same and charged at me. I guess we were doing taijutsu. He tried to slash at my arm, but I quickly dropped down and kicked my leg out. He staggered back a bit but easily caught himself. Should I just freeze him? This would end things faster. Besides, I sensed Naruto's chakra near the food. This was going to end any second with him fooling around, that idiot. I quickly performed some hand signs. Ice style, frozen mist. I blew out a breath and Kakashi tried to dodge, but I managed to freeze his arms and legs. I walked over to my sensei, noticing. He couldn't move. I untied one bell and placed it in my pouch. Thanks for the bell, sensei. Should I unfreeze you, even though you're just a clone holding the real bells? The clone stared at me in shock before disappearing as soon as the bell rang. I might as well head back. I sweat dropped when I noticed Naruto tied to a post, yelling and kicking his legs for Kakashi to untie him. I sat next to Naruto while Sakura and Sasuke sat on the other side. Kakashi shook his head. You're all just failures. Only Tsuki could get a bell and understand the meaning of this test. Everyone stared at me in disbelief except for Sasuke, who was grinding his teeth in frustration. Sasuke, thinking differently, ran at Kakashi, but Kakashi quickly got on top of him, pressing down on his back. That must hurt. Get off, Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled. He's our sensei, he can do whatever he wants, Sakura, I pointed out. Correct. Now, Naruto. You only wanted to work by yourself because of your dream. Tsuki asked for teamwork, but you rudely denied her. Sakura, all you care about is your precious Sasuke. I can see why Tsuki didn't ask for your help, he said, sweat dropping. And Sasuke. Kakashi pressed harder on his back, causing him to grunt. You think you're better than your teammates. Just thinking about yourself won't make things easier for you. I crossed my legs and nodded. I totally agree. I knew I was right to complain about being on the same team as these idiots. Ignoring me, Kakashi continued, Sakura, kill Naruto or Sasuke dies. Tsuki, kill Sakura and Sasuke or Naruto dies. I stood up, taking out a kunai. Just saying, I'd be glad to end their sour, soulless lives. A grin formed on my face. What? Sakura yelled. These are things that could possibly happen on the battlefield if you don't use teamwork. Tsuki, I wasn't being serious, Kakashi said. Darn it, they're useless and their lives need to be taken away. They won't get any stronger than they are, I mumbled. Kakashi walked near the Kia stone and placed a hand on it. This is the Kia stone, honoring those who are great heroes. All of my close friends are on this stone. Maybe even yours, Tsuki. My eyes widened slightly. Oh, I want to be on that stone. Naruto cheered happily. Baka! I shouted. Kia means killed in action, don't say that. I looked down, hoping my family was on that stone. Oh, I'm sorry, Tsuki. Naruto whispered. Alright. Settle down. You guys can go ahead and eat now, just don't feed Naruto while I'm gone. He smiled, then poofed away. We all got a bento lunch. I opened mine to see rice ball and sausages that looked like octopuses. I took a rice ball and shoved it into my mouth. I was about to grab another when Naruto's stomach growled. Hee hee, I can live without food. I can go long without food, believe it? He laughed, but was cut off by his stomach. I sighed and ate another sausage. Sasuke held out his bento to Naruto. Here. Sasuke? Naruto said, surprised. We're a team, and we need you to defeat Kakashi. Besides, I don't feel his chakra around, he stated blankly. You can have mine too, I'm on a diet anyway, Sakura said with a slight smile. Naruto anime cried as his two teammates fed him. I felt left out and shoved Sasuke and Sakura aside. Tsuki, they said shocked. Naruto, they're right. We need everyone's strength to defeat Kakashi anyway. He wants us to feed you. I know the meaning of this test, remember? Naruto blushed as I slowly placed a rice ball in his mouth. I could be nice at times and mean at others, but I didn't want to hear Naruto's stomach growl while we were eating. You. Kakashi returned. You disobeyed me. But you said we are a team, Sakura shouted. Yeah. They fed me because we need each other's strength, Naruto agreed. Sasuke just nodded. Besides, everyone looked at me. We need each other to survive, right? I tilted my head. So cute. Kakashi exclaimed, hearts filling his eyes. I rolled my eyes as he declared we passed and could go home. Everyone left. I cut Naruto down and was about to walk away when he grabbed my wrist. Thanks, Tsuki, he smiled. If it weren't for you, I'd be stuck here all night. Don't get used to me being nice to you, you still look like him. I tugged my arm back and walked home. I'm going to the movies to see Insidious, Chapter 2, and people say it's really scary. I saw the first one, and it didn't scare me that much, so I'm excited to go. I have homework to do, and the weekend went by fast, so I might miss the next chapter on Friday. Now, if you're assigned a mission from the Hokage, don't do it. Finding a cat isn't what I planned on doing. Kakashi made us go to different posts and try, teamwork, to find a cat named Tora. I don't see why a cat is such an important mission. I spot the cat Tora up ahead, Sasuke said into the mic. I rolled my eyes. All right, let's move out, Kakashi responded. Everyone dashed out to catch the cat. I have to admit this cat is pretty fast. Soon, Naruto caught the cat, cheering. In your face, Sasuke. Naruto smiled at the cat, but the cat didn't seem impressed. I sighed, grabbing the cat to prevent it from scratching Naruto's face. I hate cats. Can't we get a better mission than this? Shouted Naruto. Naruto, you're kind of like a cat, you have whiskers. I mumbled, petting Tora's fur. Whatever, it's totally different from this, he whined. I can see why the cat runs away. Sakura said, sweat dropping. We returned Tora to her owner, who acted like she would have been devastated if Tora had gone missing for another moment. Heh, the cat deserves it. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the cat. Okay, let's go report back to HQ, Kakashi said with a smile. Just call it the Hokage office, I mumbled. I walked behind everyone else, not wanting to stand next to a goofy sensei and 3 loud teammates. I was enjoying a moment of peace when Naruto suddenly stopped walking, as if he wanted to talk to me. Oh boy. Hey, Tsuki-chan, I have something for you, he said, smiling and holding something behind his back. I raised an eyebrow, stopping in my tracks. The guy I tell multiple times that I dislike got me something? Well, it's not my birthday. I hadn't done anything nice for him. So what is this thing for? What is it? My chains rattled on my leg, and my necklace bell clattered around my neck. He held out a medium-sized candy bar. He got me chocolate? I hid my surprise but didn't reach for the chocolate bar just yet. How did you know I like chocolate? Well, don't you remember? When we introduced ourselves, you said you liked chocolate, so... Here. I took the chocolate. Thanks? Nah, idiot. I cut myself off before calling him by name. Why won't you say my name? We're friends, right? I pointed at the door in front of us, indicating that we were at the Hokage's office. He walked inside, leaving me behind, confused. Wants to be friends? I looked down at the chocolate bar, slightly blushing. I shoved it in my pouch, saving it for later. Stupid Naruto, making me feel this way. I walked inside to find Naruto yelling about wanting a better mission. I stood there, staring at him. I wasn't paying attention until the door opened. So these kids are going to protect me? The man looked disheveled. Hello, sir, Sakura responded, unsure. My name's Tazuna, he slurred, taking a swig from his flask. Anyway, who's the short one with the silly look on his face? Heh, who's the one with the silly face? Naruto taunted. We all lined up. Sasuke was the tallest, then Sakura, then me, and last was Naruto. He realized what Tazuna had just said, and an irk mark appeared on his forehead. I'm going to get you, he shouted, launching himself at Tazuna. That's my line. I mumbled. Naruto, we can't attack our clients. And what's with the girl with the weird red hair? She looks kind of weak to be a ninja. Tazuna pointed his flask at me. I disappeared, quickly appearing in front of Tazuna. Well, just so you know, I'm a forbidden ice user, which means I can create ice techniques. One of them could freeze your organs, so I wouldn't underestimate me if I were you. Want to say that again, old man? I gave him a tense glare with my red eyes. He gulped, taking a step back. No, I'm good. Now, I would like it if you apologized to Naruto. Sorry. Happy now. I nodded. Well, let's meet at the front gates, okay? Good, Kakashi smiled. With that, I walked home, hoping Naruto wouldn't get more annoying during this mission. I'm so excited. I nodded, agreeing with Naruto. Why are you so excited? Sakura asked. Well, maybe because it's Naruto's first time outside of Konoha, I said before Naruto spoke. Oh. I walked behind everyone else, as usual. I watched as Sakura tried flirting with Sasuke while Naruto attempted to talk to Sakura. Man, it must SCK to like someone on your team who doesn't return your feelings. Kakashi read his book, ignoring the bickering of his students. Tazuna took swigs from his flask. Naruto and Sasuke were fighting. Man, I really dislike these people. I pulled out my candy bar, tearing off the wrapper. My teammates must have noticed. Where did you get that? Sakura asked. Naruto gave it to me. I shrugged as if it were no big deal. I like chocolate, nothing special about that. I took a bite of the sweet milk chocolate. My eyes lit up, and my cheeks turned bright red. Chocolate. Tsuki-chan, you look so cute when you eat chocolate, Naruto said, blushing. Sasuke was blushing a little too, nodding. Wow, he actually agreed to. Wait, what? I exclaimed, returning to normal. That's right, you should eat chocolate more, Sakura said. What's with these people? I stopped walking when I noticed a puddle. Wow, such a clever disguise. They must be pretty foolish because it hadn't rained in days, and why would there be a single puddle on the side of the road? I slowly looked at Kakashi. He nodded. I made hand signs behind my back, whispering, ice style, frozen mist. I blew at the puddle, slightly freezing it. They must have noticed what I was doing and turned back to their human forms. Kakashi was taken out as Sakura screamed. I watched as Sakura protected Tazuna, and Sasuke was ready to fight the ninjas attacking us. Are you trying to freeze me to death? One ninja shouted. I smirked, flipping my hair over my shoulder. You bet I am. He smirked back, throwing a projectile at me. I was ready to dodge when he slightly turned around, heading for Naruto. Naruto! I shouted. Sasuke kicked the claw away, but it still grazed Naruto's hand. Sasuke jumped in front of Sakura, protecting her and Tazuna. Thankfully, Kakashi returned just in time. Good job, Sasuke, Sakura. You too, Tsuki. Sorry, Naruto, I didn't expect you to freeze up like that. He smiled with his eyes closed. He wrapped up the ninjas. I walked over to them, trying to block out Naruto's frantic cries about how he was going to die if they didn't remove the poison. What took you so long, Kakashi? I asked, standing next to the tied-up ninjas. Sorry, I was trying to figure out who they were after. It's pretty obvious they're not after some kids like us Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto, I stated, crossing my arms. And an ice user. My gaze shifted to Tazuna, who was sweating profusely. And a jounin. It seems like the only person they're focused on is Tazuna. He gulped, looking down. Yes, good observation, Tsuki. I'll need to have a little talk with you later, Tazuna. But Kakashi-sensei, this mission won't be easy for kids like us. Naruto is also injured, Sakura pointed out. I took Naruto's hand in mine, examining it. I glanced at his face and noticed it was slightly flushed. Naruto, you might need to go back. You're showing signs of a fever, I said, looking at him seriously. He started to protest. But I don't want to go back. I'm fine, and I don't have a fever. I watched as his hand began to heal. This must have something to do with his nine-tailed fox, I thought. I looked up at Naruto, who was still ranting. I felt a slight blush creep onto my cheeks. I had never really admired Naruto before. He had really cute blue eyes, but they reminded me of someone else. His hair was blonde and spiky, but that guy was straight. And I didn't think that guy had adorable whiskers like Naruto's. I just called Naruto adorable. I shook my head. I hoped I wasn't catching feelings for Naruto because I wasn't ready to show emotions yet. Over there! Naruto shouted, throwing a kunai at a tree. Naruto! Don't scare us like that. Sakura yelled, lightly hitting his head. No need to hit him, Sakura, I said. She looked at me, then at her fist, and finally back to Naruto. She sighed, deciding not to hit him again. I adjusted my black coat, sensing another presence. Over there! Naruto threw another kunai at a bunny. Naruto! Sakura bonked him again. I'm sorry, bunny. I didn't mean to, he exclaimed, hugging the bunny in distress. I narrowed my eyes. What's a white bunny doing here? It's summer. So this must be. I widened my eyes as I realized. It was a diversion. Kakashi must have caught on too. Duck, he yelled. I pushed Tazuna to the ground, hoping my teammates ducked down as well. The sword got caught between a tree as our attacker landed gracefully on it. Cow leg warmers. Zabuza! I whispered. Zabuza glanced at me, his eyes widening slightly. Tsuki, you're still alive? I stood up, nodding at him. It's nice to see you again, but why are you here? I need the old man, he said, tilting his head toward Tazuna. Go ahead. I could care less about him. I mumbled. Well, isn't it Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi said. Well, isn't it Kakashi the Sharingan user? Zabuza mocked. I already know how this fight is going to turn out, so I'm going to leave, I told Kakashi. He looked at me as if I were crazy, but I just shrugged. I knew Haku would interfere, and Kakashi would be training us for a while we also protected Tazuna. What a drag. Well, I'm impressed. I found their house and told Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, that I was protecting her father. She let me in, and I took a tour around the house. The kid, Inari, was hiding behind a wall, watching me. I sighed, glancing at the corner with my piercing red eyes. I know you're there, kid. Inari gasped but stepped a little closer. I had to admit he was a cute little kid, but he was much younger than me. He clung to his pants, his hair covering his eyes. I knelt down to his height and patted his head, even though he was wearing that hat of his. Why are you watching me? I asked, my voice monotone. He shifted under my gaze. Well, you're pretty. He looked at me but quickly added, and your friends are back, he whispered. I raised a brow. Pretty? I wasn't used to being called that. I took Inari's hand in mine and walked downstairs to see my teammates eating. Kakashi-sensei was knocked out, Tazuna was drinking, Naruto and Sasuke were glaring at each other, and Sakura was fawning over Sasuke. Can I have a more annoying team? I tapped my fingers on the table. Kakashi was still knocked out or just pretending to sleep, and Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't stop arguing. Sakura would defend Sasuke, but it was getting tiresome. Last night, Inari didn't believe in heroes, and Naruto wanted to prove to him that heroes existed in this world. But last time I checked, every hero faced pain and sorrow. Like my parents. Sighing, I stood up and began walking to the door. Hey, Tsuki, where are you going? Naruto asked. I turned my gaze to him, scowling. Outside? I can't stand you guys bickering. It's really annoying. I waved a hand, placing the other hand on my forehead as if I had a headache. But you didn't eat breakfast yet. It's almost done, Tsunami said, coming out of the kitchen. Just wrap it up in a bento, please. She nodded and got to work. Do you not like us? We are a team after all, Sakura mentioned. I crossed my arms, glaring at her. She shrunk back slightly. When did I ever consider you guys a team? And I never said I liked you. I know that Sasuke wouldn't care if I liked him or not. Sakura, the same goes for you. And Naruto, I turned my gaze to him, glaring harder. I despise you the most. Tsunami returned, handing me my breakfast in a bento box, firmly wrapped with a cloth. I would smile if I could, but it was too much work to try and lift part of my face to show gratitude. I walked out the door, clenching my black coat tighter around me. I moved a little farther from the house, took off my coat, and placed the bento box on top of it. As I was about to train, I whipped out a kunai and threw it at a figure. Sighing, really frustrated, I narrowed my eyes at Naruto. Did you follow me? Yeah, I wanted to see if you were all right, Dadabayo? He grinned. Dadabayo? I mumbled. Anyways, why do you despise me? He sat cross-legged on the ground. Knowing he wouldn't leave, I answered, because you look like him. Who's him? Shut up. I threw another kunai at Naruto. But I just wanted to know. He quickly dodged. But I don't want to tell. If I fight you and win, you have to tell me. Who's him? He got to his feet, ready to pull out a weapon. I'd scared. Do you think you'll win against a powerful forbidden ice user? You're more foolish than you look, Naruto. It's Naruto, he shouted as he threw a kunai. I took action. I jumped, dodging the kunai. I formed a few hand signs as a new jutsu came to mind. Forbidden ice, crystal shards. Ice began forming as hard as crystal and shot at Naruto, breaking into little shards. Shadow clone jutsu. His clones started taking the attack, protecting the real Naruto from getting hurt. Oh, so you're really not that foolish. Man, I don't want to do this, Naruto, but I'll defeat you if I have to. I shouted. Yeah, right. Even though you act like my enemy, you're my friend. No. You hide it. You stay in the dark while I'm in the light. You don't want to, but I see it, you want friends. You lost everybody, didn't you? Shut up. Tears welled in my eyes. At least you had somebody. I don't even know who my parents are. Will you shut up, Naruto? I drew 3 kunais, throwing them at him with top speed. His clones disappeared as I took them down. I glared at Naruto, wanting to take him down. I charged at him and he kicked at me, but I dodged with my arm. I tugged on his arm, pulling him down. We stumbled and rolled until I ended up on top of him, breathing hard. I hate you, Naruto. I panted between words. He looked up at me. You called me Naruto again. I froze. But it looks like I lost, Tsuki. Then Naruto fell asleep beneath me. I looked at the sleeping Naruto. He looked rather peaceful. How did he do it? I couldn't even sleep without seeing my lifeless mother's body in my dreams, blood splattered everywhere. My hand moved on its own as I stroked his cheek. I won't cry. I won't cry. As long as Naruto's here. Yeah, it's Naruto. I clenched onto his shirt, leaning closer to him. He made me feel something happy. I hadn't felt that way in years. That was the last thing I thought before blacking out. I slowly opened my eyes, groaning at the slight pain in my head. You should rest, Tsuki-chan. I recognized that voice. Haku. I watched as the young boy moved around, taking off his mask. Yeah, it's nice to see you again, he smiled at me. I looked down, my hair covering my eyes. The last time I saw you guys was before my village was attacked. Talking about my village wasn't a comfortable subject for me. It still touched my heart. I see, you don't have to talk about it. I looked around. It was still sunny out here, and I turned to my left to see Zabuza. Are you looking for herbs? Yes, here's your bento. Haku handed me my breakfast from that morning. We talked for a while as I ate. I asked what he did with the Uzumaki, not that I cared, and he said he just left him there, fast asleep. He handed me a black kimono adorned with white and tan flowers. I changed behind a tree, tying my hair up into a bun. Haku had also changed into his kimono, his hair neatly tied back. He looked almost like a girl. Okay, now the herbs we need are near your friend, and I quickly cut him off. He's not my friend, just a knucklehead wannabe ninja, I growled. All right. He walked through the forest, back to where Naruto and I had fought for a few minutes. He was still there, fast asleep, his breathing slow and steady. He looked so peaceful. I thought. Haku nudged him awake, and Naruto grumbled as he stirred. You shouldn't stay out here for so long, Haku smiled. Oh yeah, I was with Tsuki but... Naruto looked down, sighing. Why does she hate me so much? He mumbled. All right, let's take a break, Zabuza said in his deep voice. He had just woken up a day ago, and we had been training for hours. Shouldn't he be at least a little weak and extremely tired? I wondered how my team was holding up. Do they miss me? Zabuza, shouldn't you be resting? I asked. Tsuki, I'm fine. Let's just eat lunch, he grumbled. Jeesh, shouldn't he be a little happy someone cares about him? Haku started to walk away, heading to the nearby village to gather supplies for lunch. Zabuza stalked off in the other direction, heading for the lake to catch fish. Zabuza is kind of like my uncle, and Haku is my brother. Well, I would say cousin, but he's closer to me than you might think. He's about the same age as Itachi, maybe 2 years younger. Flashback. I looked down at the ants as they traveled around the rocks. I glanced at the piece of bread in my hands, then back at the ants. I smiled slightly, taking a piece of bread and laying it on the ground. The ants quickly crawled to gather the bread pieces. Eat up, I smiled. You need to feed each other. Your family. I continued to watch the ants until my sister called me. Suki-chan. The bodyguards are here. Yuki's orange-red hair was just like Mom's. She was only 18 and would take the throne in 3 more years. Coming, Yuki-nichan. I paddled to her side, taking her hand in mine. We walked back to our home where I would meet my bodyguards. Since our family was wealthy and possessed a special Kekai Genkai, many people wanted to target us and steal our money. Nachan, what do my bodyguards look like? I asked happily. Her hair was in a high ponytail that flowed down her back. My hair only reached my shoulders, blowing in the wind. Well, one of them is a little older than you, and since you're only 5, no kissing. Oh, and the other one is much older, so no kissing. She smiled down at me. So protective, Nachan. I sighed. If you didn't have me by your side, you wouldn't be here, she huffed. I know, but like we always say, if you mess with a Higa, they are bound to get you. I cheered. That saying is really old. If someone ever messes with you, I'll take care of them for you. I felt her grip loosen as we stood in front of our house. She opened the door, pulling me inside. We walked down a long hall, around a few corners, and stopped in front of my dad's office. He was the leader, after all. Yuki opened the door without knocking, and 2 unfamiliar people looked back at us. I looked at them, confused. One looked like he was 8 or 9, while the other appeared much older, like my dad's age or something. Hello, the boy said. I'm Haku, one of your guards. He smiled brightly at me. My mouth slowly widened, and my eyes sparkled. You're so young and you're my bodyguard. But Hakuoni-kun. Haku blushed at being called my brother. The other man cleared his throat. He wore strange bandages around his face, obscuring his mouth and nose, but he looked so cool. Is that a real sword? I jumped up and down. Yes, it is, kid. I'm Zabuza, but don't give me some weird nickname like Zabuoni-kun, okay? I thought for a moment. When I got a nickname, I plucked my fist into my other hand, nodding as if I was agreeing. Okay, I'll call you Mumichan. His face turned red, and he started shouting. Why that? You might as well call me Zabu-chan. But you said no weird nickname, and Zabu-chan is weird, I said, looking at Yuki, who was snickering. Right, Yuki-nichan? She nodded, covering her mouth as she continued to snicker. I shrugged as I got to know my bodyguards better. I sighed. Back then, everything was better. I could hear my dad's loud laughter when he wasn't busy in his office. He gave me this black coat, which had been his when he was 14. I remembered the times my mom would read me bedtime stories with her soothing voice, and I would braid her long orange hair when she wasn't busy cooking. And Yuki, my sister, she gave me this bell necklace when I turned 6, and then 3 months later, everyone in my village was killed, and she went missing. I miss her and my parents. I miss everyone in my village. The fishermen who gave me fish, the kids who played with me, my school teachers who always rewarded us with candy if we answered correctly. The store workers who gave me and my sister the best products every time we came to get food. I promised myself that I wouldn't cry, and my emotions settled. Like I said, I never giggled, laughed, grinned, felt sad or angry, not even extremely happy or excited. Well, maybe once. I don't even show people my smiles anymore. Hey, kid, Zabuza said as he started making a fire. Yeah. You know we have to fight your teammates today, right? So don't get all sad if we take them down or something, he murmured. I slowly smirked. Not like I ever liked them anyway, I replied. Haku returned and began preparing the fish. The things he brought back from the village were rice ball. I only got 3 rice ball, and Haku served the fish on large leaves. When will we fight? I asked. In a few minutes after we finish eating. Gato wants us to get the bridge builder, Haku said, his voice laced with disdain at the mention of Gato's name. Do you not like Gato? I asked. I broke his arm once. He made me mad, he replied with a smirk. Yeah, this is my family and I never want to lose them. Never. Back to flashback. So, Mumachan, what's the big sword for? I walked between my 2 bodyguards. This old thing. He grasped the handle of his sword. It's for fighting, kid. Oh, so Hakonin, what do you do? I looked up at the slightly older boy with curiosity. Omi? I have a special Kekai Genkai that I can use. I'd love to show you. One day. One day? I frowned, but the feeling quickly faded when I sensed a strange chakra approaching us. Zabuza must have noticed too. He grabbed his sword, and Haku quickly jumped away, picking me up as well. It was a good thing we moved because kunai were thrown where we had just been standing. Hand over the girl and no one gets hurt, a deep voice called out. You must be afraid if you're hiding in the shadows, Zabuza said with a TSK. Just show yourselves. Chapter End. Naruto Special, The Fourth State. I don't know how I did it, but I saved Zabuza and Haku from dying. It had been a day or 2 since that mission, and they both promised to visit me and watch me grow. I was utterly happy, but being me, I didn't show it. My team was shocked that I cried when they almost died, but I forced them to forget it ever happened. As I walked around the village, trying to avoid anyone I might know, Ino and Sakura ran to my side, calling my name. Tsuki, wait up. Oh great. I stopped walking, waiting for them to catch up. What? You guys know I don't like you, I narrowed my eyes. Sakura and Ino exchanged knowing glances and smirked. We don't care if you don't like us, Ino said. But we like you. We're friends whether you like it or not, Sakura added. I hid my smile as I turned around, continuing to walk. What do you want to talk about? Well, we wanted to set you up on a date, Sakura said nervously. Okay, go on. You're not shocked? Wanting to punch us all the way to the core. Ino exclaimed, drawing curious looks from the villagers around us. I'm bored. So you might as well tell me who this person is, I replied with a slight smile. They blushed. Sure, but then they ran away without telling me who my date was. Naruto's POV. I punched the tree a few times, Tsuki occupying my thoughts. If I died, would she cry for me? That question kept ringing in my head. I knew I liked Sakura-chan, but every time I saw Tsuki, my feelings for her grew stronger. I stopped punching the tree when I saw Ino and Sakura running toward me, catching their breath. What's up, Sakura and Ino? I asked. We're setting you up on a date, they cheered. I felt my cheeks heat up. A date? With who? You'll find out. Here, Ino handed me a slip of paper. Here's the address where you'll meet your date. Oh, and dress casually. Nothing too fancy. We don't want her to feel uncomfortable. The only person I knew who looked uncomfortable or nervous all the time was Hinata. So, they set me up with Hinata? But can't I get a hint at least? I pleaded. Well, won't that be fair, Ino? Sakura asked. Right, Ino nodded. She's a little shorter than you, about your age, with stunning eyes that will pierce through you. That's all. They both grinned and ran away. They must think I'm that clueless, but I have an idea who it could be. Tsuki POV. I locked my door, taking off my black coat and gently placing my bell on the table. A date. The people I hoped it wouldn't be were. Choji, he'd eat all the food if we went to a restaurant. Shikamaru, he's nice, but he's lazy. Niji, all he thinks about is destiny. Lee, he's too youthful. Kiba, he smells like a dog. No offense. Shino, he's just plain weird. I wouldn't mind Sasuke because he's still like a friend to me from old times. But the Uzumaki kid? I don't know. He confessed to me. Well, not directly to me, but to the girl in the woods. It would be just awkward if it was him. I sighed, looking at myself in the mirror. Why are you so alone? I asked myself. Just then, a knock echoed from the front door. I hurried to answer it, opening the door to find Sakura and Ino holding a pile of items. I raised an eyebrow, confused about why they brought so much stuff. Come in, I said. I let them in, locking the door again and showing a little emotion for my new friends. We're so excited. We picked out your clothes and everything. Ino exclaimed. Sakura bonked her head. Ino, don't yell. Tsuki might hate us again. I smiled, shaking my head. I'd like for you both to stay as my friends. They looked at me in shock, but it quickly faded as they shoved me into my bathroom, handing me a bag. There's clothes in there, they shouted from the other side of the door. I opened the bag, blushing as I held up the skirt. I'm not wearing this. Yes, you are. I heard. Did I say that out loud? Yep. I grunted and took off my clothes. After a quick shower, I dried myself and put on the sparkly black skirt that was less than mid-thigh. There was also a two-finger strap shirt with fishnet sleeves that went all the way down to my wrists. They even bought me new ninja shoes. They were black too, so I slipped them on. I opened the door, and they had stars in their eyes, hands on their cheeks. You're so cute. I blushed, grumbling under my breath. Now make up. Sakura said seriously, and Ino nodded in agreement. My eyes widened. Absolutely not. But they ignored my protest and quickly applied some makeup on me, even lip gloss. They took my hair out of my ponytail and brushed it out, leaving it down. Now that's hot. Ino smiled. Ugh. Different, I said, searching for the right word. Now here's the address. Go. Will you be spying? No, we have lives too, you know. I grinned as I headed to the candy store. Now I wanted some chocolate. Where is he? I muttered. I was glad no one I knew had seen me wearing this. It would have been embarrassing. I kicked a pebble, grumbling angrily. When I felt a tap on my shoulder, I quickly turned around. What took you so, Uzumaki? I exclaimed, surprised. His eyes widened before he broke into his cheeky grin. Hey Tsuki, what are you doing here? He glanced at my outfit, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. Waiting for my why do I need to tell you? I protested. Did you just whine? Whatever, why are you here? I narrowed my eyes, crossing my arms. Did Sakura and Ino send you to spy on me? Eh? Oh no. I'm here for a date they forced me on. They didn't even tell me who it was. He squinted, scratching the back of his head, just like usual. Wait, did they tell you where to meet up? Yeah. They gave me this, Uzumaki said, handing me a slip of paper. Meet at candy store. For 30 p.m. I glared at the note. It said the same thing as mine. Couldn't believe they set me up on a date. With him. It felt like I was going on a date with the guy who had caused my clan's tragedy. But Naruto was different. I sighed, giving him his note back. I grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? He stuttered. Let's go and get this over with, I grunted. But I have to wait for my date, Dadabayo. He resisted. Baka, you're my date. Again he blushed, slipping his hand into mine. I looked down, surprised. What are you doing? Don't worry, let's go get you some chocolate. I know you want some. He smiled. Yeah. Whatever. I smiled behind him. Maybe this won't be so bad. But if it turns out bad, I'm going to have a serious talk with Ino and Sakura. Number. My face flushed as I enjoyed the chocolate. Uzumaki laughed. You really like chocolate. He stopped walking. No, Tsuki. What? Do you like me? I choked on my candy. What the heck? Sorry. I just wanted to know why Sakura and Ino set us up together. He whined as I shook him playfully. You're right, Naruto. His eyes were fixed on me. You barely call me by my real name, why? Because. Tsuki, you won't tell your date? I froze. This doesn't mean we're dating, Naruto. I know, Databeo. Naruto, do you like me? Yeah, we're friends, right? Surprise flashback. I watched as I was taken away from my village. Kakashi held me close as he ran. I tightened my grip, tears threatening to spill from my eyes. Kakashi and I, where are you taking me? Hokage. Who's Hokage? He's the person your mom was talking about. I nodded. What happened to Daddy? Is he okay? And where's Yuki? She wouldn't leave me behind. Right? It felt like he was running forever, but soon we arrived at the Hokage's office. The Hokage gave me a home and told me I would be going to the academy. He said I would make wonderful new friends. I walked around the village, clenching my fists. I'll get him, I whispered. I found myself in a training field, hearing the clash of metal. I peeked from behind the trees and saw a boy, maybe my age, trying to win a fight against an older one. He must have been Yuki's age. They must be siblings because they both had raven hair and onyx eyes. They were likely Uchiha. Suddenly, the older one threw a kunai at the tree I was hiding behind. I squeaked, stumbling. Who's there? Yikes, he sounded intimidating. Oni-chan, is someone there? The younger one asked. The older one narrowed his eyes. Kid, I advise you to stop hiding or I'll make you regret it. Kinda harsh. I mumbled, stepping out. The younger one blushed, looking at me. Hi. I mumbled. Why were you watching us? Are you a fan? I thought someone was in trouble, plus I don't like duck butts. Does it look like Itachi would hurt someone? The kid said, ignoring my comment. Sasuke, the older one warned. Okay, I'm going to go, I interrupted. Wait, what's your name? Tsuki Higa. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and that's my brother Itachi. He smiled. I smiled back, but it quickly faded. I shouldn't make friends, I'd just end up losing them in the end. Flashback over. Tsuki, you okay? Naruto waved a hand in front of my face. Yeah, I replied, grabbing his hand, making him blush a deep shade of red. Let's just get this over with. And with that, we walked to the ramen stand. I decided to do a Naruto special. This does happen, but it doesn't count as a chapter, so it won't be the next chapter. The next chapter won't happen until I do part 2 of the Naruto special, Forced Date. I think it's kind of cute how Sakura and Ino forced Tsuki to wear the clothes they picked out. There will also be more Naruto specials, even in the sequel after this book. Hope you liked. Chapter End. Naruto special. Naruto isn't bad at all. We spent the rest of the night walking around, and I couldn't help but laugh at his silly attempts to make me smile. I got out of bed, annoyed by the loud banging at my door. When I opened it, my irritation quickly turned to a light blush. Naruto, what are you doing here? Come on, Tsuki. You can call me Naruto now. You did last night, he grinned. I frowned, feeling a bit flustered. Don't bring up that embarrassing moment. My cheeks reddened. Oh yeah, we have to go meet Kakashi-sensei and the team. It's about something important, he muttered. I stared at him blankly. Naruto, I'm in my pajamas. He looked me up and down, his face turning crimson. Sorry, Tsuki-chan. I rolled my eyes and quickly changed into my clothes, grabbing my black coat and tying a bell around my neck, leaving my hair down. Let's go! Naruto yelled, dragging me along. Why is it that every time he gives us a place and specific time, he's always late? Sakura yelled, and I nodded in agreement. That's just how Kakashi is. He's always late, I muttered. Oi! Kakashi-sensei suddenly appeared. You're late. Naruto and Sakura yelled in unison. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life, he chuckled nervously. Sasuke huffed, and I couldn't help but smirk. Okay, why did you bring us here? I was sleeping peacefully until a knuckle-headed blonde idiot banged on my door for 2 hours. I gritted my teeth. Huh? Sorry about that, Tsuki-chan, Naruto laughed. I'm entering you guys in the Chunin exams. Just fill out this form and go to this meeting place around 3, and you'll be taking the exams, Kakashi said, handing us a sheet of paper. This reminded me. Nachin, where are you going? I asked, watching my sister pin up her hair and smirk at her reflection. I'm entering the Chunin exams, Tsuki. I tilted my head, confused. What's a Chunin? It's the next level to becoming a ninja. Right now, I'm a Genin, and if I pass the Chunin exams, I become a Chunin. Then a Jounin, and if I want to become Hokage, that's the next stage, or I could join the ANBU. She tied her forehead protector around her arm. Wow, that sounds so much fun, I exclaimed. Yuki frowned slightly. Tsuki, in the Chunin exams, you have to go through tough tests. Some people might not make it, even me. So don't get too excited. I nodded. Don't die, okay? She smiled and nodded. Then she slipped her hand into her pocket and pulled out a bell with black strings tied around it. It jingled as she held it up to me. Happy early birthday, Tsuki Higa. Oh yeah, the Chunin exams are held on my birthday, right? So you're giving me this. Now cheer me on. Hi. I cheered, my smile wide. I remembered. I clenched the bell tied around my neck. She gave me this bell, but she's gone. And I'm entering the Chunin exams on my birthday. I groaned slightly, watching Naruto complain to Kakashi about letting us enter the exams. Natsuki? Are you all right? Sakura asked. I snapped out of my thoughts and nodded. Yuki, it's my birthday in October. I hope you're watching or still out there, alive, and coming home soon for your baby sister. This is gonna be so much fun. Naruto yelled. I didn't reply as we continued to walk. Should I really take these exams? Sakura quietly wondered. Sasuke remained as quiet as ever while Naruto continued to bicker about the upcoming exams. Naruto Onii. Konohamaru yelled. What's up? I finally mastered the jutsu. See what? Transform. Konohamaru yelled, transforming into a girl. What is Naruto teaching him? Sakura bonked both Konohamaru and Naruto on the head. Don't do such a jutsu. Well, Naruto does it. Don't do it in front of girls, idiot. Why not? Like you could do any better. Why would I do that? I'm already a girl. Not a very pretty one. Naruto Onii doesn't have good taste in girls, Konohamaru stated blankly. Wait, does Naruto still like Sakura? What did you say? I'll get you for that. Sakura started chasing the small brown-haired boy. Hey, that's my line, I muttered. We followed Sakura as she chased Konohamaru. Soon, he bumped into a rather flamboyant-looking cat guy, and I stared blankly as Konohamaru fell with a thud. Hey, watch where you're going, little punk, the catman said, grabbing Konohamaru by his shirt. Please put him down. It was my fault, Sakura pleaded. Yeah, it was her fault, so please put him down slowly, or I'll have to step in. I don't have time for you to mess with kids, I said firmly. Heh, and who are you to talk? You're a kid yourself, the catman smirked. Put Konohamaru down, Naruto yelled. Me? I'm Tsuki Higa. And I advise you to let him go or you'll regret it, I said, arms crossed. Higa, another voice said. A girl with blonde hair in 4 ponytails stepped forward. Got a problem with that? I'm not done with him, the catman said, moving his other hand to retrieve something wrapped in bandages. Kankuro, are you really going to use that? What if he finds out? The girl warned. Don't worry, Temari, he's not here. I glanced at Sasuke, who nodded. No one noticed he was in the tree but me. He threw a pebble at the catman's hand, causing him to drop Konohamaru. I swiftly caught him and placed him next to Naruto. You guys are far from home, Sasuke stated. "Tsuki, I don't like guys like you," Kankuro growled. "Kankuro, that's enough. You're a disappointment to our village." A strong presence suddenly appeared. Gaara. Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand and stood in front of us. "Let's go." "Wait!" Sakura yelled. They halted in their tracks. "From the looks of your headbands, you're not from around here. You need permission to enter, so state your business," Sakura said. "Hey, we have permission. We're here for the Chunin exams. Even people from other villages can enter the exams." "What's your name?" "Me," Temari asked, blushing. "Another Sasuke fangirl." "No, the one with the gourd." Gaara of the sand. "I also want to know your name." His gaze fell on me. "And the redhead." "Sasuke Uchiha." "Why should I tell you my name?" I asked bluntly. "She's Tsuki Higa," Sasuke finished. "A Higa? So she's not the only one." Gaara muttered. "What's he talking about?" Hey, I bet you want to know my name too, right?" Naruto smiled. I couldn't care less. Naruto's expression fell. As they walked away, I turned to leave. "Where are you going, Tsuki?" Sakura asked. "I'm going home to get some sleep since Naruto woke me up for something that doesn't seem that important." "This is important, Tsuki-chan." "Tsuki, not Tsuki-chan." "Come on, Naruto. You should know my name by now." I frowned, not appreciating the way he kept adding "chan" to my name. Soon after, we all headed home to prepare for the next day, the Chunin exams. I tossed on my black coat and locked my door behind me. With my birthday approaching, the exams felt even more significant. I packed my pouch with everything I needed: kunai, shuriken, paper bombs, and my secret poison. I hadn't learned any new ice jutsus, but I planned to train harder during the time I had left. "Tsuki Kaien!" Naruto shouted as he ran towards me. I hid a smile and nodded at him. A few feet behind him were Sasuke and Sakura. "Ohio, Uzumaki, Uchiha, Haruno?" I greeted. "What's with the last names?" Sakura asked, raising an eyebrow. I shrugged. "I just want to forget some things. Besides, the Chunin exams bring back a lot of memories." They stood quietly until Sasuke suggested we head to the exams. As we arrived, my thoughts drifted to Gaara. He was a demon, but his struggles were much deeper. I could see the shadows of his past in his eyes. He had clearly been haunted by childhood memories. This world can be so cruel. "Hey, let us in," a girl with 2 buns on her head shouted. "Like we would, you should go home," came the dismissive reply. "But you're blocking the way. We need to get to the exams." "Can't you see? This is the 3rd floor." Sasuke casually stepped forward, us close behind. "Drop the genjutsu," he stated. "Genjutsu? There's no genjutsu here, kid." "Obviously there is. Just drop the act," Sasuke insisted. "Using a genjutsu is wasting our time, and trying to make yourselves look like kids isn't helping either." "It's just foolish," I added. "Sakura, since you have the smartest brain in our team, you must know this is a genjutsu." "Huh?" Sakura asked, slightly confused. "Oh right. Yes, this is only the 2nd floor. And the sign says 201, not 301, I added flatly. The 2 ninjas blocking our way both sweat dropped at their mistake. They canceled the jutsu and we walked in. Was the exam really this strange? How could Yuki put up with this? A burst of wind swept past us, and a guy with a bowl-shaped haircut and a green jumpsuit appeared. What was up with people in jumpsuits? "I'm Rock Lee, and you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Be my girlfriend." He flashed a smile and gave a thumbs up to Sakura. Definitely not," she replied. He turned to me with sparkling eyes. "How about you, fair lady? You're also beautiful and seem really powerful. Will you be my girlfriend?" Before I could respond, Naruto shouted, "Oi! Leave Tsuki alone. She doesn't want to date a bushy brow." I raised an eyebrow. "How do you know I don't want to date him?" Lee's eyes gleamed again. "So you'll be my—" "No." Beside as he broke down again. He really shouldn't be so focused on getting a girlfriend. Besides, he was a year or 2 older than me and Sakura, and we didn't know him from our academy days. He was kind of annoying and I felt a bit sorry for his teammates. You, he pointed at Sasuke. Me. Sasuke replied. Fight me. Come on, Sasuke. We don't have time for this. The exams start in 30 minutes. Sasuke smirked. This will only take 5. Oh, cocky much? I muttered. A turtle appeared just as Lee was about to use his special move. I learned he was only a taijutsu user. That must be tough. Lee, you shouldn't use that jutsu. What were you thinking? The turtle exclaimed. How can a turtle talk? Naruto shouted. Summoning jutsu. A man emerged from the turtle, looking just like Lee. Surprise. Naruto and Sakura seemed shocked, while Lee's teammates looked disturbed. Niji and Tenten were clearly unimpressed. Now for your punishment, he declared, throwing a punch at Lee, sending him flying towards the wall. Gai-sensei. I muttered in horror. He glanced at me. Tsuki, my precious. Oh, how you've grown. You look like a beautiful young lady. Tsuki? You know him? Naruto asked, bewildered. I nodded, recalling my memories. It was the day I was heading to the academy. My emotionless face never wavered, and Kakashi had gone on a mission. I felt slightly upset and scared because I had grown quite close to him and hoped he would return soon. Okay, class, we have a new student, Irika-sensei announced. I glanced around the classroom. Everyone was around 6 or 7, just like me. I noticed 2 girls bickering over a boy named Sasuke. One had pink hair, and the other was blonde. I wasn't sure if pink was a natural hair color, but I didn't mind. There was a shy girl with a red face, a kid with a hoodie and a small puppy, a boy with red swirls on his cheeks who was eating, and another boy asleep with his hair in a ponytail. The raven-haired boy smiled slightly before Sasuke's family was murdered, but seemed annoyed at the blonde next to him. She comes from a clan under patrol. She's the mistress, so she's a Heim. Please introduce yourself. I slightly bowed, keeping my emotionless face. Ohio, I'm Tsuki Higa. You can call me Heim if you want. I'm 6 and I like chocolate. I blushed at the last part. The boys in the front had hearts in their eyes, but I shook it off. All right then, sit between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. I nodded and slowly walked to my seat. Irika-sensei said he needed to go to a staff meeting, leaving us to talk freely. Suddenly, the 2 girls who had been bickering earlier ran over and slammed their hands on my desk. All right, is there anyone you like in here? I tilted my head. I just got here. So? Tell us. I dropped my emotionless facade and quickly scanned the boys around the classroom. I sighed and looked back at the unknown girls. Every boy in here is cute, I stated. I noticed Sasuke blush, along with the chubby boy and the dog boy. The one who had been asleep woke up, also blushing like his classmates. Even Naruto? They gasped. Who's Naruto? They pointed at the blonde sitting next to me. He looked down as if he felt unwanted. He resembled a man I knew, but he had whiskers, and the man had a deeper shade of yellow hair with greener eyes. I guess I didn't see him correctly when Kakashi took me from the village. The classroom waited for my answer. I continued to stare at Naruto and finally looked back at the 2 annoying girls. Well, they asked. I accidentally showed a bright smile and nodded. Naruto is also cute. Naruto blushed and stared at me in disbelief. Hi, I'm Tsuki Higa. But he didn't continue as the bell rang. Kakashi, please be there. As I waited for Kakashi, I watched as everyone left with their families. Tears welled in my eyes. No fear, Uncle Guy is here. A strange man in a green jumpsuit appeared. I'm here to pick you up from Kakashi. Let's go, Tsuki. You're a strange man. I continued to walk as he gaped at my words behind me. I finished recapping the memory in my head. We should go to the exams now, Sasuke said. We nodded and opened the door. Inside the room was a huge classroom filled with other genins. I didn't gape like Naruto did, but I went to the table and picked out a number. 56, I muttered. I don't get to sit near you, Naruto whined. I patted his head, not looking up from the paper I had. Okay, brats. Get in your seats. Ibiki yelled. Even though I barely knew him, he still scared me. My name is Ibiki, and I'm your first sponsor for the first part of the exams, a written test. What? Naruto yelled. Oh boy, I wondered if he'd make it in the exams or not. Alright you all, I'm Ibiki Maureen, and I'm helping you through the first stage of the exams. First stage? How many stages were in the exams, exactly? Now here are some rules. This test consists of a 10-question paper, and you have 1 hour to complete it. Each participant starts out with a total of 10 points, and for each question you get wrong, you lose one of those points. If you ever reach 0 points, you and the rest of your team will be instantly disqualified. While the exam takes place, several middle ninjas will watch over the participants. Their job is to look for anyone cheating and to disqualify anyone who reaches a score of if they see someone cheating, they will penalize them by taking away 2 points, Ibiki explained. I placed a hand on my cheek and leaned on it, my elbow holding it up. I see. They want us to cheat, and if we continue to cheat, we'll be kicked out. Now remember, everyone from your team has to pass to get to the next stage of this exam. I tensed, and I bet Sasuke and Sakura did too. We all shifted our gaze to Naruto. He was sweating and gritting his teeth. No doubt, if Naruto fails this test, we're done for. Why did there have to be a written portion? Why not just a fight? I mumbled. Show us what exceptional shinobi you can be. The final question will be given out in the last 15 minutes. Begin. I looked down at the test. Man, this must SEK. I didn't understand any of these questions, and I wasn't sure if my skills would be of any use. I sighed and activated my skills. I scanned the room and discreetly copied some answers from a random boy's test. He seemed to have all the answers, so I took the chance to cheat. After writing down my answers, I placed my pencil down and waited. As the other ninjas were called out for getting caught cheating, I gasped as sand surrounded my paper. What the? The sand copied the answers and began leaving my paper. Who uses? Gar. He copied my paper. Number 56, leave. I snapped my head to the front. I said leave. He grabbed my collar. I wasn't cheating though, I answered. Let Tsuki go. Naruto shouted. Baka, shut up. Sakura yelled. But let the girl go. She wasn't cheating, Ibiki smirked. I gulped. Oh boy. He let me go as I slid back into my seat. Now that we've weeded out most of the hopeless cases, it's time for the main event. Alright, listen up. Here's the 10th and final question. But before I give you the question, there are some more rules that you need to be aware of. These rules are unique to question 10. Listen carefully and try not to let them frighten you. Ibiki's eyes pierced the already frightened genin. I rolled my eyes. He was toying with us. I learned that years ago. Very well then, rule number 1. Each of you is free to choose whether to be given the final question. It's your decision to take it or not. What? I could tell from the looks on everyone's faces that they were thinking the same thing. Whoa, so what's the catch? A blonde girl from the hidden sand yelled from further down my bench. Let's say we decide we don't want to do it? What happens then? If you choose not to take the 10th question, regardless of your answers to the first 9, you'll get a 0, which means your teammates will also fail this test. Not so fast, Ibiki said, stopping the movement of the other teams from leaving. If you do accept the question but answer it incorrectly, you will not only fail. Ibiki's voice escalated in a commanding tone. You will be barred from taking the Chunin exam ever again. Cries of outrage, frustration, and lamentations rose from all corners of the room, sounding ever louder in the ears that had grown used to just the scratching of pens. You can always choose not to take the question and come back to try again next year. Now then, if you're ready for the 10th and final question, those who don't want to take it, raise your hand, and your number will be recorded, and then you're free to go. Ibiki's cold eyes scanned the room, knocking what was left of some people's courage out of them. As I shifted my gaze to Naruto, I was bewildered. He was slowly raising his hand, and I could see Sasuke wanting to strangle him if he quit. But instead, he slammed his hand on the desk. Don't underestimate me. I don't give up, and I don't run. You can act tough all you want. You guys aren't going to scare me off. No way. I don't care if I get stuck as a genin for the rest of my life. I'll still be Hokage someday. Naruto sat down, crossing his arms, determination radiating from him and lifting the morale of the entire room. This decision is one that could change your life. If for any reason you would rather quit, now's your last chance, Ibiki said with a smirk. No way, I never go back on my word. That's my way as a ninja, Naruto replied, his confidence growing. As I expected, roars of disbelief echoed across the classroom, but I paid them no mind. I was too focused on the 10th question. I would figure it out. I was slightly confused about what was happening. Maybe it was because I was so concentrated on the 10th question that I didn't realize we had actually passed. Suddenly, a woman burst through the window and scanned the room. Wow, there's still a lot left. Hey Ibiki, are you going soft on us or what? I recognized that voice. It was Anko. Oh, shut up. This group of genin isn't as simple as you think. That's why there's so much left, Ibiki grumbled. Anko shook her head, clearly unconvinced. All right, you maggots. Let's move on to the second exam. I expect no more interruptions. I want to see you first thing in the morning. I'll let your squad leaders know where to meet me. Dismissed. As everyone cleared out, Ibiki collected the papers and glanced at Naruto's. He wore a confused expression, but I could read it clearly. I walked up to him and smirked, placing a hand on my hip. Let me guess, he didn't answer any of them, but because he passed the 10th question, he still made it, right, Ibiki? You're right, kid. That guy is something special, he replied. You're right. He is. He's a bit odd, but he has big dreams and won't give up on them either. I turned to leave. Oh, and Ibiki. He looked up from the stack of papers. You are going soft, aren't you? I left before he could say anything more. Exiting the building, I noticed my team was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, I sensed a strange chakra and turned to face Kakashi. I held a puzzled expression but relaxed my fighting stance. The Hokage wants to see you, he said, not looking up from his book. It's about getting a new team. I poofed to the Hokage's office. Without knocking, I entered to find two other guys standing there, looking anxious. Ah, Tsuki, you're here. I bet Kakashi told you about your new team. I nodded silently, closing the door and walking to his desk, lifting myself up to sit down. The one with orange hair is Samiko, and the other is Rei. Hi, I'm Rei Uzemito. This is my brother, Samiko, Rei said politely, his brown spiky hair catching my attention. I'm Tsuki Higa, nice to meet you. Now, since you're in a four-man squad, Tsuki, I'm placing you on their team since their other member is currently unavailable. It's important, so make sure you remember to stick with them and not your old team, the Hokage stated. May I ask what happened to your teammate? I inquired. Samiko tensed. It's none of your business. Why do we even need another team member? Samiko, calm down. We need Tsuki-chan. Besides, Yana isn't here anymore. So you're just going to accept that Yana might be gone, Rei? Samiko yelled. Wow, I didn't realize they had it rough. Well, not as rough as others I could think of. So I'm just a replacement until the exams are over, right? Okay, I can handle that, I shrugged. Thanks, Tsuki-chan, Rei said, bowing as they followed me out the door. Anyway, who is Yana? Your old teammate or something? We don't need your pity, Samiko spat. I wasn't giving you pity. You know, losing a teammate isn't the end of the world, I replied. How would you know? Samiko pushed me against the wall. Oi, Samiko, let Tsuki go, Rei said. I bet your life is perfect, treated like a princess who gets whatever she wants. I'm surprised your parents haven't left you yet. I flinched at the mention of parents. Looks like I struck a nerve, Samiko smirked. I raised my hand and grabbed his wrist, squeezing it just enough to make him flinch. I released him, not wanting to engage with this SDST any longer. Actually, my parents know, my whole family and clan were murdered over 6 years ago. Losing a teammate you barely knew doesn't compare to what I've experienced or what others have gone through. I glared at him, but I wasn't finished. Gaara, the guy everyone fears, lost his mother at birth, and his uncle was the only person he trusted. One day, his father sent that uncle to kill him. That was a choice made by a coward. Gaara has been haunted ever since. Samiko looked down, guilt washing over him. Oh, I'm not done yet. He gulped as Rei looked at me with sad eyes. Sasuke? His brother killed their entire clan except for him. But I don't know, but I understand how Sasuke feels. He's not the only one on my team who carries this burden. I closed my eyes, looking down sadly. Naruto. He never met his parents and doesn't know who they are. They died when he was born, protecting this village, and he's been looked down upon for years. I even gave him the cold shoulder before, but he never gave up on becoming my friend. Yes, he can be annoying and foolish, but his heart is big, as is his dream. He says, I'll be the Hokage one day, so people will look up to me and stop treating me like a monster. I didn't know. So many people have such hard lives, Samiko said, gripping his hands into fists, deep in thought. I placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Those aren't the only stories. But those are the main ones I wanted to share. Sakura, the last member of my team, was bullied for her pink hair and huge forehead. But Ino helped her feel better by being her friend. However, since they both like the same guy, they're also rivals. Tsuki. I'm sorry. I smiled gently, surprising myself with the gesture. Hey, don't worry. But since you're my teammates, you should be prepared. Rei and Sam Ito exchanged glances before looking at me, puzzled. Why? I'm a forbidden ice user, and I won't promise to go easy on you. I started walking away, intending to find Team 7 to inform them about my new team for the exams, hoping Naruto wouldn't knock on my door 5 hours early. I paused and called over my shoulder. Oh, and you two should consider yourselves lucky. Why? Rei asked. I turned my head to face them. I never smile at a stranger I barely know. Then I continued on my way, searching for Team 7 once more. Rei and Samiko were quiet beside me. It seemed Samiko felt guilty for being mean to me. No hard feelings, though. I was usually the one being harsh. Naruto. As we arrived at our destination, I saw my team arguing about how late I was. Now that I thought about it, I had forgotten to tell them yesterday that I was getting a new team. How that happened was... Flashback. My expression was blank as usual. I knew my team was probably eating ramen or training somewhere, so finding them would be easy. But I soon stopped when I caught a whiff of something sweet, and a blush crept onto my cheeks. I turned into my chibi form as a lady was handing out free chocolate samples at the candy store. Free chocolate. I couldn't resist, so I walked closer, drool slipping down my lips. My eyes sparkled with delight as the lady smiled at me and held out a tray of chocolate samples. Hello, Tsuki. I see you smelled the chocolate. I was going to send someone to give you our new chocolate, Mrs. Ikno said with a warm smile. I nodded eagerly. What kind is it? I asked, swallowing hard. It's raspberry and strawberry chocolate samples. She handed me a small piece and I popped it into my mouth. It melted quickly on my tongue, the strawberry flavor mingling with the raspberry jam filling, making me blush even deeper. This was the best chocolate I had ever tasted. I'll give you 2 bars for free, and we're having a sale on chocolate and strawberry pocky if you'd like some. I nodded enthusiastically, still in my chibi form. After she handed me the rest of the samples, I went into the store with Mrs. Ikno, who gave me 2 of the new chocolate bars, and I bought a box of chocolate pocky. I opened the box and stuck a pocky in my mouth. See you later, Tsuki. I waved goodbye as I enjoyed the pocky without using my hands. Now, what was I doing before I bought chocolate? Flashback over. That's probably why I hadn't told them yet. Oi, Rei, Samiko, I called behind me. Yes. I'll be back. Actually, follow me. They nodded as I led them over to Team 7. My team stopped their bickering as I approached. Before they could yell, "You're late." I held up a hand to silence them. The Uchiha glared at me, but his eyes were filled with concern. I smirked, crossing my arms. Where were you, Tsuki? We've been waiting for an hour. Naruto yelled. Oh, shut your yapping, Uzumaki. I was at the Hokage's office yesterday discussing something important. What do you mean? And stop calling me by my surname. I thought we got over this. Naruto whined. A small smile appeared on my face but vanished just as quickly. What I mean is, I have a new team for the exams, so be quiet. And I can call you whatever I want. So, guys, meet my new team, Rei and Samiko. I gestured to the two boys behind me. Hello, it's nice to meet you, said the polite Rei. Hey, Samiko added. I had a feeling Sasuke and Samiko shared some sort of connection. They were both so complicated. Wait, so? Naruto's face fell. You're not on our team anymore? I am, just not for the exams. Oh, that's great, Sakura sighed. I thought it was forever. After Anko explained the exams, she passed out the scrolls. I took the scroll from her and examined it. It was an earth scroll, so all we needed was a heaven scroll. I watched my team walk away and shifted my gaze to my new team. Alright, I think Rei should hold the scroll. He looks more vulnerable, so they wouldn't think to go after him, Samiko suggested. But I'm not that weak. I can fight. Maybe Tsuki should carry it, Rei argued. I shook my head, my red eyes appearing bored and lazy. It's more obvious that they know I'm a Higa. The last one, in fact. A Higa is like a Hyuga, with sharp eyes that can sense enemies from their chakra flow. It's more likely that I'll be fighting instead of standing around holding a scroll. See, even Tsuki agrees with me, Samiko straightened. I smirked. No, I didn't agree with you. I'm just explaining why I shouldn't hold it and what my capabilities are. Samiko sweat dropped. We walked through the forest, making sure no one was following. Hey, doesn't the Higa clan have a similar Kekii Genkai to the Hyuga clan? Rei asked. I nodded. How about you activate it and create a barrier around us so people won't hear our plans? I widened my eyes. That's actually a smart idea. Hey, I'm not that vulnerable. Rei whined. I closed my eyes, focusing my chakra into my eyes and mind as my father had taught me. Saigon. I quickly opened my eyes, scanning the area and not spotting anyone in sight. I heard my new teammates gasp. I formed quick hand signs that only the Sharingan could see. Ice barrier. An ice barrier enveloped us, blocking outside energy and preventing anyone from entering, even from underground. I looked at my gaping team, my expression shifting to a smirk. Done, I stated. Anyway, Rei, here's the scroll. Just hide it in your pouch, Samiko said. Wait, I have a plan. I pulled them closer. Now. Hours later, we were walking around, unsuspecting, until I sensed a kunai heading our way. Samiko quickly deflected the attack with one of his kunai, just in time. Look what we have here, a bunch of weaklings, a voice chuckled. Do you have a heaven scroll? Samiko asked. Yeah, but it wouldn't matter. We need your earth scroll. 3 ninjas stepped into view. One had bandages around his arms and legs, his spiky blue hair as dark as the night sky. His teammates were similar, except the other boy had straight green hair and the girl had purple hair. I narrowed my eyes at the trio. Their chakra levels were weak, making them easy targets. Just hand over the scroll, the girl sneered. Why won't you just give us the scroll and move on with your lives? I asked, taking a step forward. Rei, stay back. But I'm not weak. But you're holding. Samiko stopped himself. Heh, this will be easy. Saigon. I sensed the girl had the scroll in her left pouch. She quickly pulled out 4 kunai, ready to throw them at me. It was clear she was coming for me. I took a step back, reaching into my pouch for a kunai wrapped with a paper bomb. She noticed my movement and I threw the kunai in her direction. The paper bomb exploded as I gestured to Rei. Rei, stay back. We don't want you getting hurt. Tsuki, right? Samiko formed a few hand signs, targeting the 2 boys who were watching the fight. Ninja art, water dragon. My eyes widened as a massive water dragon surged toward them, reminiscent of the jutsu used in the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi-sensei. Hey, I'm your opponent. Pay attention to me, the girl whined. Heh, fine by me. I quickly formed hand signs and shouted, Forbidden ice, poison ice needles. The water transformed into ice, my poison seeping into it. W, she stuttered. Ever heard of an ice user? I asked. She shook her head. I guess you'll just have to find out. She gritted her teeth, dodging the ice needles as best she could. Only one grazed her arm, causing her to wince. Hurts, doesn't it? If you mess with Ray, I won't hold back. I shouted, continuing my hand signs. By the way, what's your name? She smiled, surprising me. Funny, enemies usually don't ask for names. But I'm Mihano, and you're the infamous Tsuki Higa. Correct. Now, let's cut the chit-chat. Now, Ebisa, she shouted. What? Samiko widened his eyes. Suddenly, one of the boys launched a fireball at Ray. They were already going for the scroll. Ray was stunned and didn't move quickly enough. The fire scorched him, and the scroll rolled out of his pouch. Ebisa, the one with green hair, smirked as he picked up the scroll and tossed it to the boy with blue spiky hair. Darn it. I muttered. Ray twitched on the ground, and Samiko didn't move to help him. Hikaru can hold the scroll, Mihano said to her teammates. Hey, that was quite a fight you had, Ebisa said, looking down at Ray sadly. But I didn't think you'd be so heartless as to ignore this kid on the ground. Aren't you a team? He stared at me with his yellow eyes. I crossed my arms, a dark chuckle escaping my lips. The other three looked bewildered as Samiko began to chuckle as well. Man, I didn't know you guys were that foolish. You see, Samiko pointed at the scroll Hikaru held. That scroll is a fake. What? Mihano gasped. Tsuki, care to explain? Gladly. I crossed my arms. You see, we knew you were following us since we entered the forest. Ray had a good idea to create a barrier around us so you wouldn't hear our plan. Oh, I remember that. Hikaru muttered, rubbing his head sheepishly. When we were inside the barrier, Ray indeed had the scroll, and that was Tsuki's plan from the beginning, Samiko explained. I still don't get it, Mihano clenched her fists. Alright, then I'll continue explaining. I sat down on a large boulder, arms crossed. The real Ray is at the tower with your scroll and our real scroll. But how? If you let me finish, I'll tell you. Ray wasn't kidding, he isn't weak. He made a clone of himself while his real self headed to the tower. How did he get your scroll? Well, Samiko helped with that. I grinned. Flashback. Look what we have here, a bunch of weaklings, a voice chuckled. Do you have a heaven scroll? Samiko asked. Yeah, but it wouldn't matter. We need your earth scroll. 3 ninjas stepped into view. Just hand over the scroll, the girl sneered. Why won't you just give us the scroll and move on with your lives? I asked, taking a step forward. Ray, stay back. But I'm not weak. But you're holding. Samiko stopped himself. Heh, this will be easy. Saigon. I sensed the girl had the scroll in her left pouch. She quickly pulled out 4 kunai, ready to throw them at me. I took a step back, reaching into my pouch for a kunai wrapped with a paper bomb. She noticed my movement and I threw the kunai in her direction. The paper bomb exploded as I gestured to Ray. Ray, stay back. We don't want you getting hurt. Tsuki, right? Samiko formed a few hand signs, targeting the 2 boys who were watching the fight. Ninja art, water dragon. The water dragon surged toward the 2 boys. My Saigon secretly controlled the dragon as it swallowed the scroll, disappearing. Ray quickly used his mind movement to pick it up and place it in his pouch. He went behind a tree and made a shadow clone, saluting at me, which I returned with a nod. Ray really isn't weak at all. Flashback over. You see, Ray had it all figured out. You must have thought he was the weakest, so you distracted me and Samiko to make a move at Ray. I stood up, glaring at them. And you're lucky he wasn't the real Ray, because if he was, I'd never forgive myself. Protecting the people I love is my ninja way, I shouted. Darn it. Ebisa cursed. Looks like we'll have to find some other scrolls to steal. He said to his teammates, then turned to mine. I'm sorry, but if we ever meet again, let's be comrades, not enemies. Then they jumped away. I sighed as Ray's clone puffed away. Samiko was lost in thought as I approached him. I placed a hand on his shoulder, breaking his intense gaze at the ground. Don't worry, Samiko. If anything ever happened to Ray, I would make sure they pay, I said with a serious expression. For the first time, Samiko pulled me into a hug. He seemed to block everyone else out, but he easily accepted me. I felt something warm roll onto my coat and I gasped. He was crying. Samiko? I exclaimed, surprising myself as I wrapped my arms around him. Thank you so much, he said, his voice shaky. At that moment, I didn't fully understand what he meant, but I didn't ask. I just squeezed him tighter, letting him release his emotions. Yes, cry as much as you need to, Samiko. You've been holding it all in for Rei and for your lost teammate, Yana. I hoped he would eventually tell me about her. Was she nicer than me? Samiko. I'm sorry. After the hug, Samiko sniffed a little. I patted his back, whispering comforting words. He blushed as he pulled away. Sorry for acting so emotional. I shook my head. No, Samiko. It's okay. Everyone has moments when they need to cry. I've held in my emotions since my clan's tragedy. But when I realized I couldn't lose anyone else, I let the tears flow. Zabuza. I was afraid of losing them. I clenched my heart. I was scared of losing Team 7 Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Naruto. All the friends I had made since arriving here, Hinata, Ino, Kiba, they were there for me. Even when I didn't show my emotions in the academy, they reached out and befriended me. That meant a lot. The Hokage had given me everything I needed, but he couldn't bring back my family. No, he couldn't. No, Samiko, don't think like that. I patted his shoulder and smiled. You need to get to Rei. He's probably wondering what's taking us so long. I started to head in a different direction. But where are you going? He stuttered. I grinned, placing my hands in my coat pockets. Worried about me now? Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. We finished early anyway. I winked. That's not like you at all. But where are you going? You didn't answer me. I heard the desperate cries from my team. They're hurt and I can't leave them on their own like this. Sorry, Samiko. Don't worry. I'll tell Rei. Thanks. I whispered. He nodded and jumped away toward the tower to reunite with his brother. I clenched my fists. It was my fault they were hurt. I had waited too long, and there could be anyone out there to harm them. Sakura, Sasuke, even Naruto. Please wait for me. It wasn't hard to detect their chakra signatures with my abilities. However, the signatures were weak, and I wondered if Sakura was even trying to heal them. Thankfully, I had learned some medical skills a few years back from my mom, who had trained with the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Sakura was staring at Sasuke and Naruto, both knocked out, likely after a tough battle. I sensed a few other chakra signatures nearby, but I focused on Sakura as I jumped in front of her, startling her awake. A kunai flew at me, but I dodged it, my serious expression shifting into a grin. She must have had a rough time too. Tsuki? Tears filled her eyes as she jumped into my arms. I'm so glad you're here. I was terrified, she cried. I patted her back like I had done for Samiko, gently pushing her back to glance at the two unconscious boys. I frowned as Sakura went back to grab a damp towel hanging from a tree branch, wetting it and placing it on Sasuke's head. I walked over and sat next to Naruto, feeling his forehead. He was burning up. I took a towel, wet it, and placed it on his forehead. Mind telling me what happened? I asked, looking at Naruto. A snake came out of nowhere and swallowed Naruto. I couldn't believe it, but then Naruto managed to escape. We were talking, and suddenly Naruto punched Sasuke. He said that even if we gave him the scroll, he'd kill us. Sasuke was scared and I noticed it too. Naruto was doing his best to take down the guy. Wait, what's this guy's name? Orochimaru, she said, barely above a whisper. The name was familiar. I had heard that Anko received the curse mark from him. Naruto was beaten up, and then Sasuke came flying after I called him a coward, worse than Naruto. But that just got him bitten too. She showed me the mark on his neck. My eyes widened. He had the curse mark. I told Sakura I would go to the tower with them as soon as everyone healed. I did my best to heal Naruto and Sasuke with what I had learned. It wasn't much, but I tried. Sakura was struggling to stay awake, and I was too. I hadn't slept for hours and rushed over when I heard Sasuke screaming. I had to protect them no matter what. Sakura, wake up. You're having a nightmare. Oh, is it dawn already? We heard rustling in the bushes and quickly pulled out our kunai. Sakura was shaking, but the figure that emerged turned out to be just a squirrel. We sighed in relief. Stupid squirrel, scaring me like that. I thought. The squirrel started heading our way. Sakura gasped, stood up, and threw her kunai at the animal. I smiled at her quick reflexes, but she didn't see the paper bomb on the squirrel's back like I did. I looked around. Did they want to fight? I heard a deep chuckle. Not sleeping and taking watch the entire time. Sakura and I shot our heads up. 3 ninjas stood a few meters away from us. Great. More trouble. I thought. One was a strange-looking guy wrapped in bandages, a girl with long purple hair, and a guy with spiky hair, somewhat resembling Kakashi-sensei. But there's no need. Can you wake Sasuke? We want to fight him. What do you mean? What's your purpose? Sakura asked, her hand near her weapon pouch, ready to attack at any moment. We know that Orochimaru is behind all this. What's that weird bruise on Sasuke's neck? You want to fight him after you did this to him? But now that we know that, we can't ignore it, the Kakashi lookalike grinned. I'll take care of these girls, and that Sasuke guy too, Zaku declared, beckoning forward. Wait, Zaku, came a voice. So that's his name. What? Zaku replied, turning to the newcomer who stepped closer. This area doesn't have grass that grows easily. But what's the point of setting such a foolish trap? How silly. She threw that knife to keep the squirrels safe from the trap, Zaku smirked. When did Sakura do this? She's getting smarter every day. The 3 sound ninjas hadn't expected it at all. The intimidating one tilted his head. Let's take them out. That's my line. I muttered. Sakura smirked as she cut the rope that triggered another trap. They narrowly avoided being hit by a massive log, but the wild one shattered it, sending them flying through the air effortlessly. Ichin, you lack talent, he sneered. Konoha whirlwind. Lee shouted. What? You 3 will be a bit tougher, Lee muttered. Who are you? Dosu asked. Konoha's blue beast, Rock Lee. What are you doing here? Sakura asked. Whenever you're in danger, I'll come to your aid. He gently set the squirrel down. I felt a vein pop on my forehead. That squirrel again? But right now, I'm your enemy too, he added. Sakura protested. But I told you, the wind tousled Lee's hair, I'll protect you to the end. Sakura gasped. Oh, thank you, she murmured. Suddenly, Dosu charged at us, arm extended. Sakura prepared to attack, but Lee moved his arm into the ground, pulling out a massive tree root just before Dosu could reach us. Your attack has some kind of trick to it, right? I won't dodge it like a normal person. I've seen your move before. He's strong. I muttered. He looked down, slightly unwrapping his bandages as Dosu rushed at us again for a counterattack. Only use this technique for something important. Lee shouted. Then he vanished. Lee began wrapping Dosu with bandages as he spun around, shouting, Secondary Lotus. Zaku looked worried as he formed a few hand signs, digging his hands into the ground to create a boulder that softened the impact of the attack on Dosu. I recognized this technique. That hurt, but now it's my turn, Dosu called. I can't just sit here, I thought, moving slightly. But my muscles feel sore. I don't even know why. I clenched my arms, and soon my eyelids grew heavy. What the? I took off my coat, ignoring the burning pain. I gasped when I found a Senbon needle. When did she throw this? Soon, sleep overtook me. Sakura POV. Lee-san. Even though he barely knows me, he's protecting me as if we've known each other forever. I have to admit, he's quite strong, but now he's starting to struggle, and I can see Tsuki's tension in her muscles. She needs to relax. I know she came here right after collecting her 2 scrolls with her other team. But I feel so weak. This arm amplifies the sound generated inside to its maximum, like a speaker. I noticed blood dripping from Lee's ears. The sound was hurting him all because of me. Lee-san. Dosu continued, but the sound of impact isn't limited to the direction of my hand. I can use chakra and direct it at the target. Lee began to scream. Lee-san. He fell limp to the ground. Now to finish this. I clicked my tongue as multiple knives appeared between my fingers. I threw some at him, but he blocked them effortlessly. I can fight too, I thought. I threw shuriken at Dosu, only to see Zuka jump in front of him, blowing them away with a gust of wind. I shielded my face from the impact. Suddenly, the girl grabbed my hair, tugging on it like I was a rag doll. Your hair is shinier than mine. If you have time to care for your hair, you should train more. Trying to look cute. I whimpered. Zao, take out that Sasuke guy in front of this girl, Kin suggested. Sounds good, Kin, Zuka nodded. Hey now, Dosu said. I won't let you. I began to move, but Kin tugged on my hair even harder. Don't move, she ordered. There was only one thing I could do. I pulled out a kunai as tears streamed down my face. As I aimed, she yanked my hair again. It's pointless, that won't work on me. I smirked, turning my head to face her. What are you talking about? What? I raised the knife to my hair where her grip was tight. I sliced through my hair. Kin stepped back as my forehead protector began to fall. My face was devoid of emotion. I've always acted like a grown-up ninja. And I've always claimed to love Sasuke-kun. And I always lectured Naruto as if I were better than him. Yet, I don't deserve Tsuki's friendship. I'm not a good friend at all. But all I've been doing is watching their backs. So, get back, mister. I yelled. Get back, Sasuke ordered me. Now then, let's get wild. Naruto grinned. I'm glad to call you a friend, Sakura, Tsuki said with a small smile. They always fought to protect me. Lee-sen, you said you liked me. I will protect you until I die. And you fought with everything you had to protect me. I think you taught me something. Sakura-chan. Naruto. Sakura-san. Lee. HN. Sasuke. Sakura. Tsuki. I want to be like you four. My forehead protector clanged against the ground. Everyone. This time. Please watch my back. I narrowed my eyes, determination etched on my face. Kin, take her out. Zaku shouted. I began forming hand signs as Kin struck me in the back. I transformed into a log and reappeared elsewhere. I charged toward Zaku, throwing kunai at him and quickly forming hand signs again. I created a substitution clone and appeared above him, sending the knives toward my clone. Zaku looked up at me. I'm telling you it won't work more than 2 or 3 times. This is as good as it gets for you. He threw 3 knives at me. I shielded myself as the impact hit. Zaku scanned the area. Now where is she? He must think I used the jutsu again. Big mistake. Then he noticed me still coming at him, this time with a kunai in hand. His eyes widened in realization. I jumped on him, determination in my gaze as I pressed the kunai into his arm. Still on him, I bit down hard on his other arm. Let go a minute. Zaku repeatedly punched me in the head. So they make fun of you because of your wide forehead? Ino asked. Tears welled in my eyes. Who are you? I asked. I'm Ino Yamanaka. How about you? Sakura. She held a hand to her ear. I can't hear you. I clenched my tiny fists and shouted, I'm Sakura Haruno. She smiled and stood up. Well, Sakura, meet me here tomorrow. Ino. Are you watching? Ino? Who is she? This is Sakura. She nudged me. Say hi. I hid behind Ino, blushing slightly. Hi, I whispered shyly. He kept hitting me, but I refused to let go. I was no longer the useless Sakura everyone made fun of. I ran up to my new friends, smiling happily. Everyone, listen. I threw my arms up high. I have a boy I like now. Who do you think it is? Say it in a concise format. Don't tell me it's Sasuke-kun. How do you know? I asked. Isn't it obvious? Sasuke-kun is the most popular boy in school. What? Really? So there are a lot of girls that like him too. What should I do? I asked. I glanced at Ino. She was frowning. But I kept getting hit, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could take it. Ino-chan. I heard Sasuke-kun likes girls with long hair. Likes girls with long hair. Long hair. Ino-chan, I heard that you like Sasuke-kun. I stood up from the bench and walked a distance from Ino. I stopped and gave her a determined look. From now on, we are rivals. So many memories. Ino, I'm sorry. Wow, your hair grew so long. I turned around. Ino. Why? We both faced each other, anger evident on our faces. Why are you on the same team as Sasuke-kun? I won't lose to you anymore, Ino, I declared. Me neither, she replied. I won't lose to you no matter what, Sakura. Tears welled in my eyes. It hurt. I missed my best friend. I wanted all the pain to go away. Please. I felt a sharp pain and continued to fight back against Zaku. I have to. Zaku pushed me away, and I flew a few feet, landing weakly on the ground. I couldn't move. Cut it out already, Zaku complained. I lifted myself up, breathing hard. I have to protect everyone. You JRK, Zaku yelled. In a flash, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino stood protectively in front of me. What? I said. Kin, Zaku, and Dosu looked surprised. Didn't they sense them at all? But Zaku just smirked, staring at us like we were fresh prey. Some new weird ones are here now, he said. Ino. Sakura, I promised that I wouldn't lose to you, remember? I gasped. Ino, what are you doing here? I'm not going to let you take all the glory in front of Sasuke-kun. Choji's eyes widened. What are you two thinking? These guys are too dangerous. It's already troublesome. Since Ino revealed herself, we can't just run away, Shikamaru explained. Hee, sorry to get you too involved, but we're a 3-person team. We do everything together, Ino said. Oh well, whatever happens, happens. No way. I don't want to die yet. Let go of my scarf. Choji struggled in Shikamaru's grasp. Shut up, stop moving. Haha, go ahead and run away all you want. Big guy, Zaku taunted. Choji stopped squirming, his ear twitching at the comment. What did he just say? I didn't hear him all too well, Choji asked. If he says it again. I said you can do whatever you want. You big guy. Zaku replied. Choji snapped. I'm not big. I'm strong. He twirled around, energy surging. Hooray for strong people, he shouted. Wow. Okay. Choji pointed an accusing finger at Ino and Shikamaru. You two understand this is a fight between Konoha and sound, right? Fire burned in his eyes. Geez, this is going to be troublesome. That's our line. Zaku said. I turned my head towards Sasuke. A dark aura surrounded him. Sasuke-kun, I muttered. Sakura. I turned my head towards Ino. Take care of those 3 back there. The Ino team is going to give it everything we've got. Roger. Choji and Shikamaru said. Formation Ino dash. Shika dash. Cho. Go for it, Choji. Okay. Choji clasped his hands together. Baika no Jutsu. He transformed into a massive human boulder. And Konoha-style hand-to-hand combat. Meet tank. What is this? It's just a big guy rolling, Zaku pressed on. Air cutter. Choji was hit with the air pressure. Zaku kept attacking, but Choji didn't give up. Why you? Zaku pressed harder. I shook my head. I needed to check on Naruto, Sasuke, and Tsuki. Glancing at Ino one more time, I smiled. It's nice to have you back, Ino. My eyes weakly opened. The sun's rays hurt my eyes. I heard soft talking and felt a hand caress my cheek. Turning my head slightly, I saw it was Samiko. Wait, what is he doing here? Oh, you're awake, he smiled. Confusion filled my eyes. Sada Miko? I forced myself up. No, lay down. Suki-chan, here's some medicine for the stiffness, Rei said, appearing next to me. Where am I? I asked. Don't worry. We're still in the forest. Your other teammates are sound asleep. We came back to help, Samiko said, removing my coat and placing a cold towel on my head. Blushing, I nodded. Is Sasuke and Naruto? They're fine. Naruto was just taking a nap, but Sasuke was really out of it. Sakura did a good job protecting you guys. Tuning my head around to find the long pinkette, I was surprised to see her hair cut short and slight cuts and bruises on her arms. When? How? I muttered. I felt Ray lift my arm and wrap it with bandages. You had a sunban needle in your arm. It contained poison and made your muscles tense. It's a good thing we came back for you. You could have been in serious trouble. My eyes widened slightly. Trouble? I was grateful to have Ray and Samiko when I needed them. Thanks, guys. I muttered. They both looked at me and smiled warmly. No problem, they answered. It had been a day and everyone was fine now. We decided to head to the tower and move on to the next part of the exams. Everyone was getting along well except for Naruto and Samiko. He didn't like the fact that I was giving him more attention. I could see it in his eyes that he didn't like him. I merely rolled my eyes at their bickering. It was annoying me. At least we got a scroll faster than you all, Samiko sneered. What? How? Naruto asked angrily. I stopped walking and glanced at Naruto with boredom in my eyes. It's because we actually use our brains. We don't rush into things like you do, Uzumaki, I answered bitterly. Naruto slouched back, fear written in his eyes. Why did he even bother? Making friends with me will lead to more misfortune and challenges. Sighing, I said, Sorry, Naruto. He stared at me, and it felt like an eternity. I pushed back a blush as a grin slowly spread across his face. No problem, Tsuki-chan. Let's go, he exclaimed, grabbing my hand and running to catch up with the others. Should we open the scrolls? Sakura asked, her gaze fixed intently on the scroll Naruto held. Samiko and I exchanged glances and rolled our eyes. We had been getting closer, and it was becoming easier for us to understand each other. The same went for Ray. He was so kind and managed to handle my tougher moments with ease. I walked over to Ray and Samiko, holding out my hand for the scroll. Without hesitation, Ray handed it to me. I opened the scroll and a puff of smoke appeared in front of us. A lady stood there with a huge grin on her face. Who is she? Yua-sensei. Ray said. Oh, looks like you guys made it. I'm so proud, she exclaimed, starting to tear up dramatically. But, she continued, returning to her usual demeanor, who's the girl? Samiko's girlfriend? I felt my cheeks heat up and looked away. Samiko laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Meanwhile, Naruto's ears perked up, and he stepped closer, moving me a couple of feet away from him. No way! She's not dating anyone. Oh, what's your name, kid? Just Tsuki Higa, and this is Naruto Uzumaki. Don't worry, he's always like this, I replied. Always jealous? Wow, kid, man up. If you want to impress a girl, you have to. Yua was interrupted when Ray playfully tapped her on the head. I chuckled. Yua-sensei, why are you here? She rubbed her head. Oh right. I'm here to congratulate you guys. You've moved on to the third stage of the exams. I want to wish you luck and remind you to prepare. Not only did you pass, but you too have grown. She turned to me, and I think it's because of you. You helped them change. You helped Ray come out of his shell and... She started laughing lightly. You got Samiko to confess his feelings. Samiko gaped. You saw me crying? What the heck, sensei? What were you doing in the forest anyway? No, I'll get you. He started chasing her while she giggled. Why does everyone keep stealing my lines? I muttered as we entered through the doors, revealing a huge stage. Now the real challenge begins. Later in the story, Samiko will eventually stop being so emotional, and Naruto? He's getting a bit clingy with Tsuki, isn't he? Now I have to finish typing up the next part and the upcoming Naruto special I'm preparing. If you haven't read my first book, Naruto World One Wish, go check it out. I know it needs a lot of editing and is nearing its end, and the sequel will be posted around Christmas break. In a week or so, I have another book that I'm pre-typing to keep you all entertained if this one isn't up to date. Sorry for rambling. As everyone filed into the arena, we continued to wait for more teams to either pass or fail. I felt a twinge of worry. This was the exam where we had to fight in front of everyone, and I had to admit, I was nervous. Not only that, but I was concerned about Naruto's strength. No offense to him. He could easily be taken down by any of the other ninjas, and it would be embarrassing to say he was my teammate. I could tell Sasuke was thinking the same thing. This brought my thoughts to Sasuke. I knew he was strong, but he was focused on revenge, and sooner or later, he would likely become even stronger and leave us behind. That would be tough on Sakura, who wasn't exactly the strongest either. She could hold her own against Naruto, but that wasn't saying much at this point. I had yet to see her true abilities, but I knew they would surface eventually. As for my primary team, I wasn't too worried about Ray. He had the ability to move things with his mind, which he could definitely use to his advantage. But Samiko was a different story. He was a bit like Naruto, hard-headed and determined. He didn't take kindly to anyone disrespecting his friends and looked out for them just like Naruto did. They were so similar that it sometimes freaked me out. I just hoped both of those guys would pass this exam. Now that everyone is here, we will be holding fights to see who will move on to the third exam, Hayate explained. Are you serious? This is going to take a while, Samiko complained. Alright. The first match. We all turned our heads to the billboard. Seconds later, two names blinked on the screen. Rei Uzemito versus. Rei stiffened slightly. I scanned the room for the cocky green-haired ninja we had fought in the forest. When our eyes met, he smirked at me. If he hurt Rei with his fireball jutsu, I would be furious. Don't worry, Rei. Make Yana proud, Samiko said, patting his brother on the shoulder. Yeah. For Yana. Rei replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Hey, Rei, I called out, stopping him before he went. Listen, I know you're not vulnerable and I believe in you, but just go do your best. I smiled at him. He nodded and made his way to the center of the field. Ebisa kept flashing a cocky grin, which was really starting to annoy me. Hayate raised his hand, starting the countdown. Ready, set, go. They both stepped back. Are you really as vulnerable as that girl said? Ebisa taunted. Rei frowned. I'm not as vulnerable as Tsuki said. He formed a few hand signs before shouting, Ninja Art, Shadow Shuriken. I tapped Samiko, who was watching intently. What's that? It's a jutsu. Shuriken made from evaporated air, like a shadow, and it puts more pressure on the enemy, he explained. Oh, I see. So he's using his defenses. Rei is growing, I smirked. Ebisa dodged the shuriken thrown at him, performing a few flips before leaping into the air. His green hair flew around his face as he glared at Rei. Fire style, phoenix flower. Impressive, I thought, recognizing the jutsu that launched multiple fireballs at the enemy. Rei managed to dodge a few, but one struck him, causing him to fall to the ground, clutching his shoulder. I gripped the bars harder. Dimmin that Ebis. Wait, get up. Didn't you say you're not vulnerable? Samiko shouted. Rei gritted his teeth, his breathing becoming labored. Ebisa smirked, hands on his hips. Just give up, kid. There's no way you'll win, he taunted. Rei looked down, tears threatening to spill. Ah, is the little baby going to cry? Your teammates are right. You're just a little crybaby too vulnerable to fight. Suddenly, Rei's fist connected with Ebisa's jaw. Ebisa flew back a few feet, and Rei glared at him with fire in his eyes. Don't say that. I'm not vulnerable, he shouted. Wow, this is the first time I've heard Rei curse, I mumbled. Same here. He was always the goody two-shoes, Samiko added. Rei stomped toward Ebisa, jumping on him and delivering a flurry of punches. Vulnerable this, vulnerable that. What do you have to say now, huh? You're the vulnerable one now. Rei laughed, a dark glint in his eyes. I sweat dropped. Maybe we went too far with the vulnerable stuff, right, Samiko? He nodded, gulping. Yeah. He looks really scary now. Hayate cleared his throat, raising his arm. Winner, Rei Uzemito. Cheers erupted in the stadium. Rei gasped and sheepishly scratched the back of his neck. He chuckled and skipped up the stairs to our side, grinning at us. Not so vulnerable now, am I? He asked. Samiko and I quickly shook our heads. Rei laughed at our startled expressions after he had taken down Ebisa. I stopped laughing, letting out a small chuckle as well. Maybe he really wasn't vulnerable after all. All right, for the next match. Samiko Uzemito versus Hikaru Rui. Samiko slumped his shoulders. Why me? Anime tears began to well up in his eyes. I scanned the crowd and spotted Hikaru grinning to himself. He looked really prepared, but he also acted like a mix of Samiko and Naruto, really childish and reckless. I would be surprised if he won this match. Samiko slowly trudged down the stairs, tears sliding down his cheeks like rivers. Oh boy. Hey, Tsuki-chan, I turned to see Naruto. Are you okay? You seem, well, nicer, he said slowly, as if searching for the right words. I raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sweat ran down his face. You seem nicer to your temporary team. Are you saying I'm never nice to you guys? I asked, hurt creeping into my voice. No. It's just that. Never mind, he huffed, turning his attention back to Samiko's fight. Hikaru was grinning at Samiko like a madman, and it was freaking me out. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was up to no good. What was he planning? Begin, echoed through the arena, and Hikaru stepped back a bit. Samiko sighed shakily. I tapped my fingers against the bars, repeating in my head that Samiko could do this. Hikaru formed a few hand signs. Mud spikes, he whispered. Mud transformed into sharp spikes that hardened in seconds. What kind of element was this? Before I could think further, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning, I glanced at Kakashi, who wore a bored expression and motioned for me to follow him. Confused and curious, I obeyed. He led me through a few rooms, and inside one room, I found Sasuke without his shirt. Why is Sasuke shirtless, Kakashi? I asked, looking up at him in confusion. Sasuke blushed and looked away as Kakashi closed the door behind him. Sakura told me you came to them when you heard. Sasuke yelling in pain? Do you know anything about this? I followed his gaze to the curse mark on his neck. Not much. I just know a guy named Orochimaru gave it to him. A few years back, Yuki told me about a legendary Sannin with that name. Kakashi looked down sadly. Yuki had been on the same team as him. I remembered the other two who had died before I was even born, Rin and Obito, I think. Yes, if I don't seal the mark, he won't know how to control it. I raised an eyebrow. But what does this have to do with me? I'm missing Samiko's fight out there. Tsuki, this is serious. People who gain the curse mark sometimes don't survive it. My eyes widened. I clenched my fists, a low growl escaping my lips. I should have been there earlier. Sasuke could possibly die, and it would be my fault. I'd lose more friends because of my foolish actions. Tsuki, this isn't your fault. You had to take the exams with a different team, it's not your fault. I nodded, though the weight of his words didn't fully ease my mind. I'll seal it, and Sasuke will be able to continue the exams. You can go, I'll update you. I walked out of the room, still in shock. When I returned to the arena, I approached Rei, who was looking down as I searched the arena for Samiko. I tensed as I turned to him. Where's Samiko? Rei looked at me, his eyes red. Samiko was defeated. He has 3 broken ribs, a punctured lung, and his right arm and left leg are injured. That Hikaru guy is strong. I just can't. It was painful to watch. Samiko. Tears streamed down his face. But why is this world so cruel? He might even die. I glanced around and spotted Hikaru. He met my gaze and gave me a sly grin. I felt a surge of anger. Chapter End. Tsuki POV. My fists clenched and unclenched without my realizing it as I gritted my teeth. Samiko was being taken care of, and Rei had fallen silent. All the fights were over. Mine hadn't taken long at all. That girl, Mihano, forfeited. She said Hikaru went too far and wanted me to be able to fight him in the finals. I didn't understand what she meant by that. Hikaru was on her team, and she wanted me to defeat him? It confused me, but I went along with it. Everything else went smoothly except for Sasuke. The curse mark acted up during his fight, and Kakashi took him away to seal it, just like before. Naruto won his match in a rather unexpected way. Sakura and Ino had a tie, but neither was moving to the finals. As for the others, Hinata was beaten by a guy named Niji, her own cousin. He went too far, and Naruto was upset that he could do something so cruel to Hinata since they were family. Lee lost badly against Gaara, and I was relieved I hadn't witnessed that fight. Shikamaru told me that Gaara had seriously injured Lee with his sand. He was a tough opponent, and Gaara led my thoughts to Sasuke. When Sasuke introduced me to Gaara without my permission, Gaara had said, "She's not the only one," whatever that meant. Now, everyone had left the arena to train for the finals. Kakashi was training Sasuke, and Naruto was being taught by someone I hadn't paid attention to. The only problem was that I didn't have anyone to teach me. Kakashi hadn't assigned me a teacher, so I was left to learn techniques from the library. I planned to read up on various clans and hoped that the elder had books and scrolls from my village for me to study. "Excuse me," I said, looking at the librarian who was stamping books and folding scrolls. "Can I have the Higa scrolls and database?" She looked at me curiously. "Why would you need the database?" "Just to look at who was in the Higa clan," I sighed. "All right," she said, pointing to an area marked with a large H on the bookshelf. I walked over and picked up the database book. It was strange that they had a database for our clan and all their information. I didn't even know if Yuki or I were included. I rarely knew our village elders because they hid in the underground hallways for safety. I flipped through the book, searching for the name I remembered, Misa Higa. I was shocked to discover that she had been a jounin but stopped going on missions when she had Yuki. Her father was Ryo Higa, and her mother was Nini Higa. I didn't know my grandparents because Mom said they had died before I was born, long ago when she was still a child. Her photo showed her glossy red hair and pale orange eyes. I flipped to Nini Higa and gazed at her photo. She had short orange hair, and her eyes were the same pale orange as Mom's. I guess that was where Mom got her looks. I continued flipping through the book to find Tsuki Higa, my father. He had vibrant red hair with slight orange streaks. He was a jounin at a young age, and his parents were the elders, so I hadn't seen them much either, as they spent their time in the underground hallways. I flipped to Yuki's entry and saw her smiling picture with her long orange hair in a side ponytail. Her eyes were a bright orange that seemed to shine like the sun. Her former information stated she was a Chunin MIA. If she were here with me, she would be at least 24 now. I flipped back a few pages to find Ryo Higa. My eyes widened at his picture and information. He left the Higa village when Mom was 15 due to anger issues over Dad becoming the next leader. He didn't look like a Higa. In fact, he resembled Naruto. He had a scar running over his right cheek, similar to Ibiki's scars. His yellow hair was tied back in a spiky ponytail, and his dark blue eyes held a menacing gaze. How could a Higa have blonde hair? Either way, Naruto is an Uzumaki, known for their red hair, just like the Higas with their red and orange hair. Sighing, I placed the book back and headed out of the library. If Yuki were here, she could have helped me with this problem. I didn't understand it at all. Hee nice research, I heard. Oi. Arrow Sage, I thought you were going to help me train. That sounded just like Naruto. What? Oh right, let's first start with controlling your chakra. I turned the corner, my eyes widening at the two bickering boys as they trained, or at least that's what they claimed. Naruto squinted at the long white-haired man in frustration. I already know how to control my chakra. The man looked down at Naruto before walking over to the river, focusing his chakra to stand on the water. I sighed as Naruto watched in amazement and stepped out from behind the building. What are you doing, Uzumaki? I asked. Naruto turned around, a huge grin on his face. Hey Suki-chan. I'm being trained by Ero Sennin right now, he's teaching me how to walk on water. I glanced at the older man, who was deep in thought as he stared at me. When he did that, he looked more like a pervert than a mentor. I sighed again as I watched Naruto attempt to stand on the water, only to fall back in. Naruto, you're not concentrating. You're just focused on learning this quickly so you can impress the old man, I said calmly. Anyway, what's your name, old man? The man frowned. I'm not old. My name is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. I smirked. If you're a legendary Sannin, that means you're old, perv. He huffed in frustration. After a moment, he calmed down and turned his gaze to me. What's your name, kid? I shrugged. Tsuki Higa, and no Haim-sama, please. Higa clan, huh? You must be from the main branch since you asked me not to call you Haim-sama. Want to train with us? Naruto's ears perked up and he grinned at me, but it made him lose concentration again, causing him to fall into the water. After resurfacing, he exclaimed, "Yeah, train with us, Tsuki-chan." I slowly walked over to the river, my mind drifting to Samiko. I hadn't even visited him in the hospital, and I hadn't seen Rei or our sensei, Yua, in a while. She was a bit strange, like Enko too cheerful but with a hidden intensity. Sighing, I nodded. "Fine. Only for a few days." Naruto grinned, fist pumping the air. "Alright. This will be so fun with Tsuki-chan here." Jiraiya stared at me, looking thoughtful. "You look so much like her. But act so much like him. Strange." "What are you talking about, perv?" I asked. "I'm not a perv. I'm a super perv." I ignored Naruto's whining as he tried to walk on water. I stood on the water in seconds and began walking around. This was like tree training but on water, not hard at all. You just needed the right amount of chakra. After a few hours of training, I grew bored. Naruto was improving, so I wandered over to Jiraiya, who seemed distracted. "You know, girls will get angry if you keep staring at them," I stated. "This is research for my book, kid. You'll understand when you get older." Drool was coming from his mouth as he blushed just from looking at the girls. "She's right, peeping at older women won't get you anywhere, Aji-san," a voice called out. Jiraiya turned, tensing as if he recognized the voice. "Ah, why Yuki, it's not what it looks like." "Yuki?" I turned to see a woman with long, braided hair flowing in the wind. Her smile was directed at me, and her eyes glistened with tears. The hair color. The name. "Wani-chan?" I asked calmly. She smiled brighter. "It's good to see you, Imuto." She jumped down and pulled me into a hug, her tears falling. "I've been searching for you everywhere. You don't know how hard it was not having you by my side. I finally found you, Tsukihime." I chuckled, my voice cracking slightly. "I don't go by that name anymore. But, Wani-chan, it's good to have you here." It felt like no one else was around us. I hadn't expected this moment. Deep down, I wanted to confront Yuki for leaving me alone for over 5 years, but being able to hold her was much better. No one else could understand this feeling. Not even Sasuke. Nor Naruto. I have a sister who won't ever leave me again and hopefully will stay by my side. Yuki. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Oh, come on. Konoha isn't that bad, Yuki. Just give it a try. Mom, I don't want to meet those mean people who call themselves nice. When you brought your old team here a few weeks ago, that Kakashi guy was rude, and the raven-haired one was just plain annoying, I said bluntly. She frowned. Obito-kun is not annoying. And well, Kakashi had a tough past, you know? Oh, Rin-chan and Mina-kun will be there. Please. My mom whined. Days turned into weeks since those Konoha people left. My mom was a ninja who transferred to Konoha with my dad as the village was rebuilt. She went to the ninja academy and met Minato Namikaze, who became her first friend. Believe it or not, my mom was a really hyper kid but could get violent when upset, kind of like Kushina-chan. Kushina became my mom's friend because they were bullied for the same reasons, their hair. Kushina's was red, and my mom's was orange. I didn't see how my dad wasn't bullied. He was always the quiet, calm one and had a bunch of girls following him around. Comparing my parents, I was more like my mom, and my dad hoped that if they had another child, it would be more like him. No way am I staying there for a few months because of some silly war coming up. Can't I stay here with you and Dad? I asked. She sighed in frustration, crossing her arms and pouting. You know your father is the new leader of the Higakure village since Ryo left a few years ago. Plus, you know how the elders work. All the kids are being sent somewhere, and I want to send you to Konoha. But why there? I mean, I don't mind Minato-kun and Kushina-chan, but Kakashi and Obito irritate me, no matter if Rin-chan is there, I mocked, crossing my arms as well. Please. Nah. Why? Because. Sukai-kun, your daughter is being difficult. I face-bombed. Of course, she would call my dad to solve her problems. My father walked in with a stern expression, his leader robe trailing behind him. The title goes to anyone who wears it. There was a symbol on the upper left side of the arm on a white band that I didn't quite understand yet. Misa, please tell me this is serious business we are dealing with, he sighed. Mother, being the playful person she is, pouted as she wrapped her arms around his neck. It is serious. Yuki won't listen to her poor mother when I tell her to go to Konoha. Other kids are already leaving before the war starts, and she doesn't understand that I want her safe. Yuki, just listen to your mother. I don't want her stress to add to mine while I have all this paperwork to fill out. Maybe I should just go, but all the other kids are older than me. That might be why Kakashi is so blunt with me. Obito just wants friends, and Guy is simply strange. There are a lot of kids there, but the ones my age are still in the academy, preparing for the graduation exam. I sighed in defeat, raising my hands in surrender. Fine, I'll go then. Mom, stop pretending and get ready to send a signal for Minato to come pick me up. She stared at me with her bright orange eyes and jumped up in excitement. Oh, no need. I knew you would give in, and he'll be here in a few minutes. I gaped at her before turning to my dad. Did you know about this? He sighed. Of course I did. I just wanted her to keep up the act so both of you would let me get back to work. Well, thanks, Dad. That's so thoughtful, I said sarcastically. Yeah, my mom nodded in agreement. I didn't know you wanted me to leave you alone. You should have just said it. My father stood, pushing his chair back as he headed to the doorway, his voice trailing off. Knowing you, you'll mess with me anyway. Or use that voice of yours to hypnotize me before I even leave. I smiled. Yeah, I agree with Dad. You tend to do that a lot. Hey, don't start siding with your dad, she yelled after me. Bleh. I called back as I headed upstairs to pack. I remembered my first time meeting Team Minato when they had a mission to help out in our village. It was only a month ago, but it felt like just yesterday. Hey, Mom, who are these people in Dad's office? I asked, swinging my feet back and forth as I sat on his desk. These are my old teammates and squad mates. This is Minato, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito, she said, pointing at each person. The one named Kakashi wore a mask that covered most of his face, making me even more curious about what he looked like. Maybe he had a horrible scar or something unusual. But it's rare for kids to be born with good looks, if he's cute or not. Rin had purple marks on both her cheeks, which made me want to giggle as I imagined rubbing them. Minato was the older man, maybe as old as my parents. His spiky yellow hair and bright blue eyes caught my attention. Then my gaze landed on the last one, Obito. I guessed he was an Uchiha from what I had read in my books about powerful clans. He also had spiky hair, but it was black like his onyx eyes. He wore goggles on his headband, which he sometimes pulled over his eyes. That seemed really useful for battle, especially when swimming since I couldn't open my eyes underwater yet. Weird was the only word that popped out of my mouth as I pointed at Obito. Bossy guy, I said for Kakashi, Purple Cutie for Rin, and I'll just call you Yellow Flash since that's your nickname after all. Hey, how am I weird? Obito shouted, flapping his arms in frustration. Well, that's just what came to mind. Honestly, it's based on your clothing. Can't you do better than that? The goggles are a nice touch for battle, but what are you wearing? Is that supposed to be a mini jacket? I asked. Yuki, don't be rude to our guests. My father sighed heavily as he continued writing papers. May I ask Yuki-Heim, why am I Purple Cutie? Rin asked. Oh, you have the cutest purple marks on your cheeks. That's why. You also look like someone who can charm people with your looks but can also be a big help. I answered. So, you're basically saying Rin is cute? Kakashi asked, sounding bored. Yep. I jumped off the desk and stretched my arms out. It was nice meeting you, Minato and Rin. I'm sorry that Kakashi is self-centered and Obito is an attention seeker. Yuki, don't say such rude things, my mom shouted. I shrugged as I walked out of the room, but not before I felt a presence following me outside to the back garden. I turned around to see it was that Kakashi kid. His arms were crossed and he just stared at me. Here to lecture me? I asked, sitting on the swing connected to the biggest tree in our village. Honestly, I couldn't care less about you, even if you're my old sensei's daughter. I don't care if you're the daughter of Sukai-sensei and Misa-sensei. Just listen clearly, I don't like you, and I already know we aren't going to get closer in the near future. So for now, don't speak to me, spoiled brat, he stated calmly. I felt my irritation rise as my eyes widened at him. How am I a spoiled brat? I would have accepted smart Alec or something, you know? But anyway, I don't want to talk to you either. I bet you're ugly under that mask of yours. Even though he said he didn't like me and didn't respect me as a princess, I was actually grateful for that. Since that day, I found myself admiring him and waiting for the next time we would meet. If I showed you what I looked like, you'd turn into a fan, he replied. I swung my legs back and forth. Honestly, I wouldn't care less what's under that mask. Looks aren't what make people fall for one another, it's how they interact. That's how my parents fell in love, and the same goes for Minato and Kushina. Minato saved Kushina, and she told me that showed he fell in love with her. My mom expressed her feelings for my dad through her voice, and my dad, being the calm one, remained unfazed by her charm. In other words, how did they love each other? I smiled. My mom almost got run over by a cart because she was being careless. My dad pulled her back and said, Misaheim, stop being so careless while you're singing and pay more attention to your surroundings than your feelings. From that moment on, he understood my mom's feelings. My dad isn't great at showing how he feels, but deep down he loves her. I'm going to show you my face, but promise me you won't fall in love with me. I responded with a playful grunt and stuck my tongue out at him. Like I would fall for a JRK like you. He gently tugged me out of the swing, and we started walking around the village. I sensed he still wasn't comfortable showing me his face. He led me to a secluded lake surrounded by tall trees. Perfect. No one will see us, he muttered. I felt a strange tension in the air. He pulled down his mask slightly. The first thing I noticed was his nose, then he lowered it more, revealing his mouth. I tried to hide my smile and the blush creeping onto my face. Finally, he took the mask off completely. My eyes wandered over his strong jawline, pink cheeks, and dark, dull eyes. Well, not what I was expecting, I said, just before he playfully tapped me on the head. They stayed for a while before leaving to report to their leader, the third Hokage. I heard that Minato would soon become the fourth Hokage, and I could see my mom's excitement. Sighing deeply, I slung my bag over my shoulder and walked down the stairs. There was my mom, happily chatting with Minato as he waited for me. Stupid war forcing me to leave the village for Konoha. Misa clasped her hands together before bowing. Please take care of Yuki, Mina-kun. Minato smiled. No need to bow, Misa-chan. We're old teammates after all. Plus, Kushina loves her, so there won't be any issues keeping her with us. Thanks. Just make sure she doesn't pick up any habits from Jiraiya-sensei if he ever visits. I'm not picking up anything from Jiraiya-ji, I grunted. After my mom's constant arguing and her turning into a fierce protector for a moment, we finally headed off to Konoha. It didn't take long since Minato was the yellow flash. He had me sit on his back while he moved swiftly. We only had a mile to go when I suddenly asked, when will you and Kushina have a child? Minato looked surprised, his mouth slightly agape. Huh? We're still a bit young, maybe in a few years. Oh really? Well, Mom had me pretty young. I've been pestering her for a sibling, thought maybe I could get one through you and Kushina-chan. I said cheerfully. He chuckled, maybe so. I'm just surprised your Sukai-san can keep up with your mom, she was the most energetic person I've ever met. I don't see how Sukai is so calm and collected around her. Opposites attract, right? Like you and Kushina. I swung my legs slightly as he jumped from tree to tree. Opposites attract, huh? You're more like your mom but can be serious at times. Your father is carefree and quiet. You know, Obito doesn't have parents, and Misa treated him like her own before returning to Higakure. He doesn't? I thought Uchihas were calm and collected too. Is that why he's so energetic and determined? He calls Kakashi his rival, and he's always late because he's helping people in the village. Obito is a really determined kid. If you gave him a chance, you might see him as a brother instead of an annoying brat with odd clothing, he explained. I remained silent. But what about Kakashi? Why is he so? Him. Kakashi's father committed suicide when he was 4. 10 years without a father and not knowing your mother since you were 2 is hard. So he changed, he's more serious and tells Obito every time that he won't succeed as a ninja. He always states rules like not showing emotions to your enemies. He had a tough life without parents, but he needs someone who can reach out to him. Are you saying I should befriend him? I asked as he showed the guards our passports. I'm not saying you have to, but ever since we left your village, Rin, Obito, and even Kakashi asked if you would be safe during the war. They're worried about you even if you only like Rin, he chuckled. You should be safe here. Konoha is a nice place. Even if you don't like it now, you'll grow attached. I smiled behind my bangs. My side ponytail swayed as he walked around the village. I struggled in his grip, signaling him to put me down. He did, and I looked around curiously. Where's the Uchiha compound? Minato looked surprised but quickly regained his composure. You don't have to worry. You're on my team now, all you have to do is get a ninja headband, and you'll meet up with everyone else later. If you're anxious, you can walk around the village, but be back here in 2 hours. The team will take you to the training grounds where you'll try out for the headband, okay? Nodding, I saluted him before skipping away. I have to admit, I had been walking around for only a few seconds, and I was already starting to like the place. Everyone seemed to know who I was since my mom and dad used to live here. They addressed me as princess, but I let it slide and continued to look around. The village was bright and lively. The mountaintop had the faces of the previous Hokages, and I saw that they were preparing to carve another face. Maybe Minato's, since he would start as Hokage after the war. I stopped by a few stores to buy ninja clothing since I wouldn't be able to fight in kimonos all the time. After purchasing a few things, I headed to the top of the Hokage mountain to get a better view of the village. I gasped at the sight. This place was enormous, and I could see happy children running around and adults chatting joyfully. I stepped a little closer to the edge but ended up slipping. I quickly caught the edge of the mountain. Really? This day just keeps getting worse, doesn't it? My hand was slipping. I might as well accept my fate. I let go and felt my stomach drop as I quickly fell. Suddenly, I was caught, and I instinctively leaned into the warmth of the body holding me, letting out a small whimper. I admit I was afraid of heights, but I would deal with it later. I peeked one eye open and slowly looked up to see Kakashi gazing down at me. His grip tightened slightly as he jumped onto a rooftop and gently placed me down. You're heavier than you look, he remarked. I gaped at him. That's what you're going to say? Not, are you okay? Or anything like that. You're more of a JRK than I thought. Unexpectedly, he let out a little laugh, which turned into a full chuckle. My face flushed red. His laugh was, oh, cute. I bet it was rare for him to laugh since he'd lost his parents and had been so serious, just like Minato said. I smiled slightly, maybe I could open up to him. Befriending him wouldn't be a hassle after all. Yeah. Laugh all you want, Mr. Hatake. Just know that I'll remember this moment. You'll be begging for forgiveness when I embarrass you. I shouted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and determination. He stopped laughing and looked at me seriously. Are you okay? Yukiheim? I felt my cheeks heat up and quickly looked away. Don't call me that. I'm still mad. He leaned back and gazed at the clouds. To tell you the truth, I was kind of afraid of you falling. Really? I felt another blush creeping in. Yeah, because then I'd have to tell your mom that you slipped and fell. That wouldn't be good. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I growled slightly in response. You're mean. You don't care about anything but those stupid ninja rules, do you? What's there to care about? I don't want to be looking after a little kid. I stood up angrily. I'm not a little kid. I'm only 2 years younger than you, you know. He tilted his head at me. Then shouldn't you call me Kakashi-senpai? A blush rose to my cheeks as I quickly covered my face. This guy was making me blush with his silly comments. No way. You don't deserve respect. No wonder you're alone. Silence hung between us. We should go, he said, grabbing my hand and jumping down from the building. Instinctively, I wrapped my arms around him. When we landed, I looked down sadly. I didn't mean it. He didn't reply, but I was relieved he didn't let go of my hand. Yuki-sama. You're here. Rin ran up to me and Kakashi, glancing at our hands before looking down sadly. I understood. I looked at our hands and quickly pulled mine back. It was clear she had feelings for Kakashi. Hey, Rin-chan, I exclaimed, jumping up and down happily. I'm so glad to see you again. I was stuck with this JRK Kakashi. He made fun of me. I nudged Rin closer to Kakashi. She blushed and shot me a look. I nodded knowingly, frowning when I saw Obito running our way. He was huffing and puffing when he reached us, placing his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Am I late? Oh, Yuki-chan, you're here? He smiled at me. I made a face. What was wrong with this kid? The last time I saw him, I had insulted him. Maybe he didn't hold grudges, or he was just acting because. I followed his gaze to see him glaring at Kakashi before hearts seemed to appear around him as he looked at Rin. Yep, he liked her. Poor guy. Obito-san, nice to see you again, I said, bowing slightly. I apologize for my behavior the last time we met. I hope you can forgive me so we can start over and build a friendship. Now I sounded too formal. He grinned goofily and gave me a thumbs up. Don't worry, Yuki-chan, I'm not mad. Anyway, we should head to the training fields. I quickly glanced at Kakashi, who was already staring at me. His face turned slightly red before he shifted his gaze elsewhere. I followed after Rin and Obito, with Kakashi close behind. These three had completely different personalities. I clenched my fists, nodding in determination. I vowed to befriend Kakashi, bring him into the light, get Obito to be like a brother to me, and protect Rin with my life. 3 vows that I hoped I could keep. The training field was bustling as Minato sat on a log stump, waiting. I jogged ahead slightly and bowed in respect to him. No need to bow, but I'll be your new sensei from now on, so I guess some respect is needed, he said with a laugh, rubbing the back of his head. Just tell me what to do. I shouted, filled with determination. Alright, first you need to make 3 clones. Do you know the hand signs? I nodded and quickly formed the signs before shouting, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones surrounded me as Minato clapped. Natural ability, wow. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. Actually, I borrowed some scrolls from my dad's office. I giggled a little. Alright, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Now we're going to find your chakra nature type. He pulled out a sheet of paper. My type. Here, I'll have Obito show you. He placed it on the ground as we all sat down. There are 5 styles: water, wind, lightning, earth, and fire. If it gets damp, your nature type is water. If it turns to ashes, it's fire. Get the picture? I nodded. Now concentrate your chakra onto the sheet, and it will show you your nature type. Obito placed his hand over the sheet and closed his eyes. Light sparks surrounded his hand, and then the paper suddenly caught fire and turned to ashes. See? Obito grinned. Mine is fire style. Well, my whole clan is, but you get the idea. My eyes sparkled in amazement. I clapped and nodded enthusiastically. That's amazing, Obito. From beside me, I heard Kakashi mumble, it's not that great, but I was too excited to care as Minato placed a new sheet in front of me. Now concentrate. I placed my hands over the paper and closed my eyes like Obito. I felt a tingling sensation in my fingers, and then I heard a few gasps. I quickly opened my eyes to see the paper frozen. I squinted, scratching the back of my neck. What does this mean? Minato placed a hand on my head. I'm guessing your whole clan has the forbidden ice style. Ice style? I questioned. Minato nodded, crossing his arms. Back when your mom came to the village years ago with Sukai-san, she was placed in my team with Jiraiya-sensei, and we did the same thing. I realized my style was the same as his wind. Misa was eager to master wind style for some reason and ended up channeling too much chakra, accidentally freezing Jiraiya-sensei's foot instead. She burst into tears and complained about needing a different teacher for ice style. Wow, my mom was quite the crybaby back then. So who was her teacher? I asked. She didn't have one. You know, Sukai told Jiraiya-sensei that the entire Higa clan possessed Ice Style and 3 different Kekii Genkai. I was really surprised. One of them was your mom's hypnotic voice, which allowed her to control reading speed and blood flow in a person's body. The other is unknown. Are you saying Mom had to teach herself how to control her Ice Style? I inquired. Well, yeah. She couldn't just leave the village to find a teacher. Ice Style is actually a special ability, like a few others that are. Wood Style, which the 3rd Hokage and 1st Hokage possessed. Wait. I'm getting sidetracked, Minato mumbled. I jumped in excitement. No, keep going. He smiled. It's getting dark anyway, Yuki. Kushina will be preparing dinner soon, and we have a lot to practice before the war starts. Obito chimed in, throwing a fist in the air. Yay! There's the Chunin exams and a few more missions before the war. Everyone started discussing the exams, and Rin and Obito left to head home. Minato mentioned he needed to grab my ninja headband, leaving me with him, the same guy who had teased me just hours earlier. I sighed, and silence fell over us, interrupted only by the sound of crickets. Then Kakashi spoke up, I'll take you home. I nodded, ready to follow him, but I froze in place. I had forgotten the clothes I brought to the mountain. Someone probably already took them. I walked in silence, feeling down as Kakashi kept his hands in his pockets. Just earlier he had held my hand. I glanced down and bumped my head into his chest when he suddenly stopped. He was staring at me, and I quickly stepped back into a defensive stance. Don't stop like that, idiot. Here. He handed me a bag. I peeked inside and saw all the clothes I had bought earlier. Relief washed over me, and I looked up to find Kakashi still watching me. You forgot them on the mountain, and I got them before I caught you as you fell, he explained. No wonder you're alone. You're mean. You don't deserve respect. But maybe this guy isn't so bad after all. It seemed like he was trying, and I had been rude as a guest in this village. I held the bag closer and bowed deeply. I'm sorry for being rude since I arrived. You've been nothing but nice to me, and I responded with rudeness. Please accept my apology. Kakashi-senpai. I blushed as I finished my mini-speech. He gently lifted my chin, gazing into my eyes. His head was slightly tilted as he gave me a small pat on the head. We stood in front of Minato and Kushina's house, and he had one hand on his hip, looking down at me. Don't worry, Yuki. He started to walk away but paused. Don't think we're friends, though. You're just going to get in my way. Then he continued on his way. I clenched my fist and gritted my teeth. And just when I thought you changed for a second, I muttered, though my hand gently rubbed the spot where Kakashi had patted me. That idiot, patting me on the head like a dog. I opened the door and was immediately greeted by a mess of red hair. Kushina rubbed her cheek against mine, talking excitedly about how much she missed me. Oh, this is going to be a long war. But I smiled anyway. All right, you know the drill. Hi. Team Minato saluted. We scattered, preparing to attack each other. I had been living in Konoha for 2 weeks now, and the Chunin exams were just around the corner. I wasn't sure if I would officially take the exam since I had just arrived and had little fighting experience. My taijutsu was nowhere near Guy's level, the eccentric guy I had met a while ago. My genjutsu skills couldn't compare to Ibiki's, especially how he used them to interrogate people. As for ninjutsu, I felt inadequate next to Obito and Kakashi. They sparred constantly, while I barely knew how to use Ice Style. My mom never mentioned it to me, and it frustrated me that I wasn't strong enough. I sighed, pulling out a kunai. I closed my eyes and activated Saigon, the only technique I knew how to use. Hiding behind a tree, I searched for chakra signatures. I spotted one. 3. Obito is 3 meters away behind a bush. Rin is 8 meters behind a building. And Kakashi. I tensed and quickly turned, swinging my kunai. Kakashi easily blocked it, a smug look on his face. You shouldn't let your enemies get behind you, Yuki-Heim. I blushed. Don't call me that. I swung a kick at his side, surprising him. At the last moment he dodged and made a few hand signs. I frowned. That's not fair. I don't know ninjutsu. Then that's a disadvantage, isn't it? He replied, tilting his head. Chidori. He suddenly sped toward me. Well, I didn't know how to dodge that. Maybe I could create an ice barrier. I quickly formed hand signs and slammed my hands on the ground. Ice barrier. Ice rapidly grew around me just before Kakashi could reach me. His Chidori broke through the ice, but he didn't hit me. Gah! He yelped as he fell into the barrier. The ice quickly resurfaced, trapping us inside. Kakashi groaned, rubbing his head. How did you do that? He asked. And how can we get out of here? I don't know. It just came to me because I was scared you'd hit me, I admitted. He fell silent as I answered the second question. And I also don't know how to get out of here. If we try hitting it, the ice just resurfaces. But don't you know how to undo this? Like I said, it came naturally, so I don't know how to redo the jutsu. I sighed. Hey, you know I wouldn't actually hit you, right? He said. I don't know, you always hit Obito-kun, I muttered. He glanced at me, then back at the ice wall surrounding us. Do you like Obito? It sounded more like a statement than a question. I didn't even freak out or anything. No, I think of him as a brother figure. He is really determined and has a way of making me laugh. Yeah, the first time I insulted him, but now I just want him to be my friend. How'd you grow up? He laid down. I grew up in the main branch family. I don't have any aunts or uncles that I know of. My grandmother passed away before I was born, and my grandfather, Ryo Higa, left the village when my dad became the new leader. The villagers always treated me fairly, but being called princess is really annoying. And I'm not as spoiled as you think I am. Sorry, he mumbled. I quickly glanced at his face. He seemed lost in thought, not even trying to find a way out of this barrier. Hey Kakashi, why do you always act like you're better than Obito? I'm not acting, he grumbled. Being a ninja involves serious matters, and Obito is far from serious. If he makes one mistake, he could endanger his whole team. Just as Minato-sensei said, Kakashi became more serious after his father's tragic end. I gently touched his shoulder and smiled. You're not alone, Kakashi-senpai. You have Minato, Rin, Obito. And me. He was staring at me, and I could have sworn his face was slightly flushed under that mask. I giggled. Are you blushing, Kaka-senpai? Gah, what's with the weird nickname? Before I could respond, I felt the temperature rising. In the room, I peered through the ice and saw Obito trying to melt it. It was actually working, but the ice quickly reformed. I tapped my fist in my other hand, nodding as an idea struck me. Kakashi. I know how we can get out of here. I pointed at the spot where Obito was hitting. Just hit this spot at the same time as Obito, and it should work. You guys hear me? Obito shouted as he tried the technique again. Wait, Obito. You should hit the same spot at the same time as Kakashi when he uses his Chidori, okay? I called out. I saw him nod. On the count of 3. 1. They readied their positions. 2. They activated their attacks. 3. They struck the same spot together. The ice melted a large hole. Kakashi quickly grabbed my hand, come on, and pulled me out before the ice could reform. Obito panted as he watched us emerge from the barrier. Rin and Obito rushed over, their faces a mix of worry and relief knowing we were okay. Yuki-chan, are you all right? Obito asked, holding my hand. I blushed and nodded. Yeah. Thanks, Obito. Kakashi grumbled as he stood up, dusting off his pants. Never use that jutsu again. I pouted, but why? It's really good for defense. Just not around me, okay? He covered his face. I frowned. Why was he covering his face when he already had a mask on? Kakashi. Do you have a fever or something? What? No, don't touch me. Come on. The bickering continued. After a few hours of training, we split up, and I walked side by side with Minato-sensei. Minato-sensei? I called. He looked down at me from his book. What is it? I looked away for a moment and then back at him. When will I get to go home? He frowned. We already discussed this, Yuki. You can't leave until the war is over, he said firmly. I pouted. But I don't understand. Why is there a war happening now? I want to stay home and make sure Mom is okay. She's been really anxious lately. What if something bad happens? I asked, my voice trembling with worry. Hey, don't think like that. He knelt down to meet my gaze. She has Sukai with her. Knowing him, he wouldn't leave her side. Did you know that when she found out she was Piarjin tea with you, she was being careless and almost got into a dangerous situation? I stared at him in shock. Really? He smiled gently. If it hadn't been for Sukai being there, things could have turned out very differently. From that day on, I buried my feelings and focused on preparing for the Chunin exams. Unbeknownst to me, Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Minato, and even Kushina were all watching over me, supporting my journey. I was being watched from a distance. Before I knew it, the Chunin exams arrived quickly. The exams consisted of a written test, the Forest of Death, and then the final rounds. The only one who was promoted to Chunin was Kakashi, which made Obito quite upset since Kakashi became one of the youngest ninjas to achieve that rank. The next Chunin exams took place just before the war, about a month later, and both Rin and Obito were promoted. I chose not to participate in the second exams, deciding instead to focus on my training. Hey, congratulations on becoming a Chunin, Rin-chan, Obito-kun. I said with a bright smile. I'm sorry you couldn't take the exams again, maybe next year? Rin replied, returning my smile. Of course. I exclaimed. Before long, the war began, and I had no idea it would change my life forever. Everything went by so fast. Kakashi was now a jounin, and Rin had been talking to me all week about buying gifts for him. I spent hours thinking about what to get him, but nothing came to mind. After training, I noticed Obito blushing while Rin chatted with him. Once she left, I approached Obito and peeked at his face. Hey, Obito, what did Rin say to you? He grinned cheekily, rubbing the back of his head. She wants to meet up with me somewhere. I tilted my head, placing a finger on my cheek. I think Rin's just going to tell him about us giving Kakashi presents when we go on that mission to destroy the bridge, I pondered. Oh, Obito, before you do something embarrassing. Oh, he's already gone, I said with a sigh as I walked around the village. Rin was considering giving him a medical kit, while Minato-sensei planned to gift him one of his special kunai. I doubted Obito would give him anything, but either way, he would feel bad. Kakashi wouldn't appreciate anything too girly. It had to be practical, like the medical kit or the special kunai. I slumped in disappointment, wishing I had asked Kakashi what he liked. He never opened up to anyone. Hey, why do you look so down, Haim? I flinched at the sudden voice but turned to see it was only Kakashi, arms crossed. I'm not down. PSH, do you mind if I ask you a question? He shrugged. What? I scratched my cheek nervously. What kind of things do you like, senpai? He stared at me and I stared back. It felt like we were locked in an intense staring contest, but he soon broke eye contact. Who's asking? Me, of course. No, I mean why? Now I felt foolish. Just answer, please. This is torturing me more than it is you. I gritted my teeth, feeling my cheeks heat up. It doesn't matter. With that, he walked away, leaving me standing there, my face flushed and steam practically coming out of my ears. Who does he think he is? Does he know how hard this is for me? I huffed and stormed off into the nearest craft shop. I bought some beads and string, a few postcards, and some cardboard paper, along with glue and glitter. If he won't tell me, then he's getting something pretty girly, like it or not. I rushed home after my shopping spree and greeted Kushina and Minato before slamming my door shut. I sighed. Idiot, I'll give him a friendship bracelet instead. I don't even know if he'll like it, but that's not my problem now. I chuckled to myself. I spent an hour making 3 different colored bracelets. One was purple with the beading that said, Lottie, obviously for Rin. The next one was orange with, brother, written on it, meant for Obito. The last one had larger beads and was a dark gray strap with, best friend, beaded on it, even though I didn't think Kakashi saw me that way. I grabbed the cardboard paper and folded it into a little note. I wrote Kakashi's name in kanji and sprinkled glitter over it. I nodded. I'll let it dry and start writing out the postcards for Mom. I was so focused on detailing the letter that I didn't realize I skipped dinner and mailed the postcards late at night. I placed the bracelets on my nightstand and slipped under my blankets. I stared at the bracelets, hoping that guy would like them. Darn that so-called yellow flash. I was running late for the mission, hurriedly stuffing eggs, bacon, and toast into my mouth. Kushina watched me with amusement as she picked at her food. I swallowed and stuffed the bracelets into my pouch, not noticing Kakashi's bracelet slip onto the floor. "Ga, I'll see you later, Kushina-chan," I called out. Come back safe, Databane." I winked as I dashed out the door. I couldn't believe he was just going to leave me behind, Minato of all people. If he wants to be Hokage, he shouldn't leave a comrade behind. I forced chakra into my legs and arrived at the gates in mere seconds, panting as my team gave me worried and amused looks. "Jirake," I panted. Minato chuckled, a grin on his face. "I'll let the language slide. I did leave you behind on purpose." Rin held out a bottle of water. "Here, you need it more than I do." I nodded in thanks and followed closely behind as we traveled. The walk felt like hours until we stopped in a nearby field. Obito and I exchanged glances, both of us wondering the same thing. "Why are we stopping?" Obito asked. I frowned in agreement. "Yeah, I just don't understand why we're stopping. It's time to give Kakashi his gifts. As we all know, he's a jounin now," Minato-sensei said with his gentle smile. "Here, I got you this special." I tuned out Minato-sensei's voice as I dug into my pouch for Kakashi's bracelet. When I pulled my hand out, I only saw the ones for Obito and Rin, and panic set in. Someone cleared their throat, and I looked up to see Kakashi holding his hand out in front of me. I blurted out without thinking. He sighed. "It's expected. Obito, and you wouldn't get me a present." I shot a glare at Obito, who nervously chuckled, then turned back to Kakashi. "Thanks, but I actually got you something, but..." "Don't worry about it," he mumbled. "Alright, this is where we split ways. I have something else to do." "Kakashi, lead them," Minato instructed. Obito raised a hand. "Why does he have to lead?" "Because he's a jounin, Obito, and I can't stay here on your mission," Minato scolded. We had been separated from Minato for a few minutes. I was getting bored, so I pulled out Obito's bracelet and secretly placed it on his wrist. He glanced down at it, slowly dangling it as he brought it to his face. "What's this, Yuki-chan?" he muttered. I smiled. "A friendship bracelet. It says, Oni-I, since I think of you as a brother." His eyes sparkled with determination. "Then it's my duty to protect you, little sis." I giggled and moved on to Rin. "Here." She smiled and hugged me, thanking me. It had been less than 10 minutes of walking, and I was starting to get hungry. "Ugh, why are we going so slow?" Obito began, but I cut him off by putting a hand over his mouth. "Shoo, there are enemies nearby." I whispered harshly. We were in the middle of a war. As much as I loved him, I couldn't kindly tell him to be quiet. Obito gulped and signaled that he would be quiet. I walked up to Kakashi. "Let me scout ahead and look for the enemies. Watch those two, especially Obito. You never know what he might do." "What if you find the enemies?" Kakashi asked, keeping his voice low. "I'll stay up in the trees and watch. If you need me, I'll help, but there could be more we can't sense. Just make it seem like there are only 3 of you." After a few seconds of silence, Kakashi gave a reluctant nod. It was clear he didn't like this at all. "I'll whistle if I sense anything." We had been walking around for what felt like ages. I couldn't stop thinking about Obito and how he had died with a smile on his face. "Who does that?" Everyone was silent, not uttering a single word, and it was making me angry. I clenched my fists before stopping in my tracks. Kakashi and Rin halted and stared at me. "Come on, we need to find Minato-sensei," Kakashi said. I looked down. We could have saved him. You were the leader, and you just let him die like that." "Yuki!" Rin yelled. "This isn't Kakashi's fault, so you should apologize." "Rin? Are you on his side?" I questioned. Her expression softened before turning serious. "I'm on no one's side. That was just rude to say to Kakashi. No way am I apologizing." "He probably did it on purpose, didn't you, Kakashi?" You were running slow so Obito could push you out of the way and… You let him. You let him die. I shouted, tears streaming down my face. Kakashi looked down sadly, not even bothering to meet my gaze or say a word. I managed a smirk. So it is true. You never cared about Obito. I hate you. Before I could finish, a hand connected with my face. I quickly placed my hand on my throbbing cheek, noticing Rin still had her hand raised in the air. Yuki, this isn't you, she said softly. I looked down at my hands, huffing in frustration. She was right, but still. We could have saved him. I could have created an ice barrier around Obito to protect him. Then he could have told Rin he loved her, and we could have continued going on missions together, with him being his usual goofy self. Obito was gone now. I continued to look down when I felt someone pat my head. I looked up with watery eyes to find it was Kakashi, and beneath his mask, I could see a faint, tiny smile. Don't worry, it's not your fault. You're right about one thing. I should have carried my own weight so Obito wouldn't have had to save me. His voice cracked slightly. I knew I should have held my emotions in. It was hard on Kakashi as well. I was about to respond when a sharp pain shot through my side. Rin gasped, and I turned to see the mist ninjas who had kidnapped us earlier surrounding us. I hesitantly pulled the kunai from my side with a grunt and tossed it aside. Why are they here? I muttered. Rin stayed quiet as Kakashi assumed a battle stance. We have to get out of here and find Minato-sensei, he shouted. Yuki, back me up. I gave him a worried look, but it quickly faded into a determined smile. Yeah. I took the left side of the field and made quick hand signs, forming a funnel in front of my mouth. Ice style, Miss Tornado. The icy tornado surged forward, freezing the ninjas in its path. No way, she's an ice user, some of them muttered, warning the hundreds of other ninjas surrounding us. I unleashed every attack I could think of. Miss Tornadoes, ice poison Senbon needles. I was about to try the ice Rasengan I had practiced with Minato when I heard Rin shout. Kakashi, you have to kill me. Snapped my head toward Rin, disbelief flooding my mind. Why would you say that? Because I want to protect our village. They placed the three tails inside me. Kakashi paused, looking at Rin with shock. No way. I promised Obito I'd protect you, no matter what. He formed a Chidori and charged toward an enemy. Everything felt like it was happening in slow motion. Tears streamed down my face as I watched Rin step in front of Kakashi, a fatal wound appearing in her chest. Kakashi stared at her in disbelief, a tear slipping from his eye. She offered him a weak smile and coughed, stumbling back before collapsing to the ground. The mist ninjas murmured around the field. He actually did it. Kakashi soon fell to the ground as well. I stumbled forward, then began to run toward Rin's lifeless body. I had promised to protect her, and I had failed. She still wore a slight smile on her face, and I noticed the bracelet on her wrist, Lottie. Suddenly, the ninjas erupted into chaos, shouting and screaming. I turned to see a figure in a cloak with pale skin and long, dark hair. His power was overwhelming. I clenched my side, feeling myself slipping into unconsciousness. He had already taken down all the ninjas and was now only a yard away from Kakashi. I panicked and raised my hand, ice needles hovering in front of him. He paused for a moment, staring at me as fear filled my eyes. Please. Don't kill us, I cried, tears streaming down my face. He stepped toward me, moving through the needles as if they were nothing. His hand reached out, pulling me and Rin into a tight embrace. I couldn't protect both of you, he said, his voice low and husky, his hair brushing against my nose. Who are you? I asked, confused about how he knew both me and Rin. He rested his forehead against mine, eyes closed. I felt a flush of warmth but pushed it aside. He looked like Obito. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, revealing the Sharingan. I gasped, "Oh Oni-I." He didn't smile. Not once. Yuki, you're losing a lot of blood. Before you lose consciousness, I want to tell you something. I nodded, though it made me dizzy. I'm not the same Obito you knew hours ago. I'm different now. I hope you can forgive me and still think of me as family. I'm sorry I couldn't stay with you any longer. With Rin gone, he glanced at her body. There's no reason. But you can't go. Where are you going? He slowly stood up, poking my forehead gently with 2 fingers. Yuki, I'll always think of you as my sister, even from the other side. Then he vanished. As I lay on my back, holding my bleeding side, I wondered if I had imagined seeing Obito with the amount of blood I was losing. But as my eyes closed, one thought lingered in my mind. Thank you, Onii. 2 years later, after Rin's death, I decided to stay in Konoha a bit longer to help cope and heal from my injuries. When we first returned to the village without Rin and Obito, Kakashi was a mess, struggling with his trauma. Minato-sensei became the next Hokage and placed him in the ANBU, which meant I rarely saw him. I recalled seeing Obito, but I was so out of it that I thought I was just imagining things. I trained day and night to improve my ice-style abilities. Sometimes I trained with Guy, even though he was a bit eccentric. Kurenai and Asuma would often hang out with me at the barbecue place, and I would see Kakashi walking by with that emotionless expression. Anko and Ibiki helped toughen me up so I wouldn't be so sensitive. I also went to the Uchiha compound to train with Itachi, who was expecting a little brother soon. Other than that, I was always training and eating. I didn't sleep much because of the nightmares of Rin's death. I kind of blamed Kakashi for both Obito and Rin's passing, which was another reason I felt like I was unintentionally avoiding him. Since the war was over, I finally got to go home. I was packing in my room when I heard a soft knock on my door. I gently said, "Come in," and Kushina popped her head in. "I'm going to miss you, Yuki-chan." She smiled, rubbing her round belly. I returned her smile and placed my hand on her growing tummy. "I'll miss you too. I'll come visit you and Naruto as much as I can." She looked surprised. "How do you know?" "I overheard you and Minato talking to Jiraiya about naming him Naruto. It's a nice name, and he'll be a great hero in the future, believe it." She giggled as I gave her a hug. I had already said goodbye to Minato since he was busy in the office. After she left, I shuffled some things around on my desk and noticed something hit the ground. I looked down to see the congratulatory card and bracelet I had forgotten to give to Kakashi when he first joined the ANBU. I picked them up, feeling a wave of sadness. "I wonder if he's even home," I muttered. "Better late than never," I thought with a shrug. I shoved them into my bag and jumped out the window, eager to find Kakashi. I reached his house in no time, thanks to the weights Guy had given me. I knocked on his door a few times, but there was no answer. I sighed. Of course he wouldn't be home. I touched the door, and to my surprise, it slowly opened. I looked around and pushed the door all the way open. A smirk crossed my face. He left it unlocked. I decided to leave the card and bracelet on a countertop where he could find them. I didn't bother to close the door as I pulled my bag off my shoulder. I gently placed the card and bracelet on the table, not noticing that I was getting the card damp with my tears. I chuckled softly. Silly me, crying over something so trivial. Just as I was about to turn around to leave, I felt arms wrapped tightly around me from behind, a familiar face nuzzling into my neck. A blush crept up my cheeks as I recognized him immediately. "Yuki, thank goodness you didn't leave yet." Kakashi's voice sent a shiver down my spine. I forgot to give this to you. Guess I'm really late." "Congrats," I stammered, placing my hands over his arms. "I thought you were avoiding me." I thought you hated me for what happened." "I did. But you're here." "I am." I felt him release his grip and turn me around. I managed a light smile as I picked up the bracelet to place it over his wrist. He held my gaze for a moment before looking down at the black and gray strap around his wrist. "Thanks. Don't mention it. I'm also sorry for everything I've said and done while I was here. I'm happy we became friends instead of hating each other forever," I sighed. He remained quiet. "Kakashi?" I asked, concern creeping into my voice. Can I try something?" I noticed a hint of pink under his mask. I nodded. "Close your eyes." I did as he asked. I heard some rustling and felt warm breath against my skin. Suddenly, I felt soft lips brush against mine. I opened my eyes in surprise to find Kakashi kissing me. He held me tightly as if he never wanted to let go. He began to pull away, but I held on tighter. I kissed him back with all the force I could muster, feeling a smile in the kiss as he brushed his tongue against my lips. A shiver ran down my spine, and butterflies danced in my stomach. He finally pulled away, both of us breathing heavily. I looked away, a deep blush on my face. When I glanced back up, I saw that he still had his mask off. He smirked, "Next time you visit, I'll kiss you even more." I blinked, then grabbed my bag and started to run away, feeling embarrassed. I hadn't gotten far when he grabbed my wrist and pulled me into another kiss. "See you, Yukiheim." I smiled, knowing I would remember this moment. I took off at lightning speed. "Kakashi, I forgot to tell you something." I paused and turned around to see him still standing there. I grinned and cupped my hands around my mouth, shouting, "Kaka-senpai, I love you." And that was the last time I saw him for years. October arrived, bringing with it fresh air and leaves turning to golden orange. October was my favorite month, even more so than my birthday. This time of year made me the happiest, especially with the fall festivals taking place. As I looked out my window, I watched the leaves fall to the ground while everyone prepared for the festival. It was October 3rd, with only 3 weeks to spare. Since my return, everyone had been in an uproar, thrilled that I was back safe and sound. My dad greeted me with a wide smile and a tight hug. My mother was beaming as she rubbed her belly, the baby due any moment this month, and I wished it would be today. I flopped onto my bed with a huff. My thoughts often drifted to Rin, Obito, and Kakashi. I wondered if Obito was still alive or if my mind was just playing tricks on me. The thought of Rin being gone tore at my heart. She could have been a wonderful role model for the baby. And then there was Kakashi, always so cold and swift, yet deeply broken inside. The impact of Obito sacrificing himself for him had scarred him, and Rin's sudden death weighed heavily on him. She could have worked with the tailed beast to prevent it from spiraling out of control. But it was too late for that. I had broken a vow, and Kakashi had broken a promise. I sighed, sitting up and scratching my head as I headed downstairs. Dad was in his office, and Mom was busy with her daily chores. I stepped out the front door and inhaled the fresh scent of minty leaves and pine needles. The breeze lifted my hair, making it flow behind me as I walked around the village. Everyone wore smiles, their hair in shades of red, orange, or pale orange red. It was rare for us to have different hair colors. Before I could even step off my front porch, I felt a hand firmly grip my shoulder. I turned around to see my mom wearing a worried expression that made my knees feel weak. I swallowed hard as I faced her. "Mom? What's wrong?" I asked. She took a deep breath and held my wrist, pulling me back into the house. She placed her hands on the table, breathing heavily, and suddenly collapsed into a chair. I gasped and rushed to her side, watching as she pulled her hair back and sighed. "Yuki, it's time I tell you." I looked at her in confusion. I had never seen my mom keep secrets. She was usually so cheerful, though she could get angry easily like Kushina. It was a little frightening how much they resembled each other. "What is it? Is the baby okay?" I reached out to help her, but she flinched away. "I'm fine," she raised her voice, her breathing becoming uneven again. Just sit down so I can tell you. It's important." I complied, not wanting to stress her out any further. "Mom, please, you're scaring me," I whimpered. She froze, looking into my eyes. "I'm sorry." Taking deep breaths, she finally calmed down. "Yuki, I can feel it. The power of your sister." She placed a hand on her stomach. "What do you mean? Is something wrong?" I half yelled, jumping to my feet. No, it's not that. I need to tell you a story. Years ago, long before you were born, at age 14, Sukai was announced the new leader of the head family. At that time, my father, Ryo, was already the leader, and he strongly disapproved. "He always does," she muttered, more to herself than to me. Anyway, all that anger caused him to suddenly leave. After I waited for a few days, it turned into weeks and then months, and he never came back. That's when the elders finally called me into the main branch. They told me about my mother and how she actually died. She took a shaky breath before continuing, "My mother had a rare and powerful Kekii Genkai just like I do. When she was in the hospital, I remember her saying she placed the remaining 75% of her healthy chakra in this glass bell." She pulled out a glass bell with a black outline. It jingled softly as she held it close. Her powers were special. That's why my father killed her. She knew and never told me. The elders only found out when he left, but they wanted to wait to tell me. Inside this bell is the remaining chakra of my mother and her Kekii Genkai. I stared in awe at the bell, watching the chakra swirl inside. It wasn't the usual blue color of most ninjas. It had a unique golden tint, moving like a slow tornado. "But why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because when the baby turns 4, I want you to give this to her. Keep a close eye on this bell and the baby at all times. You don't know how powerful my mother's chakra is," she said with a serious look. I nodded as she gently placed it in my hands. "But why would Grandpa Rio want to harm Grandma?" I asked weakly. "Because he wanted her chakra. My mother died when Sukai was announced the leader. I suspect he thought that if he had a stronger power, he could still hold the position of leader. But he failed. My mother placed the rest of her chakra in the bell and died instantly." I leaned forward. "What was her Kekii Genkai?" She hesitated as if the answer were dangerous to say. Her lips quivered for a moment before she cleared her throat and managed a weak smile. "Jigaku no Fukatsu." I didn't blink. Just hearing those 3 words, I could feel the weight of my grandmother's power. That all happened earlier this morning. I had been out getting groceries for tonight's dinner. I felt a bit disappointed that the baby wasn't here yet. I wanted to be there for her as long as possible. I reached into my pocket and felt the cool metal of the bell graze my fingertips. I sighed in relief, glad it was still there. I looked around the supermarket, where everyone was buying all kinds of food festival foods like dango, takoyaki, yakisoba noodles, kakigori, okonomiyaki, chocolate bananas, candy floss, Jayaga butter, crepes, yaki ike, and yakitori chicken. My stomach rumbled at the thought of all the delicious treats we enjoyed on special occasions. Suddenly, the cheerful sounds of birds turned into the excited cheers of people. I turned around curiously to see a woman running toward me. "Yukin," she huffed, and I recognized her as a nurse from the hospital. My stomach churned. "Your mom, she's having the baby." I dropped everything and sprinted straight to the hospital. People patted my back and cheered as I ran. The hospital doors were already open. I glanced at the receptionist, who gave me a quick nod and indicated the room number. I dashed down the hallway and paused in front of the door to catch my breath. Just as I was about to open it, I heard a soft cry. I froze, listening intently. The cry was weak and gentle, not my mom's voice. I tightened my grip on the handle and slowly opened the door. My father was leaning over the bed, his arms crossed with his head resting on them. He wore a gentle smile, his red bangs covering his eyes, and it was clear he had been crying. My mom's eyes looked tired. She had just given birth, and her smile wasn't as bright as my dad's. She rocked the baby back and forth as I stepped closer. Her gaze fell on me, and she held the baby out. "Her name?" I beamed. "Tsuki." Dad raised an eyebrow. "After your favorite month?" I nodded. "After my favorite month, after my favorite sister." My mom looked like she might cry at my words. I cradled Tsuki in my arms, mimicking my mom's gentle rocking. I wished Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were here to see this. My favorite month, my little sister, was born today. Tsuki never left our sight. Dad and I kept a close watch, just in case Rio decided to visit earlier than usual. Everyone came to meet Tsuki. When they arrived, everyone would gaze at her with wide eyes. She was already starting to grow some red fuzz on her head. Dad was pleased that she was getting his hair instead of Mom's. He mentioned that she would also inherit his personality. Mom was on bed rest, so I took care of most of the chores. We received word from Minato that Kushina was going to have Naruto a week later. It was amusing how they were just a week apart. I could already picture the two of them becoming inseparable, with all the playdates and attending the same ninja academy, growing up to even be boyfriend and girlfriend. The fantasies swirling in my mind were overwhelming. Now it was October 10th, the day Naruto was to be born. I wanted to return to Konoha, but with mom on bed rest and dad needing me to help with Tsuki since he had a lot of paperwork piling up, I was in charge of her. I longed to see the baby boy and discover what Naruto would look like. Not to mention, I had been wanting to see Kakashi for a while. It had been a few months since I last saw him, and I had been missing his presence more than I expected. It was strange that Kakashi hadn't sent me a letter, but I understood he was busy as an ANBU. I sighed as I gently rocked Tsuki's cradle. She yawned as I tucked the blanket around her. I heard the door squeak open and quickly got into a defensive stance, but relaxed when I saw it was just my mom. Her eyes were bloodshot. She stumbled a little and soon fell to the ground. I rushed to her side. "Mom? Are you okay?" They're gone." "I can't believe it," she mumbled. "Who's gone?" I asked, gently shaking her shoulder. "Mom, tell me who's gone." "Minato and Kushina. They're gone. Now Naruto's an orphan, and I can't adopt him. They won't let me," she cried. My heart shattered. Just a few months ago, I had seen both of them, and now they were gone? How could that be? Minato had just become Hokage, and now he was gone. "Where's the letter?" I spoke with a harsh tone. She trembled as she handed me the letter, and my eyes scanned over the page. "Dear Misa, Sukai, and Yuki, we regret to inform you that both Kushina and Minato have passed away. On the day Kushina gave birth, the Nine Tails was unleashed by a mysterious man in a mask. They both sacrificed their lives to protect Naruto and the village. Misa, I know you are willing to adopt Naruto, but he was legally born in Konoha and cannot transfer to another village at this time. Since Minato has died, I am taking his place once again as the third Hokage. I'm also relieved to hear that Tsuki is alive and healthy. I hope you are not upset with my decision. It has been long planned where Naruto will be staying. Please tell Yuki and Sukai I said hello. Best wishes." Third Hokage smiley face. I gripped the paper tightly, noticing the nerve it took to add a smiley face. My mom was still crying, and I noticed my father had walked into the room, already trying to comfort her. I felt helpless, so I sat next to Tsuki's crib and stared at her. She weakly opened her eyes. "You're lucky you don't have to go through pain for now," I leaned in. "Tsuki, you're a lucky one, but right now, we aren't so fortunate," I whispered, gently rubbing her soft red fuzz hair. She yawned once more and fell back asleep. After Yuki and I calmed down, we exchanged glances with Jiraiya and Naruto before looking back at each other. They had been watching us cry. It wasn't the first time I had cried, especially after the incident with Zabuza and Haku a few months ago. Yuki gave a smug look and wiped her upper lip, chuckling. "Hey, uncle, who's the blonde?" She shot a cheeky look at Naruto before turning back to Jiraiya. "Oh, him? He's just nah." Before he could finish, Naruto jumped out of the water, smirking and pointing at himself. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'll be Hokage one day, believe it," he shouted proudly. Yuki stared at him blankly before bursting into laughter. Naruto looked confused. "Hey, lady, what's so funny about that?" "And no, it's just..." She continued laughing. "You're a bright kid, I like that." She smiled. Naruto's face turned red. "See, Tsuki-chan? She's nice to me." I looked away, smirking. "That's because she likes you, I don't." Naruto frowned. "That's not nice," he mumbled. "Hey, Tsuki, let's go explore the village, alright?" I nodded as Yuki pulled me away from Naruto and the old pervert. Once we felt we were out of earshot, I stopped. Yuki also halted, probably sensing my curiosity. "Where were you?" I asked. She fell silent. The quiet only deepened my curiosity about where she had been. "Been traveling looking for you. When Rio..." "Wait, Rio?" I interrupted. "That name was in the Higa database." "Oh, well, I have a lot to explain," she mumbled. "Anyways, when the incident happened, I was in the office with Dad, and he told me to look for you. Dad was holding off some rogue ninjas that looked like mutants. So I did what he said, but I couldn't find you anywhere. I was wandering the streets when I saw Mom's body on the ground, so I figured she told you to leave, but I didn't know where." I traveled from country to country and met this kid named Gara. He's the sweetest thing I've seen. She giggled. So that's what he meant by, she's not the only one, I mumbled. He could have just told me you were still alive. Yuki stopped giggling. But that's the thing. I met Gara when he was 7, and I only stayed there for a few weeks before I started looking for you again. I found out Gara's dad tried to get him killed. I've heard, I crossed my arms. Yeah, and he's been shutting people out since. But I saw him entering the village and thought, it's the Chunin exams. Maybe Tsuki is here. So I traveled with old man Jiraiya and found you. The end. She clasped her hands together. Any other questions? What's your relationship with Kakashi-sensei? She gasped. Kakashi is your sensei? I thought he was still with the Ikenbi. I shook my head. He's the one they sent for backup. He took me here, and I've been living here for the past 6 years. Yuki's expression shifted to one of longing, but she quickly brushed it aside. You know, I interrupted, I don't even know why that idiot likes me, so don't ask. I countered, anticipating her response. Ever since I arrived, he's been all over me ever since I said he was cute, just like everyone else. Yuki smirked at my annoyance. Hey, lighten up, little sis. You two would make a cute couple. I felt my cheeks heat up at her words and looked away. Anyways, you're in the 3rd part of the Chunin exams, right? I'll be training you for the rest of the month then. She posed confidently. I couldn't remember Yuki being this eccentric. To the vengeance of darkness, your savior at day. Usagi Red will protect you if she may. A voice rang out around us. Suddenly, a little girl in a white dress with red and pink striped stockings appeared. Her dull red hair framed her face, and her pink eyes sparkled with excitement. Atop her head sat a little black hat with a bow, slightly tilted, alongside a flowery bow on the side of her dress. I blinked. Who are you? She twirled around. I'm your newest upgraded rival. Usagi has been waiting for this day to finally have a battle. This is my partner in crime, Mr. Stuffing. Say hello. She held out a plump stuffed animal that resembled a pink bunny. Hello. Yuki asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes, Usagi accepts. Now it's time, my rival, to take this battle to the field. Usagi is quite excited. Not only was this child strange, but she also spoke in the 3rd person. Look kid, I don't have time to play. What did Naruto say? Ninja? Yeah, I don't have time to play ninja with you, so I'll be on my way. I tried to walk around her, but she stepped in front of me. I attempted again, but she mirrored my movements. We continued this back and forth until I huffed in frustration. What do you want? She smirked. Like Usagi said, a battle against her hardy rival. Dude, I'm not your rival, I just met you. No, you didn't. We've met plenty of times before, you just didn't notice me. She pouted sadly. Wait, how old are you? Yuki asked, her interest shifting to the stuffed animal. I'm 9, 10 in a few weeks, she stated happily. So you've been in Konohamaru's class before? I asked, considering her age. She nodded eagerly. Oh yes, Usagi likes Konohamaru very much. He's a wonderful rival to fight against. He told me he has a rival named Naruto and that his girlfriend, Tsuki, needs a rival. So I've been training for this day to battle you. I stared at her, my mind racing. Did she just say girlfriend? Okay, first, I'm not dating Naruto. Second, I don't need a rival. Third, I don't see the point in being your rival if we don't have anything to fight for. Oh, then we can fight for Naruto, she suggested. My face turned crimson. Why would we fight for that idiot? She tilted her head. Because you like him, right? Rivals fight for the ones they love, right? Usagi wants to fight. I crossed my arms defiantly. No way. I don't like him like that. Now go find Konohamaru or someone to play with. I'm training right now. She looked down sadly before quickly latching onto my arm. Oi, get off. I don't have all day now. She shook her head vigorously, tightening her grip. For a 9-year-old, she was surprisingly strong. Please. Usagi just wants one battle, and that's it. Usagi won't bother you for a whole week. That's hardly any time, I exclaimed. She pouted deeper and finally sighed in defeat. All right, Usagi will leave you alone until you finish your training. But you have to promise Usagi that you'll play with her sometimes. Her eyes turned into wide, pleading orbs. Yuki nodded in approval. All right, Usagi. Welcome to the team. This. Usagi promises you won't regret this. She shook me back and forth. Me and Mr. Stuffing both thank you. Okay, I replied flatly. Usagi, Yuki, and I continued on our way to the training grounds. The whole way there, Usagi chatted animatedly with her stuffed animal. Yuki looked like she was starting to regret her earlier words, as if she wanted to run away and hide. As we stopped in the middle of the field, I placed my hands on my hips. All right, how about you just introduce yourself and let's get this over with, I added quickly, and make it fast. She frowned but quickly replaced it with a smile. Turning around, she raised her toy in the air. All right, let's do this. I'm Usagi Red. My likes are Mr. Stuffing, Kanomaru, Tsuki-sama, Yuki-sama, Naruto-san. She trailed off. My dislikes are tofu. Yuck, but carrots are my favorite. Oh, my hobbies include fighting my rival, Tsuki-sama, playing with Mr. Stuffing, and going on missions with Kanomaru. Yuki crossed her arms. You must really like Kanomaru-san. She giggled as Usagi's face turned red. Of course I like him. He's the best ninja in the world. I wouldn't say the best, though. He wasn't so bright when he was a kid, I mumbled under my breath. Usagi shot me an irked look. What's that supposed to mean? I sighed. What I mean is, Naruto told me he tripped over his own scarf while trying to launch an attack at Old Man Hokage. Oh. Well, Kanomaru may not have been the brightest before, but he's really smart like the rest of us. She defended. What could this girl see in Kanomaru? But I gasped slightly when I noticed the small white bunny ears popping up from her head. Yuki must have noticed too, as she gasped as well. Usagi looked at us, confused, before dropping her toy and touching the top of her head in a panic. She tugged and pulled on her ears but sighed when they stayed put. Now you know why I like Kanomaru so much. The day I transferred to this village, every kid in my class made fun of me, but he was the only one who defended me. Oi, what's with the weird bunny ears? You're so different from us, look at you. They threw a mirror at me and I shakily picked it up. I was looking at my reflection, my tear-stained face reflecting my pain. I'm so different from everyone else, they're right. I couldn't make any friends with these silly bunny ears and tail popping out because of my emotions. My parents left me because of who I am. No one cared for me. The laughter and giggles filled the room as I clutched my head. Your parents don't like you. You're so weak. Monster bunny. I shook my head furiously. No, all these lies were getting to me. Suddenly, I felt a hand connect with my face and I stumbled back. The room fell silent as I weakly opened my eyes to see a brown-haired boy with a helmet on his head. He wore a frown, his hands still raised. What? He finally spoke. Are you just going to believe all the lies they're telling you? You just transferred, they don't know anything about you. He turned to the other kids. And all of you should be ashamed for messing with her. Everyone nodded and hurried back to their seats. Once they were gone, his frown turned into a smile as he extended his hand toward me. I hesitated but took it anyway. I'm sorry I hit you, I was just trying to make a point, he chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. I nodded. He nodded back and started to walk away, but I quickly wrapped my hand around his wrist. He looked down at it and then back at me. What's wrong? I'm grateful. Before I could finish, he interrupted. You're Usagi Red, right? I'm Kanomaru. And by the way, you should cut your hair. Your eyes are pretty. He flashed a cheeky smile as he took my hand. Now, let's go get you some friends. In that moment, I knew for sure that I liked him. It had been 3 days spent training with Usagi and Yuki. Yuki couldn't tell me much about the Kekkai Genkai, so I was just waiting for her to share more. I had been so focused on learning about the history of Ryo and my grandmother that I had completely forgotten about Samiko and Rei. I hadn't talked to them in weeks since the battles. I never actually went to visit Samiko, which made me feel even worse. I had left Ray in a difficult situation by not checking up on them. What kind of teammate was I? I sighed as I threw the kunai at the target. That was my 6th miss. My thoughts were clouding my concentration, and it was incredibly frustrating. I hadn't seen Sakura, and I knew Kakashi-sensei was busy teaching Sasuke. Usagi was off somewhere with Konohamaru and his friends, playing ninja as they called it. Now that I thought about it, Yuki had also been daydreaming a lot lately, and I wondered what was on her mind. But I didn't want to bother her. Knowing her, she wouldn't tell me anyway. Focusing was so stressful that I didn't even notice I was standing in front of the hospital. I nodded silently and walked inside. I asked the receptionist for Samiko's room, and she directed me. After navigating the hallways, I knocked on the door and was surprised to see Yua-sensei standing there. Yua-sensei was Samiko and Rei's teacher, though I didn't know their exact relationship. "Ah, Tsuki-ko. Samiko has been asking for you," she said, relief shining in her eyes. I smiled warmly. I actually liked Yua-sensei. She reminded me of my own mother. "Sorry, I've been training and lost track of time." I walked into the room to find Samiko sleeping. Rei was nowhere to be seen. Sensing my presence, Yua placed a hand on my shoulder. "For the past few days, Rei-kun has been working hard too. He's been taking out his frustrations on training dummies," she said sadly. I was taken aback by her words. Rei never seemed like the type to lose control, unlike me. I had passed by the fields but never seen him or felt his chakra. "So," I began, taking a seat next to Samiko's bed, "does his mom know?" Yua looked up. "Of course I know," she replied flatly. I blushed. "They never mentioned you as their mom. They never talked about any relatives, parents, or cousins, so I thought." She placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. The expression on her face made me feel guilty for letting Samiko get into this situation. I could have protected him. He didn't have to go through that fight. "It's all my fault," she whispered. "How?" "It seems more like mine." She smiled, but it was a sad one. "They told you about Yana, right?" I nodded. "You know, Yana isn't just my student, just like Samiko and Rei. They're my children, all 3 of them. They were born triplets." Flashback. Back in the land of waves, Yua was taking care of 3 kids. The oldest of the triplets was Rei. His orange-brown hair complemented his bright brown eyes. Though he appeared soft, shy, and calm, he was fiercely protective as the oldest. Samiko, the middle child, had dull red hair that was slightly spiky. He was childish and rough around others, shaped by the knowledge of why his father abandoned them. Yana, the youngest, had eyes like Samiko's but shared Rei's hair. Yua said they grew up inseparable. When they graduated from the academy, they were placed on the same team, with her as their sensei. On their first mission, an accident occurred. "If we're going on a C-ranked mission, why are you so conscious of our surroundings?" Samiko complained to Yua. Yua smiled slightly. "Because you should always be aware of your surroundings. Do you want to get hurt?" Samiko grunted in response, earning a light knock on the head. "If you want to whine, do it after we complete the mission." Hi, he replied. The mission involved guarding a newly built bridge. The task was simple. Rei was scouting with Yua-sensei while Samiko and Yana waited at the bridge's entrance. "Isn't this fun, Oni-ai?" Yana asked, breaking the silence. "I guess," he grumbled. Yana frowned. "What's wrong? You've been asking for a better mission for months." Samiko was about to respond when the bridge suddenly shook. They looked across to see a few ninjas trying to cross it. Samiko groaned in annoyance. "Don't they see the sign?" He quickly pulled out a few kunai, but Yana held him back. "Mom said to stay put until she gets back with Rei. We can't risk lives, we're not that strong," she protested. Samiko swatted her hand away. "We can't afford to fail this mission. Remember, we're supposed to protect it." With those words, he jogged onto the bridge. Yana shouted after him but sighed as she pulled out a kunai and ran after him. There were only a few ninjas on the bridge, nothing they couldn't handle. Samiko managed to throw 2 ninjas off the bridge into the rushing water. "Hey, Yana," he shouted, ducking as a ninja swung at him. "Be careful, the water currents are strong." She didn't respond. Yana couldn't swim, and if she fell overboard, she would be in serious trouble. A ninja punched Yana back, causing her to stumble closer to the edge. Samiko clicked his tongue and formed a few hand signs. Water style, water vortex. Saw Samiko! Yana shouted as she slipped, quickly catching the edge of the bridge. The water below formed a swirling vortex, pulling the ninjas down. Samiko glanced her way but was slammed back, sliding away from her. He coughed, feeling the sting of blood in his throat. DMNU, he growled. The ninja smirked. Now what would you do if your pesky sister fell, huh? The remaining ninjas tied Samiko up with rope as he struggled. Don't you dare touch her, he yelled. Yana tried to pull herself up, but the unknown ninja stepped on her hand, causing her to yelp. How about I tell you a little secret? He said with a grin. It's more of a history lesson right now. Samiko's gaze flickered to Yana every few seconds. The man continued, from the looks of it, you're around 12 to 14, right? Everyone knows me as Yanoshii, but that's not my real identity. The man you know as Ryo Higa, and I have a little deal for you. What is it? Samiko spat, only to receive a hit on the head from the girl ninja. No need, Tanaki. Now, there are two other girls with the Higa name. One should be in her 20s and the other your age. She has that ungrateful red hair like her father. He sighed. I want you to find her and bring her to me. Samiko stared at him. Why would I do something like that? All I know is that you want to harm that innocent girl. When the so-called Ryo heard that, he slammed his foot down on Yana's hand, and she yelped as she barely held on. You're pushing my patience. He signaled the two ninjas to untie him. They did so but held him back as he jumped. Then Ryo kicked Yana, and she stumbled. Samiko watched in horror as he heard her cries. You pushed me. Then they jumped away as Yua and Rei came running toward them. Samiko rushed to the edge of the bridge. Yana! He thinks it's his fault, Yua sighed. Tsuki listened in horror. Ryo Higa was still alive and looking for her. She had no idea why it seemed like he wanted to harm her. A spark of energy flowed through her as she clenched her necklace. Yuki had a lot of explaining to do. She also needed to tell her more about their grandmother's special Kekiai Genkai. Yua-sensei, thank you for telling me this. It's nice to know who Yana actually was, Tsuki said with a sad smile. You should come back tomorrow. I have a feeling he'll wake up by then. With that, Tsuki left the hospital, her mind racing with thoughts. She had just over a month and a half to train for the third round. She needed to learn more about Ryo and about herself. Life is so complicated, she muttered as she headed off to find Yuki or anyone to talk to. I hadn't known what was in it, but there was a small orange spark glowing and floating around like a leaf. Suddenly, I felt pressure on my back and grunted as something heavy landed on me. The voice giggled, and I immediately recognized it as Yuki's. Where were you? I asked, a hint of irritation in my tone. I have something to tell you. She helped me up, dusting off our clothes before giving me a grin. Sorry, I was catching up with Kurenai and Asuma. And Kakashi, I added. She blushed slightly. Him too. But anyway, what do you have to tell me? I bet it isn't as cool as what I have to show you. I just came back from the hospital visiting Samiko, and Yua-sensei was there. She told me about Yana and how she got into that accident. She mentioned a guy named Yanoshii who threw her over the bridge in front of Samiko. That name came up 6 years ago when Haku and Zabuza were protecting me. Yuki looked thoughtful. So, the conclusion leads to Yanoshii? I shook my head. But he lied. His real name is Ryo Higa. He told Samiko to look for us or he would harm Yana. That guy is still alive? Not only that, but he tried coming after you 6 years ago for that ridiculous necklace, Yuki mumbled. I tugged on the necklace, feeling a pang of pity. All the people I loved and cared about were gone because of this necklace. Was it my fault they were all dead? It felt true since I was holding the very thing that had caused so much pain and led Ryo to go into a rage. Yuki, you need to tell me the truth about all this. I need to know why he's been after me, why he harmed his own people. Why do I even have this necklace that caused so much suffering? I shouted. Calm down, Tsuki. None of this is your fault and you know that. I'm sick and tired of it all, and I think it's time for me to tell you the truth behind that necklace, Yuki said firmly. I looked down, clenching my fists. Just please. She sighed and reached for my hand. I grasped it in return as she settled me down into the grass. The cherry blossoms continued to bloom and fall around us as she lay back, and I followed her lead. Well, this happened long before you were born. I was probably 12 or 13 at the time. Mom told me all about the necklace and said I should tell you when the time was right. When the time is right for what? I asked. I was going to wait until your 13th birthday, which is only a few days away. But I guess you've grown too anxious to wait, huh? She chuckled lightly. Anyway, Mom told me she could feel your power, how special you were going to be when you were born. She granted a wish for me to give you that necklace since it held a unique chakra source. I still don't understand, I said blankly. She sighed. The special chakra came from Grandma Nini. She was born into a line that possessed a special Kekii Genkai. Mom said that Ryo was going to harm her just for her power. It's a shame he didn't get what he wanted. She sacrificed herself by placing the remaining 75% of her chakra into that glass bell. Its age is tied to the one who wears it. I clenched the bell. I have the remaining life of Bachan? Yuki rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, something like that. But the power is supposed to bring someone back to life, right? So, is that how I brought back Haku and Zabuza? I asked, recalling the memory. Yuki's expression turned serious. Tsuki, you barely knew what happened. The jutsu probably only lasted a few days before they passed away again. You don't know how to fully control it, so they aren't alive now. It's possible someone took their bodies without anyone realizing. I fought back tears. Of course, I hadn't known what I was doing all those months ago. I was upset because I didn't want to lose anyone like I had lost my family, my clan, and Yuki. But Yuki wasn't dead, she was right next to me. Now that I knew the truth, I was terrified that Ryo could go after anyone I cared about, and that made me afraid to get close to anyone, especially Team 7. Naruto had tried his best to get me to open up, and I felt more connected to him than I had before. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked up to see Yuki frowning. Don't worry about it. Soon you'll have to face Ryo, but I'll prepare you for it. Not just me, Kakashi too. I blinked back the tears. I don't want to face him. Believe it or not, I'm scared, Wanin. She smiled weakly. Me too. She shook her head. There are a lot of things you need to know about the past. I found this, well, not found, but I borrowed it from the library database. She handed me a scroll. It belonged to Mom. She had a summoning contract with gorillas. I don't see that being my animal, but I know you'll be fierce enough to tame them. I took it. Thanks, that means a lot to me. Having something that belonged to my mom, my Bachan, and my father makes everything feel better, knowing I still have a piece of them with me. Now you'll need to learn how to summon them in 3 days. They probably won't know who you are, and they also don't know that Mom and everyone else are gone. You'll have to break that news to them and earn their trust, which will help you form a contract with them, she explained as she tucked the scroll away. I nodded, shoving the scroll into my pouch. Anything else? Yeah, one more thing. I'm going to teach you a few of my jutsus that I created when I was younger. I'm sure you'll like them. Maybe one day we can also go back to our village and rebuild everything. I would like that. Me too. I want to be able to go there knowing it isn't a dead zone. We could even get newcomers to live there while we stay in Konoha. I smiled slightly. I'll consider that. She patted my head. Come on, we have a lot of training ahead of us, and I'll be working you hard too. She smirked before giving me a light shove. You're it. She jogged away on top of the buildings, laughing. I shook my head, a smile replacing my worried expression. Yuki is still the same. With that, I chased after her, our laughter echoing through the village below, even causing the Hokage to chuckle as we passed his window. Are you watching them? They sure have grown. He looked up before returning to his work. Chapter end. I never thought learning how to make a deal with a gorilla that could be 3 times my size would be so challenging. Just a few hours ago, I figured out how to open the summoning scroll, which had a strong sealing technique on it. Yuki had instructed me on what to say and warned me not to provoke them, as they could be quite aggressive. She hoped I wouldn't be lucky enough to summon the king of all apes on my first try. I wasn't the only one trying to summon something. Naruto had gained a bit of respect from Jiraiya and was learning how to summon toads. I vaguely remembered seeing toads in the old village of Red River, but I wasn't entirely sure. Now, just a few hours ago, I was learning how to summon these creatures. I don't get it. I keep trying, but they're rejecting my chakra. I sighed. Yuki hummed as she lay on the soft grass while I panted, trying to summon these apes. It was more exhausting than I had anticipated. She didn't even bother to give me hints on how to open the summoning scroll. Maybe you need to try harder? Yuki suggested. I glared at her from the sidelines. I tossed off my coat, feeling the heat overwhelming me, and tied my hair back. Maybe you should help? I teased. She chuckled lightly. I'm sorry, okay? Try focusing your chakra only in your mind and hands. Your hands are how you form the seals to contact them, and your mind is to detect them. It's kind of simple. I took her advice and tried again, but once more, they refused to respond. Frustrated, I lay back on the soft grass, panting. It's no use, they don't recognize my chakra. Just then, a loud yell startled both Yuki and me, and we jumped up, looking in the direction of the sound. It came from the area where Naruto and Jiraiya were. When we arrived, I felt a surge of annoyance as I saw Naruto successfully learning the summoning technique. He had already summoned toads. How'd you do that? I asked Naruto, who was staring down at the small toads with a hint of shame. He looked at me, a blush creeping onto his face. Tsuki-chan, I don't know, he mumbled. My eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean you don't know? Hey, Tsukihime, calm down, he said. We can learn it later. I shook my head, noticing the apprehensive look on Naruto's face. I gulped. No way am I letting Naruto get ahead of me, Yuki. I want to learn this and I'm going to master it. Naruto sighed and rubbed the back of his head. I walked past Yuki and headed toward the candy shop. Maybe some chocolate would help recharge my energy. I couldn't believe Naruto was actually improving faster than I was. Sasuke would be furious if Naruto surpassed him, but it seemed like that was a real possibility. My necklace sparkled slightly, and I paused to glance down at it. I looked around casually before shrugging. Must be reacting to something, but what? After grabbing a couple of chocolate bars and some Pocky, I made my way to the hospital to see if Samiko was awake. I nodded at the nurse and walked to his room. I knocked before entering, and to my surprise, Samiko was smiling as he chatted with Rei. I hadn't even realized he was awake. He glanced at me and blushed. Tsukihei, he grinned. I smiled back, surprised by my own reaction, and took a seat. Rei, why didn't you tell me he woke up? Rei fidgeted in his chair and shrugged. I nodded in understanding. Samiko had been badly injured, so I understood his hesitation. It's just good to see you awake. I was worried about you, you know? I said, trying to change the subject. Yeah, Samiko chuckled, rubbing the back of his head, which reminded me of Naruto. But then I frowned slightly as I recalled the story Yua-sensei had told me the other day. I felt a pang of sadness that Samiko hadn't shared anything about his sister, and that Ryo had taken matters into his own hands. I exhaled slowly. Samiko, why didn't you tell me it was Ryo? Both of them tensed up, hurt flashing in their eyes as they remembered the events. We didn't want to, Rei finally spoke up. We didn't want you to get hurt, especially after what you told us when we first met. We actually came to like you, you're like family to us. I'd do anything to protect you. That was the first time someone had said something like that to me. Not Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, or even Naruto had ever expressed such concern. I felt my cheeks warm as I looked at them. They resembled each other so much as they smiled at me. But getting too close could put them in danger. It seemed, however, that they were already attached. I'm happy that you both accepted me, I said, standing up and walking closer to them. It means a lot. I gave them both a hug and smiled. I stayed there, catching up with them since I hadn't seen them in a while. I told them about Yuki and how she was trying to teach me to summon an animal. They shared more about Yana. After 2 hours, I left the hospital to grab some ramen, knowing Samiko didn't like hospital food. I went to the ramen stand and ordered 2 bowls of miso ramen to go. That's when I noticed Naruto watching me from behind a pole. "Nice hiding spot," I called out. Naruto grunted and stepped out from behind it. "Why were you watching me?" He looked down at his feet, shuffling nervously, which annoyed me. "I wanted to know why you were getting 2 bowls of ramen." I raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it's for Samiko." He frowned, cutting me off. "Can't he get it himself?" "He's in the hospital, Naruto." "But still," he whined, following me back to the hospital. I rolled my eyes as he walked beside me. He continued to complain until we reached Samiko's door. I dropped off the food and they both smiled at me. "Thanks, Tsuki-san." I nodded as Naruto grumbled. After that, I headed back to find Yuki. She was already at the training grounds, waiting for me. It had been a long day of trying to summon these gorillas. Yuki was either lying on the grass or distracting Kakashi as he trained Sasuke. I was meditating, trying to calm my mind. I took a deep breath, focusing the chakra in my hands and mind as Yuki had instructed. I formed the necessary hand signs and called out, "Summoning Jutsu." A seal appeared on the ground, and a puff of smoke erupted. I waved my hand to clear the air, coughing slightly. As the smoke dissipated, a tall figure with dark brown fur loomed over me, glaring down. "You're not Misaheim," he growled. I looked up at him and nodded. "I'm her second daughter, Tsuki Higa." He raised an eyebrow. "Then why did you summon me? Where's Misa?" My gaze fell as I replied, "She passed away over 5 years ago." His fierce expression softened a bit as he bent down to my level. "Sorry to hear that, kid. I'm Scar." I noticed the prominent scar across his left chest. "Your mom named me when I was a baby." I nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, why did you summon me? You still haven't answered." I want to sign a contract with you." I braced myself for his rejection, but instead he shrugged and simply said, "Sure." I felt myself stumble back in surprise, a nervous laugh escaping my lips. If it was that easy for him to accept my offer, why had others rejected my blood for so long? "Pool party," he added, and I stumbled again, realizing I would need to get used to this. Tsuki sighed as she wandered through the village. It had been a week since she arrived in Konoha. The Hokage had yet to allow her to attend the academy, as she was still struggling to regain her mental and physical strength. Kakashi Hatake, the one who had saved the lone survivor of the Higa clan, was keeping a watchful eye on her. Over her until she was able to buy her own things. He was also feeling down since he had fallen in love with Yuki but never got the chance to tell her. Tsuki sat on a bench, gazing at the crowd around her. No one really bothered to talk to her, knowing she was a princess from her village and not wanting to intrude. Her face was otherwise emotionless. It was a terrible experience for a 6-year-old. Tsuki muttered. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, but Tsuki remained unfazed. She glanced up briefly before looking back down. "What?" she questioned. The man bent down and sighed, his silver hair sticking up as usual. "Tsuki, the Hokage would like to speak with you." With that, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder and transported them to the Hokage's office. The Hokage was already there, sitting at his desk with a pipe in hand, a smile on his face and his eyes sparkling. "Nice to see you, Tsukiheim." She simply nodded in response. He sighed contentedly, realizing his efforts to get her to speak were in vain. "It's time for you to attend the academy with other children. We can't let you stay here without working hard. Your mother and father would have wanted that, as would Yuki." Both Tsuki and Kakashi flinched at the mention of those familiar names. Sarutobi flipped through his files. "You'll make wonderful friends there. Since you're 6, we'll place you in the beginner class. The year just started for them, so it won't be a problem for you to catch up. Kakashi will teach you ninjutsu, while Guy will handle taijutsu." Tsuki sulked at the mention of Guy, the overly energetic adult who would undoubtedly overwhelm her. "I'll see if Irika can help you understand the basic forms of chakra and some easy jutsus," the Hokage said with a reassuring smile. Tsuki nodded, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Naaji, Will anyone know I'm a princess? The Hokage chuckled softly, only if you want them to. With that, Tsuki provided him with all the necessary information for her teacher, including her birthday, where she was from, and her full name. The next morning, Tsuki eagerly awaited Kakashi's arrival to take her to school. After 3 hours, he appeared beside her, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. Tsuki sighed. What's the excuse this time? I was helping an old lady with her groceries, he replied uncertainly. Tsuki shrugged and extended her hand for Kakashi to take. Hand in hand, he guided her to the academy, showing her the various classrooms, the lunch area, and the training grounds. They stopped in front of the classroom door, where Tsuki felt a gentle push from Kakashi. She glanced at him, and he offered a small smile through his mask. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door, and the lively chatter and laughter came to an abrupt halt. Kakashi waved goodbye and vanished from her sight. As she stepped into the classroom, Irika greeted her with a warm smile. You must be Tsuki Higa, right? He asked. She nodded solemnly. Irika cleared his throat and turned to the class. Class, this is Tsuki Higa. She's joining us today, so please treat her well. The students nodded as Tsuki scanned the room. She noticed a boy with red markings on his cheeks and a dog perched on his head. Nearby, 2 girls with short hair were bickering, one blonde and the other with striking pink hair. Another student was eating, while another dozed off. A girl with dark blue hair appeared shy, and a boy with glasses was swatting away a bug. Then there was a boy with dark hair, who seemed to attract the attention of all the girls, though Tsuki couldn't understand why. One boy, however, caught her eye. He had slight whisker-like marks on his cheeks, and his bright blue eyes sparkled with energy beneath his spiky yellow hair. A grin formed on her face, but it quickly faded. He reminded her too much of the person who had caused her pain. You can sit next to Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Please raise your hands, Irika instructed. The dark-haired boy and the one who resembled her memories raised their hands, the former looking less than pleased. Tsuki walked over and sat between them. Now class, Irika began, but was interrupted when someone entered the room to inform him that the Hokage needed him. As he left, the 2 girls from earlier rushed to Tsuki's side, banging their hands on the desk. Unfazed, Tsuki stared at them with a bored expression. Listen, we don't want to start a fight, but if we have to, we will, the blonde girl declared. Which boy in here do you think is cute? Tsuki's gaze bore into theirs, causing them to flinch slightly. She looked around the room and, without thinking, smiled. All of them are cute. The words slipped out before she could stop herself, and she gasped, surprised by her own enthusiasm. Ino and Sakura exchanged shocked glances, their eyes wide with surprise. Even Naruto? Tsuki glanced from the corner of her eye. Who's Naruto? The 2 girls pointed at the boy they referred to as Naruto. He looked down, a hint of sadness in his expression. Tsuki felt a twinge of sympathy and spoke up again. Yeah, even Naruto. Ino and Sakura exchanged glances before returning to their seats. Irika entered the classroom and began discussing chakra release. Aside from that, the day's lessons were rather uneventful. Tsuki waited outside for Kakashi to pick her up. An hour passed, then another, and soon it stretched to 3 hours. With a sigh, she sat down on a nearby bench. No fear, Uncle Guy is here. A man in a green jumpsuit appeared with a cheerful grin. Who are you? Tsuki asked, eyeing him curiously. I'm here to pick you up from Kakashi. Let's go, Tsuki. An unusual man. She continued walking, leaving him momentarily speechless behind her. Feeling bored, Tsuki wandered around. Kakashi was on a mission, and she was trying to avoid her so-called Uncle Guy, while the old Hokage was too busy to play with her. She heard the sound of kunai clashing and decided to hide behind a tree. Peeking out, she spotted Sasuke with an older boy who resembled him. They might have been brothers, but she wasn't sure. Suddenly, the older boy turned and threw a kunai at the tree where she was hiding. Startled, Tsuki stumbled back and fell, hitting her head on the ground. She shook off the shock and stood up, brushing dirt from her kimono. As she revealed herself, she noticed their eyes widen slightly. Hey, it's you. You're the new girl. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and this is my older brother, Itachi. Sasuke offered a small smile. Confused, Tsuki nodded. Itachi looked down at Sasuke and smirked at Tsuki. Sorry, Tsuki, I didn't know you were Sasuke's girlfriend. Sasuke's cheeks flushed bright pink as he stammered at his brother. No, you got it all wrong, He trailed off, while Tsuki struggled to hold back her laughter. Itachi continued to tease Sasuke, who grew redder by the second. Tsuki decided it was best to leave them alone. They seem close, nothing will break those two up. After a week at the academy, Tsuki sensed someone following her. She had felt it since school ended. Sasuke was usually busy trying to impress his father during training, and she was avoiding Guy while Kakashi was away on missions. Sitting in the Hokage's office was no option either, as he was preoccupied with Konohamaru. Frustrated, she turned around and found Naruto standing there. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'll become the next Hokage, believe it, he declared enthusiastically. Tsuki took a step back, fear flickering in her eyes. Get back, she whispered. Naruto frowned, oblivious to her distress. A voice echoed in her mind, power. All he needs to do is get angrier. Demon, she thought. Get away from me, you killer, she shouted, causing nearby villagers to look at Naruto with disdain. His eyes widened in shock, and he ran away, tears streaming down his face. Tsuki gasped, realizing he was just Naruto. She covered her face with her tiny hands, holding back tears. I'm sorry, she whispered. She never meant to hurt Naruto. She was just scared. Deep down, she wanted him to be her friend, but she felt she had ruined that chance long ago. Tsuki jolted awake, sweat covering her. Just a dream. Chapter end. Aside from Scar, it seemed the rest of the gorillas didn't warm up to her, even though she was the daughter of their former master. With less than 2 weeks until the Chunin exams, she hadn't made much progress in her training, but she had learned Yuki's old techniques and summoning. Trust was still lacking, except for Scar's. He mentioned trying to contact the leader of the gorillas so she could speak with him, but she needed to refocus on her training. Sasuke had improved significantly. She could feel his chakra and energy rising each day. Naruto, on the other hand, had made some progress but still had his moments of clumsiness. He had managed to summon the leader of all toads, Gamabunta, which surprised both her and Yuki. It was clear that Naruto was advancing faster than she was, and that bothered her. Scar stared off into space, lost in thought about how to connect her with the leader. Oi, Scar, just give up, she sighed in frustration. He shook his head vigorously. You're Misaheim's daughter, he should at least give you a chance. Her necklace twitched and she glanced down at it. It often did that, but she wasn't sure why. She hesitated to ask Yuki about it, fearing it might lead her to uncover truths about her past, including the possibility of facing Ryo, her uncle. Maybe some other time, alright? I have less than 2 weeks until the Chunin exams. I can't let Naruto get ahead of me, she said, determination in her eyes. Yuki jumped down from a tree. But I don't understand, Tsukihime. Why do you suddenly want to gain power? It seems strange that you're trying to surpass Naruto-kun. It was obvious to her. Ever since they fought Haku and Zabuza, she had pushed aside the thought of Naruto harboring something powerful within him. It was clear they were both struggling due to her limited understanding of her grandmother's chakra. Yuki sighed. Please don't overwork yourself like Naruto. I won't, Tsuki replied, picking up her coat. But I've realized that Naruto and I are kind of alike. It's sad when I think about it. She spoke glumly. I turned my head to face Scar. Are you going back to the summoning world or? He chuckled. Nah, I don't want to scare the villagers with a big gorilla following you. He nodded at us both. It was nice meeting you both, Yukiheim, Tsukihime. With that, he vanished from our sight. The wind picked up a little and I heard soft laughter. I think we should trim your hair. It's reached your feet. I blushed as she tugged on my hand, pulling me toward the hairdresser for a haircut. My hair was neatly cut down to my back as I tucked a strand behind my ear. I was back in the library, searching through the Higa database. It was the only way to learn how to use Bachan's chakra. I had to sneak through the unlocked window since the library had closed earlier than usual. I pulled out a few Higa-related books, flipping through them frantically. The name Nini Higa caught my attention in the Legends column. I began reading aloud. Nini Higa, born March 19th. She was born with a rare illness that caused her to be homeschooled and visit the hospital countless times. Nini was diagnosed with a chakra barrier. Her chakra would leak out of her body unconsciously, bringing the dead back to life. When she was 12, she was forced into an underground region where no one was allowed to contact her. She remained there for 3 years until the newly elected leader, Ryo Higa, announced her release. She later married Ryo and had a daughter, Misa Higa, at the age of 23. It was sad to think she had been hidden away for years without human contact until she was 15. But at that time, Ryo didn't seem to want her power, he wanted her freedom. Nini eventually learned to control her leaking chakra, and the Kekii Genkai was named Jigaku no Fukatsu due to the mysterious reappearances of the dead. At age 41, her powers became uncontrollable, and she returned to the hospital due to old age. Ryo then planned to seal her powers into his body after losing the position of leader to Tsuki Higa, a 15-year-old boy who was a legend in the village. I closed the book in surprise when I sensed chakra behind me. Turning around, I saw a familiar figure, Asuma. It was strange that he was here since I had never really spoken to him. "Hey kid, what are you doing here?" His cigarette burned as I tucked the books into my bag. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Tsuki, what are you doing here?" he asked, his tone sharper. "No reason, Asuma-sensei. I was just curious, that's all." I stood up and walked back to the window. He placed a hand on my shoulder and sighed. "Tsuki, I know we aren't very close, but you can stop hiding from people. Making friends and staying close won't hurt anyone." He didn't know how wrong he was, but I nodded anyway and jumped out of the window. I walked back home and tossed all the books onto my bed. I began to understand why Ryo had gone berserk. My dad being the new leader was one reason, and Bachan's overwhelming power was another. It was unknown to the villagers what happened to Ryo or Nini, but her remaining chakra was placed in a magical clear bell, glowing orange, as bright as her spirit. Whoever holds it will have the power to connect with her and the dead around them. I clenched the necklace, a smile on my face. I now knew, but I just had to figure out how to control it. I turned to the names of legendary Higas and stopped at Sukai. My father had become the leader at age 15, taking Ryo's place. Tsuki Higa, born September 8th, was a prodigy. In the academy, he set records for learning faster than all the other kids. He was moved into a higher-ranked class with older students at the age of 4. Tsukai's parents were part of the underground caretaker, where powerful individuals like Nini Higa were held. He passed all tests with flying colors and became a chunin at 7. As he grew older, he was assigned as a bodyguard for Princess Misa Higa, the daughter of the former leader, Ryo. Misa was also diagnosed with an illness that caused her to have hypnosis singing. The 3 powerful Kekii Genkai in the village were hypnosis singing, Jigaku no Fukatsu, and the regular Saigon. There were 3 stages of Higa power, but I had only unlocked the first stage during our battle with Haku and Zabuza. At age 14, Sukai was dating Misa. They had to travel to Konoha to address matters in the village. A year later, they returned, and Sukai was announced as the new leader. Ryo was not happy about being demoted, so he thought if he gained power, he could become leader again. When Sukai became leader, the elders said he was to marry Misa at age 17, and Ryo suddenly disappeared from the village. I turned the page, but a page was ripped out of the book. I sighed in contentment and smiled slightly. Knowing my family was powerful, I should start training. Tsuki had gained all the answers she was looking for. Yuki trained Tsuki harder and harder over the last 2 weeks. During this time, Yuki spent time with Kakashi while Tsuki trained with Naruto, often just to get ramen. Little did she know, a man had been watching her grow from a distance for the past 6 years. A scar ran across his face, and a smile replaced his frown. "Oh Tsuki, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when you were born," the man murmured as he fiddled with a kunai in his hands. "But don't worry, your old man is coming for you soon, very soon." The final stage of the exams had arrived. Everyone was excited or worried, but I was constantly looking around. I felt like I was being watched, and I hadn't seen Rei, Samiko, Sakura, or Naruto anywhere. Knowing Kakashi, he would bring Sasuke in late. My fight wasn't until after Naruto's and Rei's. Samiko seemed fine, but his arms were in a new case, and a bandage covered his cheek. I could tell he wanted to see Hikaru Rui get beaten by me, but at the same time, I didn't want to hurt him. No, maybe just defeat him outright, but I wasn't going to become someone I wasn't. Yuki had her hair in her usual ponytail to the side as she aimlessly looked around. Her face lit up, and she took my hand, leading me into the unknown. "Where are we going?" I asked. She nodded in a direction, and I followed her lead. We stopped in front of Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Something felt off. Yuki had told me that the Kazekage was Gaara's father, but he seemed too comfortable next to the Hokage. Gaara noticed my intense gaze and smirked. I shook my head and focused on Gaara. "Hey, Gaara-kun, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Yuki pulled Gaara into a hug, and I gasped slightly as his sand didn't react. After she pulled away, she smiled at the three of them. "Wow, you guys have grown." I remember Gaara being this tall, holding that teddy bear of his. Yuki chuckled, while Kankuro and Temari groaned. Gaara remained silent but nodded. Yuki frowned as she peeked at Gaara's face, noticing she was taller than him. "Gaara-kun, stop being so mean. I hate when you start being mean to me." Gaara's eyes softened, and a small smile broke through. Yuki beamed, "There you go. Let's go, Tsukiheim." I followed Yuki but tensed up. Her blood smells nice, just like that Uchiha. I turned to look at Gaara and found him already staring at me. Yuki?" I asked nervously. "Yeah. Does Gaara have a demon inside him?" She froze for a moment but then nodded. "How did you?" I shook my head at her question. "It's nothing." Yuki hummed softly, "So this Hikaru kid beat Samiko up?" I nodded. "Yeah. I wasn't there to see the full battle, but he has some kind of mud style. Doton? Or as others call it, earth style. His is just more unique. If he has the power to create mud abilities, then he must have water style too," Yuki explained. Suddenly, someone jumped onto my back. "Usagi has come to watch Tsuki-chan battle." Usagi wrapped her arms around me as she spoke. I held onto her legs, slightly annoyed. "Usagi, why aren't you with Konohamaru?" Usagi pouted. "Does Tsuki-chan not like Usagi?" I sighed. "It's not that, I just thought you'd be with him since you like him so much." Everyone filed into the arena, signaling that the final round of the exams was about to start. As the time came, Naruto approached with a big smile. "Tsuki-chan." I nodded at him. "Hi, Naruto. You excited?" He grinned widely. "Not only that, I'm pumped up. I'm gonna beat that Niji guy and show him what happens when he hurts Hinata." I smiled slightly. Hinata was one of the few people I talked to in the academy besides Kiba. I hadn't seen anyone during the months we trained. "Yeah, good Lou." Usagi suddenly jumped off my back and pushed me aside, her eyes sparkling as she held her toy. "Hello. Usagi is Usagi Red, and this is Mr. Stuffings. Suki-sama told me a lot about you." Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Naruto blushed, scratching the back of his head and chuckling. "Is that so, Databeo?" Usagi smiled brightly. "She was right, you are cute." I growled in annoyance. "I said no such thing. Stop telling stories, Usagi." Usagi lifted a hand to her mouth, whispering just for me. "But I bet Usagi is right, you're thinking about it all the time." She wiggled her eyebrows, and I felt my irritation grow before the exams even started. Plus, Sasuke still wasn't here yet. "All right, everyone, please quiet down as we are about to proceed with the exams," Heiei announced, clearing his throat. Yuki patted my back as she took Usagi's hand. "Good luck, Tsukiheim," she whispered, nodding at Naruto before dragging a reluctant Usagi with her. "Now please look at the board for the incoming results." The board displayed the remaining fighters, and the first names didn't surprise me at all. Tsuki Higa versus Hikaru Rui. I nodded slightly as I shrugged off my coat. Naruto grinned at me. "Beat that kid, Tsuki-chan, Databeo." I smiled back at him, his face showing shock. I walked down the stairs to meet Hikaru. Alright, the fight will be over as soon as one fighter is down. Ready? We nodded. Begin. The arena fell silent as both young fighters stood in the center, unmoving. Slowly murmurs filled the air. Everyone was excited for two fights, and two fights only, the Higa and Uchiha. However, with the Uchiha absent, the crowd grew restless. Hikaru smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Well, are you gonna move? He was eager to see the so-called powerful Higa make her move. Tsuki tilted her head. Why do I have to move? With that, Hikaru grunted and began forming hand signs. Earth style, mud spikes. Gasps echoed from the crowd, recognizing the jutsu that had easily taken down Samiko. From the sidelines, Samiko grunted, hoping his new friend wouldn't suffer the same fate. The mud shot towards Tsuki at lightning speed, sharpening as it approached. Tsuki took a shaky breath, trying her best to conceal her fear. She leaped just in time, narrowly dodging the attack. Hikaru moved his hands, and the mud spikes followed her. The crowd held its breath, witnessing the intensity of the battle. DMN it, Tsuki thought. If his mud can follow like Gaara's sand, I can't predict what else he can do. Tsuki paused, then shouted, Forbidden ice, ice barrier. The ice grew tall, blocking the sharp mud. The rookies sighed in relief, glad that Tsuki was safe. Hikaru stepped forward. Hiding in an ice barrier like last time won't solve anything. He's right. Tsuki sat in the middle of the barrier. His attacks follow, so I need to send counterattacks from a distance while dodging his moves. She placed her hands on the ice barrier. Forbidden ice, first stage. She focused her chakra into the ice, implanting poison ice sunbon needles. Now to see where he is. Activating her Saigon, she sensed his chakra signature. There. She thought, launching the needles at him. Hikaru dodged every single one. This isn't working. I need something effective in close combat. Summoning jutsu. The ice barrier shattered as a giant gorilla appeared. The crowd gasped at the sight of the enormous golden-brown creature standing before them. The scar made him appear more intimidating, and the band across his chest displayed the Higa symbol, a mark from the first Higa who summoned them, Misa. Yes, Tsukihime? Scar grinned widely at the petite girl. I'm really annoyed right now. Can you finish this for me? Hikaru gaped at the large creature before turning to the monitor proctor. Hey, isn't that against the rules? Hate smirked. Summoning any other animals is allowed in the finals. Anything for Haim-san. Tsuki tilted her head. What's with all the princess talk? Scar snickered as he got into position, ready to charge at the tiny girl. Well, you are one of the daughters of the leader of your old village, which makes you a princess. The crowd gasped. Just do it. Scar grinned. As you wish, Haim. Yuki's POV. The day grew colder as it approached Tsuki's 6th birthday. Mom said that Rio might arrive for her birthday, maybe the next day, or even a week or a month from now. I was currently 18, strolling around with a hyperactive 6-year-old Tsuki. Her smile was infectious, brightening everyone's mood in the village. The necklace I had given her when she was 4 was glowing, signaling that Rio was on his way. I didn't want that smile to fade. I couldn't bear the thought of Tsuki being sad if we were all out of her life forever, all because of our greedy grandfather. Tsuki stopped to look in a store or greet a villager, and I wanted her to stay this way. Suddenly, she grabbed my hand and dragged me to the clearing. Realization struck me. Tsukihime, you know the ocean is this way? I asked. She nodded. Yes, Mommy said the ocean is part of our home, so it's part of my heart. She also said there are countless waves underneath. Isn't it amazing? I nodded slightly. Why yeah. She smiled brightly, tugging me down so we could watch the waves. We stayed there for a while until the wind began to blow. I could hear the soft wind playing a melody, and I immediately knew it was my mom singing for us to come home. I wrapped the sleeping Tsuki in my arms and started heading home, wishing the days could last like this forever. After walking back from the ocean, I placed Tsuki in her bed and went downstairs. Dad was in his office at the main building while Mom and I stayed in the house to watch over Tsuki. Her birthday passed, and Rio still wasn't here. I thought my mom was wrong about him coming on her 6th birthday. Mom paced back and forth in the hallway, worry etched on her face. Dad was keeping the villagers calm. Everyone knew Rio was coming back, and he wouldn't be happy. He wanted Tsuki as a pupil and intended to wear her out to take her power for himself. Mom had already packed a bag for her to take to whatever village she wanted her to go to, but I didn't know which one. Suddenly, Mom sighed. "Yuki dear, I need to tell you something." I nodded and sat down in a nearby chair. "Alright, what is it?" When Tsuki-chan was born, her father and I placed a portion of our chakra in her. So when we die, we'll still have a way to contact her. I'll even tell her about my Kekei Genkai that she inherited. Her hair was messy as she ran a hand through it. I just hope she won't be angry at us when we suddenly contact her, knowing she had full contact with us. She pulled out a scroll. "Also, when the time comes, I want you to give her this scroll. My summonings are gorillas, and they are excellent in close combat and taijutsu. Tsuki seems better suited for it." I took the scroll and added it to the rest of the things I needed to give her. "Now, did your father hand over his falcons to you yet?" I nodded. Dad said he wanted me to scout to see how far Rio was from us. She pondered. "Knowing my dad, he's probably already here." With that said, I heard a scream, and we jumped up, worry flashing across Mom's face. "Where is Tsuki-chan?" "She fell asleep." "But she probably snuck outside," Mom grunted, starting to form hand signs. "Secret jutsu, ice shards." Ninjas rushed into our house, and Mom attacked them with her jutsu, pulling on my arm. "Go to your father." I didn't hesitate. Mom could handle them with her voice alone. I looked around the village, where everyone was running to protect the young ones. Some people were already down on the ground. But that didn't catch my attention. The fact that there were strange creatures attacking them did. I'd scared. Forbidden ice, ice prison. Water shot at the creatures, quickly turning hard like ice and trapping them. The villagers glanced at me. "Lady Yuki." I grinned. "Don't worry about us. Just leave and find a safe place. We will all be reunited." They grabbed the children around them and started running toward the exit. We just had to find one another. The creatures growled and began to approach the retreating villagers, but I blocked their path. "I'm your enemy, not them." "Sorry. Tsuki, you'll have to wait." They turned and I studied them. They didn't look human at all, just some grotesque animals that had transformed. Suddenly, the creature I had trapped broke free with one blow, leaving me shocked. The hell? How is that even possible?" I shouted. A green creature charged at me, throwing a dark sphere. "Kori no Tate." Ice suddenly blocked the dark ball but shattered right through it, leaving me no time to dodge as it hit my side. I hissed. That felt like fire, dark fire. The chakra was strong, and they could break through any ice I threw at them. This fight was becoming futile. I couldn't even use my ice barrier jutsu to catch my breath because they broke through it as soon as I created it. Who even made these creatures? Was it Rio? Did he teach them how to counter all ice attacks? It was nearly impossible to break through the thick ice surrounding us. My only option was to distract them so that most of the villagers could escape. "Your weak points are evident in your eyes," one of the creatures. "If we destroy the village, the master will be furious. He only wanted that brat anyway." They must have been referring to Tsuki. Defeating them seemed nearly impossible unless... "How did you know my weak points? Aren't they visible in your chakra?" I retorted. He chuckled. "You're not as clever as your grandfather claimed. He's getting old, maybe his mind isn't working right." I smirked. "Saigon." My eyes glowed and I could see right through them. It was as if they weren't even alive. But I knew how to take them down. "Your weak points are everywhere," I stated confidently. They stood there, stunned. "And I'm bringing you down for all the sins you've committed," I declared, extending my hand and focusing my chakra. "You want to know how we can deflect all your attacks?" One of them stammered. I frowned. "It's clear that Rio is your creator. Now let's end this." My hand began to glow blue as I concentrated a larger amount of chakra. "Secret jutsu, giant ice fist." I panted as I dashed toward the main building. I spotted my father on the roof, battling the man I never thought I would see again, Ryo Higa. His hair was unnatural, and a scar ran across his face. I leaped onto the roof, trying to catch my breath. They stood a good distance apart, their attention shifting from each other to me. Ryo wore a sadistic grin. Well, isn't it my first grandchild? You've grown to be as beautiful as your mother, unlike the other child. I growled slightly at his mention of Tsuki. What's so different about Tsuki? I called out. Aren't you going to come over and hug your old man? His grin never faltered. You're unnatural. How do you have blonde hair? Oh, this. He tugged at his hair. My, you're the curious one, aren't you? Your father, he spat, caused it like this. I bet he was thrilled to give me this scar. My father scowled. You know very well it was a bleaching accident. You attacked a 14-year-old in a convenience store, causing the bleach to spill. The scar is a different story. Well, we have time, don't we? I want to see how much you've grown, Sukai. Have you been taking good care of my daughter and dear Yuki? I looked at him, confused. You sound like you don't care about my dad or Tsuki. His voice crackled with laughter. Of course I don't. Why would I care for the man who took my position and daughter away from me? That clone is just like him, same attitude, same appearance. It's quite annoying how much they look alike. So you decided to wreak havoc because you don't like my dad? I asked. Ryo just smiled. No time for questions. In an instant he appeared behind me. I felt a sharp pain in my side from the earlier blast, and he made it worse by pressing a kunai into the wound. I yelped and jumped back, pulling the kunai out. My dad looked at me before turning his attention back to Ryo. Look, Yuki, you've gotten most of the villagers out of here, right? Hi, I muttered weakly. He drew his katana. Then I want you to leave this village. I can't feel Tsuki's chakra, so she must have been taken by the backup I ordered earlier. I know for a fact that your mother and I won't be getting out of here alive. Tears brimmed in my eyes. But I'm proud of you, Yuki. You've grown into a beautiful young lady. I'm ashamed I wasn't there for you all the time, but remember, I'll always love you. Tears streamed down my face as I realized this would be the last time I saw my dad. I nodded and began to leap away from the village. I love you too, Oda-san. I ran to the front of the village and gasped softly at the sight of my mother's unmoving body. Seeing her confirmed my father's point that Tsuki was already safe. I leaned down and kissed my mother's cheek. I love you too. Now it was time to find a village to tend to. My side was bleeding as I jumped through the trees in search of help. I took bandages from my pouch and wrapped my stomach. The climate felt drier, making it hard to breathe. The ground was sandy, unlike Konoha as I remembered. I came to a stop and noticed the guards were absent, so I let myself in. The villagers seemed okay, chatting among themselves. There was a cute little boy sitting on a swing with a teddy bear, watching the other kids. His face looked sad, and I felt an urge to hug him. Without thinking, I approached him. The villagers must have noticed, murmuring among themselves. I shook off their comments and looked down at the auburn-haired child. He looked at me in shock, likely because I appeared beaten up and covered in blood. I sat down next to him and smiled. You're a cute little kid. Why are you alone? He stammered, I like to watch the kids play, but they don't want me to join because I'm a monster. A flash of hurt crossed my mind. Kushina and Minato came to mind, reminding me that she had a demon inside her. I guess this boy had something similar. It didn't scare me, but I knew some kids didn't like pity. I simply smiled. Kid, don't mind them. They're just jealous because you're such a cute kid. He blushed lightly. Hey miss, what's your name? Oh, I'm Tsuki Higa. What's your name? I'm Gara. I'm trying to get through my difficult life. So here you go. After I finished the fight, I climbed the stairs and sat down. Honestly, I was exhausted. Everyone was happy I had taken down Hikaru after what he did to Samiko. The thing is, Scar had intimidated Hikaru, being 4 times his size, and before Scar could finish him off, Hikaru forfeited. But I still managed to land a few solid hits. Samiko smiled at me as I took a seat next to him, but Naruto grumbled when I sat across from him, leaving me confused. Samiko pulled me into a hug. You did great out there. Plus, I didn't know you could summon. I gave a weak smile and turned my gaze to Naruto, who quickly looked away. I frowned. He had been acting strange ever since our C-rank mission. Thanks, Samiko. It was all for you anyway. Yuki was talking to Usagi as other battles unfolded. We were waiting for Kakashi and Sasuke, who were running late. Samiko was fidgeting, and I gave him a curious look before sighing. What's wrong? He blushed brightly and grasped my hand. Hey, Samiko? I noticed Naruto glance at us before glaring at our hands. I shrugged it off as Samiko pulled me into the hallway, away from the noise. If I tell you, you have to promise not to judge. I nodded slightly and he bowed his head. I'm gay. I let the words sink in as his face turned darker. I sniffled, trying to hold back a smile, but laughter escaped me. Samiko stared at me as I continued to chuckle at his confession. Is this some kind of confession? I asked, wiping away tears of laughter. Samiko, I won't judge you for being gay. It honestly doesn't matter. I like you for you. Now, who is it that you're gay for? He tilted his head back. Hikaru. Seriously? But he beat you up badly and… I know, he interrupted. But there's this feeling in my chest that makes me feel sorry for him. He looked so vulnerable, but I don't know why I like him. I patted his back. You'll get used to it. You should talk to him in the hospital, where Scar sent him. I replied, sweat dropping. That was cool though. We walked back to the arena, and I went to talk to Naruto since I hadn't spoken to my real team in a while. Hey, Naruto, I said as I sat next to him. He grumbled under his breath and looked at me with red eyes. Hey, have you been crying? No. Then what's wrong? I raised an eyebrow. I heard. Heard what? That Samiko confessed to you, and now you're dating him. Congrats. He said sarcastically, waving his hands around. Exactly what did you hear? That you said, is this some kind of confession? Then I walked away thinking you needed alone time with your boyfriend. I glanced at his flushed cheeks. Are you saying you're jealous? No. What if I was dating Samiko? What would you do? I crossed my arms, waiting anxiously for his reply. Naruto had been acting even more strangely since I joined Ua-sensei's team with Samiko and Rei temporarily while Yana was hurt. I would be mad because you'd never have time to spend with me. You'd be hugging and kissing, he shivered, and I don't want him taking you away from me. He shouted as tears started to run down his face. I stood up, shocked as I watched him cry. Some people looked at us as I tried to calm him down. Naruto, Samiko and I aren't dating. He's gay, all right. He sniffed and wiped his face. Geez, you big baby, I think you're starting to like me, I joked. Oh, you have no idea. Naruto mumbled to himself as I walked away. Finally, Sasuke had arrived. Everyone was getting more excited as Sasuke walked into the arena with Kakashi by his side. Yuki slapped his back, and he gave a nervous chuckle. You kept us waiting, Hatake. I smiled at Sasuke, who looked shocked before returning it with a smirk. I reached out and slightly tugged on his hair. I see you outgrew your hair. No time to cut it, he said as the announcer called for Gaara and Sasuke to meet at the bottom. I went to stand next to Usagi as she clutched her toy. Kankuro and Temari were nearby, making it easy to hear their conversation. I watched as Sasuke cracked his neck lightly and stepped forward. Yuki's eyes widened as Gaara's expression shifted to one of pain. Gaara clutched his head, and Yuki took this as a sign that Shikaku was speaking to him. Tsuki remained silent as the fight had barely started. Please don't get so mad. Gaara slowly looked up. Mother! What's he talking about? Some people wondered as more sand seeped out. Earlier, I had you taste awful blood. I'm sorry. But this time, it'll likely taste good, Gaara continued muttering to himself. His conversation started. This is dangerous, Kankuro growled. This is the first time I've seen Gaara act like this before a fight. So this means his enemy is imposing, he added. Yuki sighed in relief as Gaara seemed to calm down. Gaara heaved heavily before glaring at Sasuke. Come on. Here we go. Sasuke said, quickly opening a pouch on his left and flicking it open. Shuriken were thrown his way but were deflected by his sand shield. The sand began shifting and formed a clone of Gaara. The sand shield became a sand clone. Temari exclaimed. Sasuke started running toward Gaara. The sand shifted easily in his direction, surprising Sasuke as he jumped into the air. He threw more shuriken as he got closer to his target. The sand clone was cut off by Sasuke's attack as he rounded a kick. Yuki looked surprised as Sasuke smirked, vanishing from sight. Lee looked shocked as did Tsuki and Gaara. Gaara turned around, thinking warily. He's fast. This guy is just like that guy. He recalled his previous fight with Rock Lee. Gaara was thrown back as Sasuke landed a punch on his cheek. Tsuki frowned. Naruto mentioned how Rock Lee had defeated Gaara, and it seemed like Sasuke was mimicking his moves. Lee quickly realized it was overlapping with his own taijutsu. Sasuke stood tall in a fighting stance. Is that your sand armor? Yuki gasped slightly. It was impressive how easily Sasuke broke through Gaara's defenses with a single punch. Gaara sat up, a crack appearing on his cheek that was intimidating as Tsuki admired it. It seems to have shocked everyone, she thought, her dull eyes focused on the fight once more. Come on, Gaara urged, but everyone remained silent. Come on, he repeated, frowning as Sasuke's expression darkened. If you're not coming at me, I'm coming at you. Sasuke charged forward, closing the distance to the sitting redhead. Usagi glanced at Tsuki, who maintained a stoic expression as she easily tracked Sasuke's movements. Gaara attempted to block Sasuke's counterattacks but was pushed back, caught by his sand. What's the matter? Is that all you've got? That armor, I'll break through it, Sasuke thought as he prepared to charge at Gaara again. Yuki winced as she watched Gaara take a hit. She held her stomach as Gaara retaliated with a knee to Sasuke's midsection. Lee's brow furrowed in deep thought. Sasuke is truly a genius. How many years did it take me to reach that speed? And he achieved it in just a month. Both boys were breathing heavily, Gaara's armor more cracked than before. Guy suddenly spoke up. What kind of training did you do? Kakashi perked up at the unexpected question. To reach that level in just a month. Sasuke copied Lee's taijutsu with his Sharingan. During the taijutsu training, I had Sasuke visualize Lee's movements. He could make those movements his own only because he knew Lee. Of course, Sasuke had to work very hard for it. Guy glanced at Kakashi from the corner of his eye, deep in thought. A dark look crossed Yuki's face as she recognized the dangerous jutsu, sand beginning to shield Gaara. Realizing what was happening, Sasuke dashed forward. He felt a sting as blood trickled down his hand from the impact with the sand. Tsuki folded her arms, finally speaking up. So he used up all of his sand for protection. Pretty clever, if you ask me. Yuki remained silent. Usagi squeezed her toy, casting a worried glance at Tsuki. Kakashi-sensei. Tsuki turned as she heard a familiar voice. She walked over to see Naruto and Shikamaru panting and slightly bruised. Lee's face brightened. Naruto. What do you want? Tsuki sneered at the lazy tone in his voice. Naruto looked serious. Sensei, please stop this match right away. That guy is totally different from us. He's not normal. Yuki frowned at his words. No one understood Gaara like she did, which only fueled her anger. Ino grunted. Naruto, what are you saying? He lives to hurt people. If this continues, Sasuke will be in serious danger. From within the sand shield, Gaara mumbled, Jin, Saru, Saru, Tori, Tatsu, Saru. A sand eye formed above. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto urged. Choji, Sakura, and Ino stared in disbelief, unable to process what Naruto was saying. He glanced at Tsuki, hope flickering in his eyes. Kakashi returned his focus to the fight. Sasuke grew impatient, launching attacks that were dodged by the sand spikes. He flew back, evading each one. Sensei, Sakura piped up. What did you mean when you said you didn't get here late for nothing? Like I said. Naruto's frustration grew. This isn't the time for that. Shut up and watch him. Everyone gasped lightly at Kakashi's words. Tsuki's gaze flickered to Naruto for a moment before returning to Sasuke, who performed backflips, scaling the arena wall. Tsuki's eyes widened as clarity struck her. Yuki was watching Kakashi, uneasy about his earlier comment. Silence fell as Sasuke gathered lightning. The reason I decided to train Sasuke was because he reminded me of myself, Kakashi explained. Yuki frowned. Wow. The chakra is clearly visible. What is happening? Yuki's mind raced. The Chidori, she thought, recalling the jutsus Kakashi had taught. What is that? Naruto stuttered. What a sound. What's that technique? That's just a jab. However, it is the one used by the Leaf Village's #1 technician. It's the only original technique of the copy ninja, Kakashi. Its secret lies in the speed of the jab and the immense chakra that focuses solely on the target. Guy explained as the young students listened intently. To Kakashi's surprise, Yuki leaned forward. Gaara, she whispered. Chidori, also known as Lightning Blade, Yuki clarified, casting a glance at her former teammate. Lightning Blade? Sakura asked, intrigued. Cut through lightning? That sounds fishy. Awesome. The real name of the technique is Chidori. Its secret is the speed of the jab that surpasses human limitations and the intensity of the chakra in his arm, turning it into a powerful strike that can cut through anything, Guy concluded. Yuki smirked, crossing her arms. But what a reckless technique. Kakashi tilted his head toward her. That's not for you to say. Right, Tsuki? He bent down, a smile visible through his mask. It's beyond my understanding, but what an incredible technique. Sakura exclaimed. Tsuki rolled her eyes. You must be proud, sensei, she remarked sarcastically. Yuki's attention shifted as she heard a scream, Gaara's scream. Blood. My blood is. Yuki shook in shock as Gaara's arm retreated into the sand after pushing Sasuke away. Tsuki stepped forward, her expression revealing a fear she hadn't shown in years. A chilling shriek echoed from within the sand shield. Tsuki covered her ears and reached out to hold Usagi, who looked equally shaken. The sand shield began to crack, turning into ordinary sand. Everyone waited anxiously to see what would happen to Gaara. He breathed heavily, disbelief in his eyes as he processed that he had actually been hit. A wild look flickered in his gaze as he caught his breath. Tsuki quickly noticed the change and felt weak. She released her jutsu, as did Yuki, but left Usagi undisturbed, wanting to protect her from harm. Release. The feeling inside made Tsuki churn. Everything blurred. One moment Tsuki was in the stands, and the next, she was being pulled along by Sasuke as they dashed through the forest. Seeing how unhinged Gaara had become frightened her deeply. He was after both of them, so it was best for them to run together. Sasuke's main goal was to keep Tsuki safe, away from that unpredictable force that loomed in his mind. Tsuki panted lightly, her heart racing faster than ever. Sasuke, what do we do? Sasuke was sweating lightly as he glanced at the long-haired redhead beside him. He didn't understand how the two had become friends, but deep down he knew they shared a common bond, both seeking revenge for their lost clans. Tsuki looked back, hoping for an answer, but her fear clouded her vision. Earlier, Kankuro had been stopped by someone, but she was too overwhelmed to notice. Temari and Gaara were right behind them. Never in Tsuki's life had she felt such terror. Just like all those years ago. Sasuke and Tsuki stood on a branch as Gaara continued to taunt them. Tsuki was slightly hiding behind Sasuke, who held her hand tightly. Don't interfere, Tsuki. I'll protect you. She looked at him, a blush creeping onto her face. It surprised her that Sasuke wanted her to stay out of the fight. She wanted to help as much as she could until she could no longer move. She was about to protest, but Sasuke shot her a hard glare. She looked down, squeezing his hand back in agreement. You are my prey. My prey. Gaara shouted, swinging his head back and forth as Tsuki heard Temari whimper in fear. An arm emerged from his gourd as they stood on the tree. Tsuki could tell Sasuke was trembling, just as she was. Gaara slowly opened his eyes, revealing a mix of normalcy and something darker. Now let me feel it. Suddenly, Gaara lunged at them. Tsuki flinched as Sasuke grabbed her arm, pulling them away from Gaara's attack. They crouched behind a tree, panting. Tsuki's eyes widened as she looked down at her coat, now marked with deep slashes from Gaara's arm. The only reminder of her father was now ruined. Sasuke leaned forward, quickly picking her up and jumping away from Gaara once again. She was in shock, feeling paralyzed. "Is he human or monster?" she heard Sasuke mutter. "Why do you hide, Sasuke Uchiha? Tsuki Higa? Do I frighten you? Are you shocked by my true form?" Sasuke held her close as they huddled behind the tree. When he picked her up, her coat fell away, leaving her in shorts and a tank top, already feeling the heat from their frantic movements. Come out, Sasuke Uchiha. Tsuki Higa." Gaara taunted. Sasuke clicked his tongue. "To live I must kill, you are my prey." Sasuke glanced from behind the tree, watching Gaara as his eyes scanned the forest. He pushed Tsuki slightly away and created a clone. The clone jumped out, heading for Gaara. "So there you are." Tsuki watched as Gaara's arm shot out towards the clone. The clone was slashed, disappearing in a puff of smoke. While Gaara was distracted, Tsuki and Sasuke moved in another direction. "Stay here," Sasuke muttered as he charged towards Gaara. "Guess again." Sasuke pulled out a handful of kunai, throwing them at Gaara. They struck his arm, blocking the attack. Sasuke flipped back onto a branch, crouching low. Tsuki's eyes widened as he observed the kunai. "Here, you can have them back," he shouted, and they ricocheted back towards him. Gaara frowned, realizing what was happening. From her vantage point, Tsuki saw Sasuke panting, giving her a slight nod to reassure her he was okay. "What's wrong, Sasuke Uchiha, Tsuki Higa? Why do you run and hide? Why don't you attack Ugh?" Tsuki's eyes glazed over as she noticed Gaara clenching his head, starting to scream. He looked up. "Why do you always run away? I won't let you get away. You can't escape, do you hear me? Sasuke Uchiha, Tsuki Higa." His arms swung around, causing Tsuki to jump behind another tree. He attacked more trees, jumping around as he laughed. "This is unreal. This guy is insane," she thought, placing a hand on the branch for support. "What's wrong? You're not afraid of me, are you?" Tsuki wiped her forehead, admitting to herself that Gaara was genuinely frightening her right now. "Is that it? You fear me, don't you, Higa, Uchiha? You live in fear every day of your life." Her mind flashed back to the moment she had watched her mother fall, the last kind smile she would ever see. No more bedtime stories, no more homemade cooking, no more shopping for presents. She had lived in fear every day since that moment, terrified of what it would feel like to die, scared to lose anyone dear to her. That was why she had kept her distance. She felt like crying right now. She held her hands to her chest, trembling. Why couldn't she have gone with the rest of them? "What's wrong? Sasuke Uchiha, Tsuki Higa, are you really afraid of me? Is all your hatred and sense of purpose reduced to this fear? Did your existence come down to this, a coward? Come out and fight me, tell me I'm wrong. Prove that your existence is stronger than mine. You'll never know unless you fight me. You'll never feel it. Attack." Birds scattered from the booming of his voice. Tsuki collapsed to her knees, shaking in disbelief at Sasuke. His eyes were filled with more hatred. "Sasuke," she whispered. "Good, now we're going to have some fun, Sasuke Uchiha." They both jumped at each other, and Tsuki clenched her eyes shut. No. "Sasuke, you fool, I can't live with myself if you get killed." Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. But her eyes flew open when she heard Gaara scream in pain. He collapsed on the branch, but soon he sat up, laughing even harder. "I see, so that's what it is. Now it's clear to me exactly why I've been looking forward to this. What a thrill it would be to crush such an opponent, capable of wounding me so badly. Such a victory will make me feel truly alive." Tsuki saw Sasuke smirk. "There's more, so much more." She shifted closer, squinting her eyes. "What the?" Sand emerged from behind Gaara's gourd, forming a tail. Tsuki's eyes widened as he threw himself at Sasuke. "He's even faster," she thought in amazement. Sasuke dodged the attack, but Tsuki noticed him get nicked slightly. She continued to watch as Gaara lunged at Sasuke once again. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flames swirled around Gaara. I formed a hand sign, Saigon. My eyes glowed as I searched for Gaara's chakra signature, frowning when I saw him shielding himself with his arm. You're finished. Sasuke braced himself, waiting for the attack. I gasped in shock as he was thrown back through the trees. I stood up slightly, contemplating whether I should help him, but I remembered his earlier warning not to interfere, insisting he could handle it alone. Is that it? Was that the best demonstration of your existence? That's just pathetic. Your hatred is weak. You're far too soft and forgiving. The greater the hunger for revenge, the greater the hate. And it's the power of hate that gives you the strength to fight. Your hate is weaker than mine. Far weaker. Shut up. Sasuke muttered. You know what that means, don't you? Just shut up. Sasuke yelled. It means you can't win. You are weaker than I am. My eyes widened as I watched Sasuke prepare another Chidori. I thought his limit was reached. I thought, confused. Sasuke charged at Gaara, who laughed as he did the same. I almost shouted Sasuke's name as I saw his body tremble, but I quickly noticed the curse mark taking effect. Gaara's arm fell away, only to be replaced by a new one. Sasuke grunted and collapsed to the ground. Sasuke! I yelled, rushing to his side. No, Tsuki, he mumbled. Gaara lunged at us as I cradled Sasuke's head in my lap. I was about to form an ice barrier but paused as a familiar chakra signature flared nearby. Gaara was sent flying back as Naruto delivered a kick to his head. He landed gracefully on a branch, and I glanced around to see a small dog and Sakura with us. Sasuke, she said, worry etched on her face. I stroked Sasuke's head, whispering, thanks for protecting me, Sasuke, before gently placing his head down. Suddenly, Naruto charged at Gaara but was easily thrown back. My eyes widened as I quickly began forming hand signs. Sakura, move, I yelped as Gaara's arm lashed out, trapping us both. This guy. Naruto grunted after being thrown back. He glanced at each of us, determination in his eyes. I've got to save my friends. The pressure was intense, making it hard to move. Gaara began to laugh, surprising Naruto. That's exactly what you can be. As long as you fight for others, you'll never advance beyond this level. Only one can remain undefeated, and only Sasuke and Tsuki will know what it's like to truly exist. Forget your friends. Fight for yourself. My jaw clenched as my vision began to fade. Naruto. I managed to say. His eyes searched my pained expression before he clenched his teeth. You're insane. Forget my friends. Don't let friendship and loyalty cloud your focus, or you'll perish. Yeah. Keep talking while you can. Because I'm about to shut you up once and for all. You don't understand what real pain is. Taking you down. Gaara's tail swung at Naruto, sending him crashing into a tree. Gaara winced, clutching his head in pain. My vision faded to black. Before the darkness consumed me, I managed to mumble one thing. Naruto. Yuki's POV. So you're telling me Gaara is after Tsuki too? I shouted at Kakashi, grabbing his collar. His bored expression irritated me to the point where I wanted to punch him. Back in the arena, everything had happened so fast that I hadn't noticed Tsuki was no longer by my side. When I found out from Naruto that he, Sakura, and Pakken were going after Sasuke and Tsuki, I was furious. Yuki, Naruto can handle himself, he replied, his tone calm and unconcerned. I'm not worried about that. Naruto doesn't know Gaara like I do, and knowing that Gaara is after my sister, I need to confront him myself. I was there for him when he was young. He needs my support. I knew I shouldn't have left him. I mumbled the last part to myself. If you knew Gaara from the beginning, why didn't you warn them? Kakashi's question made me think, slowly releasing his collar. I never thought Gaara would hurt them. I didn't know their plan. I turned away. I'm going after them with or without you. But just so you know, Obito would have gone looking for Tsuki himself too, because he was part of my family. I could see the shock in his eyes. Obito had always wanted younger sisters. He had wanted to be there for Tsuki's birth, but he died before he could see her. I clenched my fists and took off in the direction Naruto had gone. Gaara, please don't hurt them. With that thought in mind, I set off to confront him. Naruto and Gaara stood facing each other. Naruto's fists tightened as he swallowed hard. What's the matter? Why won't you attack? Don't you care what happens to your precious friends? Gaara tightened his hold on Sakura and Tsuki, causing them to whimper. Let them go! Naruto shouted, his expression resolute. Why is Naruto just standing there? That's not like him. Why is he hesitating? Sasuke wondered. I have to find a way to save Sakura and Tsuki, no matter what. But how? That's it. Naruto began forming hand signs. This is going to take a lot of chakra. It's time to summon the Chief Toad. Summoning Jutsu. A poof echoed as Naruto completed the technique. What is it? What do you want, kid? Well, whatever it is, I hope you brought some treats. Because if you think I'm doing anything for free, you're wrong, the small orange toad said. Naruto's eyes twitched. Give me a break. I'm really starting to hate you stupid frogs. Ho, the frog stuck out its tongue. Listen, I don't have time to play games, you slimy little squirt. Naruto looked down at his hand. I can't believe it. After all my training, this is the best I can do? I'll just have to make it work. I'm the only one who can save them. Worried about the others? That's your big mistake. When I fight for myself, I fight for myself only. Gaara's body began to transform further. He's starting to change again. Gaara released Sakura and Tsuki, pinning them against the tree. Only by attacking and defeating me can you free them. And you should hurry. With each passing second, the sand will harden until it crushes them. Naruto clenched his teeth. Sakura, Tsuki, he thought desperately. Those eyes. Gaara crossed his arms. Sand shuriken. Sand shot toward Naruto in a flurry. Naruto grabbed Gamakichi, who had been thrown back into a tree from the impact of the sand. Wow, boy, you're pathetic, Gamakichi remarked. Naruto growled slightly. Shut up. So, who is this freak anyway? Naruto followed Gamakichi's gaze. Those eyes filled with loneliness. I've seen that look before in myself. Now he's turning into a monster, like me. I remember how I hated them because they hated me, and I couldn't understand why. I wondered why I even existed. That's when I found out I had this demon inside me. It wasn't my fault, but everyone acted as if it was. That just made it worse. But then... So, Naruto, want to take a ramen break? Irika suggested with a thumbs up. Yeah, great idea. With extra barbecue pork. Naruto cheered. Heh, you're such a loser. I don't even know why you bother training, Sasuke sneered. Hey, I don't need training, I could clobber you right now. Naruto replied. So, did Sasuke say anything about how he feels about me? Sakura asked, her face as pink as her hair. No, Oh. Sakura's expression fell. But Sakura, if you want to know how I feel about you, well, Naruto reached out to her as she walked away. Wait, where are you going? What's wrong? Hey, Tsuki-chan, want to get some ramen? Naruto yelled while running after her. Tsuki looked back with her hands in her pockets. Why would I want to get ramen with you? She asked, irritated. Naruto smiled. I'll buy you chocolate. Tsuki blushed and turned around. Let's go then. Time to chow down, huh? Naruto was stopped from eating his ramen as a bowl of vegetables was placed in front of him. Naruto, you won't live long on just ramen, beans, and barbecue pork. If you want to be a ninja, you have to eat your vegetables. You know, the green stuff like this. Kakashi smiled from under his mask. Bleh, Naruto pulled away with his bowl of ramen in hand. Green is my least favorite color. Just a few people came along who paid attention to me. That made it better. It was all right then. Even though I knew I had this monster inside of me, even though everyone else acted like I didn't exist. Because it meant I wasn't alone anymore. For the first time in a long time, I was happy again. Really, really happy. They made me remember how good life could be. They made me glad to be alive. But when I think back to where I was before I met them, it's scary. Nothing but pain and darkness. What would life be like if I stayed there? All alone? That's how come I can understand him. It's all a distant memory now. Why do I exist? I used to ask myself. Then I found out. I exist to wipe out every existence but my own. I don't know how it happened, but this guy has been there, all alone in that same bottomless pit of darkness and pain. He's still there, that's why he has no one. He only fights for himself. Maybe he's right, maybe it made him stronger. Maybe it is a weakness to have friends you care about, to know what happiness is. Can I really win against a guy like this? Naruto thought warily. The sand around Tsuki and Sakura tightened, making them yelp in discomfort. What's the matter? Are you afraid of me or are you still thinking of the best way to save your friends? Forget them. Think only of yourself. That is what it means to be the strongest. What's wrong? You were so bold and cocky. Show me your strength. Let me grind it into dust before your eyes. Fight me, or I'll harm the girls right now. Gaara roared. Naruto clenched his fists and jumped off the branch, heading for Gaara. Okay, you asked for it. Naruto formed a simple hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Many clones of Naruto appeared, all heading in one direction. Wind style, sand storm devastation. The sand wiped out all the clones in one blow. Naruto appeared, laying on a tree branch in pain. He just blew them away. Not good. I'll just toy with you for a while and watch you abandon your friends and beg for mercy before you fall, Gaara taunted. Naruto stood up, a little wobbly. Gaara attacked again, hitting a tree before it sliced through, causing Naruto to collide with another tree. Sakura's eyes were clenched shut. Naruto, she whispered. What? Naruto shook as he tried to lift himself up. What the? Gaara chuckled. And again. Sand flung at Naruto, making him fly back through tree branches. Come on, Naruto. Sasuke urged. What's this feeling? Naruto asked himself. Gaara sneered. Sand shuriken. Naruto flew back once more, struggling to hold his head up. What's this strange feeling getting stronger? Flowing through me. Naruto stood up. As if I was on fire. I see it now, I can't lose. Weakling. Gaara growled. What is this? You come at me, and that's all you've got? All that effort, and you couldn't even touch me. Naruto reached back into his pouch. What a joke. The sand around Sakura and Tsuki hardened even more, causing blood to trickle from their mouths. Sakura, Tsuki. Naruto wrapped a paper bomb onto a kunai. I don't really know how much damage I could do. But it doesn't matter, I just have to give it my best shot. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Here goes, get ready for the ultimate secret taijutsu. Naruto Uzumaki, full body slam. Naruto came flying down at Gaara at full speed. Gaara smirked, grabbing 3 of the clones. Okay, let's do this. A clone threw itself at Gaara. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Gaara's arm whizzed out at him. Naruto dodged. And another, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Here, take this. Leaf Village Secret Taijutsu, straight from the teachings of Kakashi-sensei. Naruto poked the kunai behind Gaara. 1,000 Years of Death. Temari, Gamakichi, and Pakken sweat dropped. Gaara turned around, flinging Naruto back. A shadow cast over Naruto's face. Boom! An explosion went off. Naruto landed on Sasuke. He looked down, surprised. Hey, you okay? Pakken had sweat running down his face. That was a nice move the kid pulled. Yeah? So did he get him or not? Gamakichi asked. Huh, Gaara, Temari gasped. Sasuke picked himself up. All of that work, and you only scored 1 blow, he grunted. Naruto squinted his eyes, looking away. Yeah, put a sock in it. He attacked the beast at its tail, where its defense is weakest. He wounded me, but the sand couldn't absorb the impact. Have I underestimated him? Gaara questioned himself. Naruto, listen to me. You have to save Tsuki and Sakura, if it's the last thing you do. Once you have them, I want you to take them and flee. Naruto looked at him, surprised. As fast as you can. It's all up to you. Sasuke, you. I can hold him here, Sasuke grunted in pain. A little longer. If it ends here, it just means this was as far as I was meant to go. I lost everything once, I don't want to see that again. My trusted comrades falling right in front of me. Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination. Your comrades? He questioned. Sasuke. I understand now, Naruto thought, clenching his fists as he began to rise. Of course. He's no different from me. He carries the same sadness and loneliness that I had to bear. He fought only for himself, never relying on anyone. I thought that made him strong. I really did. Naruto. I guess I should have known better. That's not what real strength is. If you never fight for anyone but yourself, you'll never be truly strong, no matter what you do. Is there someone precious to you? Anyone? The truth is, when a person has something precious they want to protect, that's when they become truly strong. You will get strong, very strong, Haku concluded. Naruto slammed his hands together for another set of hand signs, surprising Sasuke. Blue chakra surged around him. Sasuke shielded his eyes. He's releasing a massive amount of chakra. How is he doing this? No matter what happens, I swear I'm going to protect you. Clones began to appear all around. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Nice work, kid. Not too shabby, Gamakichi remarked. Sorry to keep you waiting. Naruto pointed at Gar. Get ready for an ultimate ninja jutsu straight from my handbook. Gar looked around in confusion. What? How can you summon so many clones? Tamari looked starstruck. You've got to be kidding. This is amazing. I can't believe my eyes, Pakken said. Way to go there, Blondie. You're showing off, Gamakichi added. Sasuke looked up at Naruto. How did you do this? Sasuke, take it easy for a while. You deserve it. Just leave the rest to Naruto Uzumaki. What happened to him? Sasuke wondered. All right, everyone look out. Here I go. Unbelievable, is that Naruto? Let's do this. Direct from Naruto's ninja handbook. Gar looked slightly worried as he surveyed the clones. Everywhere, shuriken. They shouted, throwing multiple shuriken. My body hasn't recovered yet. I have to use the sand to defend. Gaara shielded himself with his arm. Clones suddenly appeared next to Gaara, kicking him up. Naruto. All the clones began punching Gaara repeatedly, breaking through some of the sand. Gaara breathed heavily. Naruto threw back his arm, preparing for another punch, and struck him square in the face. From Naruto's handbook. Gaara flew back, crashing to the ground. That kid. This time, will come for 4,000 kicks. Where did this come from? All of a sudden. Unbelievable. Taking down Gaara in his current form, Tamari observed. Where did that strength come from? There's no way he can do this. There's absolutely no way I'm losing to a guy like him. Gaara shouted. The clones muttered. Gaara unleashed his rage, taking out all the clones at once. Naruto flew back, looking confused. What is that? Sasuke asked. So that's it? The monster inside of him. Well, what do you know? I thought you'd never bring this out of me. Suddenly surged toward Naruto. Naruto! Sasuke shouted, but soon collapsed. My body! He spat. I used up all my chakra on all those clones. Naruto almost closed his eyes but forced them back open. Sakura, Tsuki. No, Sasuke stuttered. This is the end for you, Gaara said, preparing to perform Sand Coffin. The huge Shikaku was about to close his hand as he called out the technique. Sand Coffin, but he was interrupted as Naruto suddenly called out a summon. Summoning Jutsu. A poof sounded as the Toad Chief, Gamabunta, appeared, towering over them with a pipe in his mouth. Pakken, Sasuke, and Gamakichi gasped. How is he able to summon in that state? Pakken wondered. Sakura, Tsuki. Naruto looked up from atop Gamabunta's head. I swear I'll protect you. The wind swayed as Shikaku swung his tail back and forth. Naruto Uzumaki. Shikaku chuckled to himself. You really are good at amusing me. Naruto, Sasuke thought in amazement. How on earth can you do that? Naruto crossed his arms, a confident smirk on his face. Those hours of practice sure did pay off. This will be a breeze. He nodded. What the? Gamabunta muttered. Naruto hummed as he looked down. Gamabunta met his gaze. Not you again. What the hell is this? Gamabunta's eyes trailed off to the creature in front of him. Well, won't you look at that? Shikaku the Sand Spirit. Naruto gave a thumbs up. So what do you say, huh? Will you fight alongside me, Chief Toad? Gamabunta huffed out smoke from his pipe, his eyes slowly opening. Take a hike, he replied bluntly. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why would I go out of my way to mess with a guy like him? What am I, an idiot? Are you kidding me? You already told me you would make me your henchman, didn't you? Naruto exclaimed, sitting cross-legged as he banged his hand repeatedly on the top of Gamabunta's head. It's only natural that a boss would want to help out his henchman, wouldn't it? Don't you have any sense of duty? Gamabunta slowly closed his eyes. Yeah, sure, I told you I'd make you my henchman, but we haven't even sealed the deal over a cup of sake yet, he complained. Naruto jumped up, running his hands through his hair. Give me a break. I'm not even 21 yet. I can't have any alcohol. Gamakichi jumped onto Naruto's head. Come on now, Pops, don't be like that. Why don't you just settle down and hear the kid out? Huh, Pops? Naruto exclaimed. And what do you think you're doing here, Gamakichi? Gamabunta asked. Gamakichi nervously chuckled. I had nothing else to do. I just came to hang out. Huh, your father and son. Gamakichi pointed at Shikaku. By the way, Pops, that thing over there was picking on me before, he taunted. Gamabunta's eyes narrowed. Come again? Oh yeah, when he did, our friend here came to my rescue. He went head-to-head with that monster. I'm telling you, Pops, there's a lot more to this kid than meets the eye, Gamakichi continued. Is that right? Gamabunta drawled. Gamabunta reached for his katana. Okay, kid, you're hereby accepted as my henchman. He pulled out his katana, which shimmered in the sunlight. Sit tight. I'll show you what duty is all about. Naruto gulped visibly. I'll take him down, but not before he pays for what he's done. Gamabunta leaped into the air. Naruto cried out as he clung to Gamabunta. Hang on tight, small fry. Gamabunta slashed his sword at Shikaku's arm. How do you like that? Gamabunta moved his sword forward as Shikaku tossed him over his shoulder, leaving a deep gash in his arm. Naruto watched in awe. Wow, that's amazing. Gamabunta landed heavily, his sword embedding itself in the ground. Sasuke, Temari, and Pakken gasped as a strong gust of wind swept through. Shikaku exhaled heavily, clearly exerting himself. This guy is no joke, I barely made that cut. If I don't finish this quickly, the landscape is going to change drastically. Naruto suddenly appeared above him. Hey Chief, hold on a second. Head over that way, Sakura and Tsuki are still over there. He pointed toward the direction where they were held captive. Try to lure him this way, okay? Tsuki? Sakura? Gamabunta asked, puzzled. Gamakichi chuckled. I think the redhead is his girlfriend, right, kid? I have to take him down, otherwise, they're both in serious danger. Gamabunta narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Interesting. Not bad, Naruto Uzumaki. Shikaku shouted. Huh, this isn't good. Gar. He's really going to do it. Temari looked around, feeling anxious. I need to get out of here. Sand began to form a dent on Shikaku's forehead as Gaara's body began to reveal itself. Naruto squinted. What is that? I have to thank you for entertaining me today. I'll show you the true power of a sand manifestation, Gaara declared. Look at his eyes. It's clear he's truly possessed by Shikaku, Gamabunta explained. Possessed? Those who host Shikaku, the sand spirit, can no longer sleep soundly. His power is too great. Before they can rest, Shikaku consumes their sanity until the person they once were ceases to exist. Since he rarely sleeps, the host's personality becomes unstable. Great, Naruto muttered. As long as the host is awake, Shikaku's true power is kept in check, Gamabunta continued. The real danger is if the host finally falls asleep. Play possum jutsu. Gaara concluded, suddenly collapsing into a deep sleep, granting Shikaku full control. He's done it. Gamabunta exclaimed, alarming Naruto. I don't like this at all, Chief Toad. What's going to happen? If he activates the Play Possum Jutsu, then Shikaku will be unleashed. Shikaku's eyes transformed from a sandy light brown to a bright yellow. He cheered, Yahoo, I'm finally free. Here I come. So that's the Sand Spirit. Man, that is one funky demon, Gamakichi remarked. Yeehaw, here we go. I hope you're ready to face your end. Let's do this. Shikaku hollered. I'm going to jump, Gamabunta said, gaining Naruto's attention as he hummed in question. Wind style, air bullets. A barrage of wind bullets shot toward Gamabunta as he leaped into the air. Water style, wet bullets. Water surged toward Shikaku simultaneously as he launched another wind bullet, causing a splash upon impact. Oh, this is nice. I didn't know it was going to rain, Pakken complained. What kind of battle is this turning into? Sasuke wondered. Remember, Chief, not in that direction. Naruto reminded. The Chief Toad looked up at him, annoyed. Will you be quiet? I know already. Gamabunta landed and jumped back into the air once more. Air bullets. More wind shot out one by one. Liquid bullets. The attacks countered each other as they spread out. This is bad, Chief. There's one more coming. Another wind bullet blasted its way through the water toward the enormous toad. Yah! Shikaku cheered. I did it. I defeated him. Gamabunta emerged from the smoke. Now that kind of hurt. That's a lot of chakra you blasted at me, I must admit. Hit me with a few more of those, and I won't last much longer, he admitted. Chief, what should we do? Naruto asked. To start, you need to wake up the host to release that jutsu. Shikaku prepared to unleash more air bullets. How am I supposed to do that? Just fire off a few rounds at him. An air bullet flew toward Gamabunta. Liquid bullets. Shikaku stepped back slightly to avoid the attack. You missed. Once the water dispersed, Gamabunta grabbed Shikaku's shoulders, landing in front of him. Now Naruto was only a few yards away. Now's your chance. Shikaku wriggled out of Gamabunta's grip. Hey Chief, you're going to have to hold on to him if I'm going to get a shot. Well, sorry, but my hands don't have claws or nails to grip the enemy with, he replied sarcastically. Huh? Then what are we supposed to do? Use the transformation jutsu to change into something that has what we need, he suggested, landing back on the ground. Though I'm not very good at transformation jutsus, he admitted. Huh. Don't worry about it. Use your brain and form a hand sign. What? A combined transformation. Oh, okay. Naruto stood ready to make the hand sign, determination on his face. Concentrate on something with fangs and claws. Let's see, Naruto cleared his mind, searching for something that had what they needed. Here we go. What? Hey. Naruto stammered. Think of something. Fangs and claws. Fangs and claws. Fangs and claws. Shikaku roared as he charged at them. Transform. Gamabunta shouted as Naruto's eyes widened in remembrance of the enormous fox in his mind. Transformation jutsu, he shouted. Shikaku hummed. That's the... Sasuke muttered. It can't be. Shikaku struck his stomach, releasing an air bullet. The nine-tailed beast leaped, avoiding the gust of wind. The orange beast dodged the attack while trying to latch onto Shikaku. They clashed as Shikaku launched another air bullet, which was once again evaded. Boy, they're not messing around. Pakken muttered, hanging onto a tree branch. It's not safe here anymore, Temari decided as she jumped away. This isn't going to work, his power just keeps increasing. Come on. He just needs a good smack to the head. Tell me something I don't know. A tail latched onto a tree, uprooting it. Here we go. The nine-tailed beast, or Gamabunta, sprinted toward the attacker. Now take this. More air bullets came at them, but Gamabunta blocked them with a tree. He suddenly leaped through the dust, latching onto Shikaku with his claws and jaws, causing him to yelp in surprise. Okay, kid, you're on, Gamabunta confirmed. Okay, let's do this. Gamabunta transformed back to his regular form as Naruto came flying down. Rise and shine. Punch. Naruto struck Gaara squarely in the face, causing him to groan as blood trickled from his mouth. Gaara's cheeks swelled from the impact. How's that? Good, not much time has passed since the host fell asleep. That blow should have done the trick, Shikaka complained, his demon yellow eyes fading to a dusty sand color. Give me a break, I just got here. The jutsu has already faded, Pakin noted. We must have released the jutsu, but this guy still has some fight left, Gamabunta warned, struggling to maintain his ground as he was slowly pushed back. Gaara's eyes suddenly snapped open as Naruto slid down but held on, giving Gaara a determined look as he charged at him with full speed. He disrupted my jutsu, Gaara growled. Suddenly, sand began to envelop Naruto. Sand coffin? Help him, Pops. Gamakichi shouted. I got him, Gamabunta replied, using his tongue to shield Naruto from the deadly sand. Chief's tongue is surrounding me, Naruto said, surprised. Gaara's anger flared. You think I'm a fool? The sand surged from below, threatening to trap them. Demon, Gamabunta muttered, feeling the pressure increase. How much strength does this guy have left? This isn't good. Naruto and I have already used up all our chakra. Naruto and Gaara locked eyes. I'll wipe you from the face of the earth. You'll no longer exist. Naruto panted as he glanced back at Sakura and Tsuki, who were becoming increasingly trapped by the hardening sand. His eyes widened in alarm. No, Sakura and Tsuki. You have to save Sakura and Tsuki, if it's the last thing you do, he reminded himself. Sakura, Tsuki. I'll protect you if it's the last thing I do. Naruto turned back to Gaara. Believe me, I will defeat you, Gaara declared. I'm running out of time. I have to stop this monster before it's too late. Come on. I don't need much. Just give me some chakra. Orange chakra engulfed Naruto, his headband flying off. I'm going to protect them. Get ready, you creepy monster. Die. Naruto leaped at Gaara, but the sand held him back. I've had it with you, he shouted, struggling against the grip. In a sudden burst of defiance, he headbutted Gaara. It was eerily silent as they both felt the impact, a trickle of blood appearing on their foreheads. Gaara's mouth fell open in shock. The massive beast began to crackle and disintegrate into sand, collapsing and taking both Gaara and Naruto with it. Sasuke watched in disbelief. Did he win? A plain old headbutt, huh? Not the most elegant fighter I've seen, but he might just be the biggest knucklehead I've ever come across. I wish I could stick around to see how this ends, but I've reached my limit too, Gamabunta thought, acknowledging the situation. Gamabunta looked at his son. Gamakichi, it's time we went back. Gamakichi smiled. Okay, Pops, let's do it. And they vanished. Naruto and Gaara panted as they landed on a tree branch, staring at each other, both exhausted. That's it, I can't go any further. I've used up all my chakra. And from the look of you, so have you. You and I are more alike than you know. We shouldn't be doing this. They stood up, ready to charge again. They growled, preparing to attack, but Naruto threw a punch, hitting Gaara squarely in the face. They crashed through the trees as Gaara winced. He turned his head to see where Naruto had landed. Ha! The sand around Sakura and Tsuki began to fade, releasing them from its grip. Sasuke rushed to catch them as they fell, but Tsuki slipped from his grasp, shocking him. A figure with orange hair landed gracefully next to Pakin. Sasuke followed, glancing at the figure who held Tsuki. His eyes widened. Yuki! Sensei, he whispered, recognizing her as her hair flowed behind her. She shot a fierce look at the red-haired boy below, her younger sister safely in her arms. Thank you, Sasuke-kun, for looking after my sister. I owe you one, she said quietly. Sasuke nodded, gently placing Sakura on a tree branch, slightly out of breath. I'll leave her with you, he told Pakin. Wait, what do I? Pakin paused as Sasuke jumped away, Yuki right behind him. Naruto began crawling toward Gaara, panting heavily. What could it be? That makes him so strong. Gaara wondered. I will not disappear. I will not cease to exist. I won't. Naruto continued to drag himself toward the weakened figure of Gaara. What are you doing? I told you not to talk to him. Let's get out of here. Watch out. It's him again. Why don't you just go away? Just go away. You freak. 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 Why don't you just disappear? He's a monster. Don't even look at him. I told you to stay away from him. Go away. It's all a distant memory now. Why do I exist? I used to ask myself. When I found out. But I knew that something else had been taken from me. Something even more important, and that's when I truly fell apart. My purpose in all the world, the only one that needed me. Gaara gasped. No. Stay away. It's almost unbearable, isn't it? The feeling of being all alone. Naruto looked up at Gaara, his eyes shimmering. I know that feeling. I've been there in that dark and lonely place. But now there are others. People who mean a lot to me. Naruto struggled to move. I care more about them than I do myself. And I won't let anyone hurt them. That's why I won't ever give up. I will stop you, even if it means I have to defeat you. But why? Gaara began, confused. Why would you do this for anyone but yourself? Because they saved me from myself. They rescued me from my loneliness. They were the first to accept me for who I am. They're my friends. Gaara looked away, recalling the feeling. Well, love is the heartfelt desire to serve someone who is precious to you, to watch over them, like my sister did for you, Gaara. Love? Is love what makes him so strong? Gaara pondered. Naruto, that's enough. Sasuke said, stepping in front of him. Look, Sakura and Tsuki are going to be all right. The sand has crumbled away, they're free. This guy's chakra is all used up, he explained, glancing at Gaara. Yuki landed next to Naruto, causing him to blink in confusion. Yuki-sensei? Is she? He glanced at the unconscious redhead in her arms. Yuki nodded. Ah, that's a relief. Naruto murmured before falling asleep. The sand siblings landed in front of Gaara, surprising Sasuke. That's enough. It's over. Kankuro looked back at Gaara. But Gaara. Gaara merely stared at him. All right, Gaara. Kankuro hoisted Gaara onto his shoulder as they stood up. They exchanged glances, Gaara's gaze lingering on Yuki. Yuki, he called. Yuki responded with a bright smile. Hey, Gaara-kun, just remember, I'm here for you no matter what. He looked down. I'm sorry, he said, surprising her as they jumped away. Yuki glanced at the boy with blonde hair who wore a smile. This guy. He's really like them, isn't he? I clenched my head, but Yuki simply smacked my hand away. I shot her a glare before allowing her to place the cold towel on my forehead. No need to be so forceful, I mumbled. She rolled her eyes. Ever since the incident with Gaara, Yuki had been more tense than ever. She wouldn't let me go on missions alone, insisted on accompanying me to the bathroom, and even helped me shower. She wouldn't let me buy my own groceries or see anyone else. Her protectiveness was starting to get on my nerves. She wiped away the sweat and laid me down. Don't get cranky on me, you should have been more careful, she said, her words strained. I raised an eyebrow. Are you hiding something from me? For one thing, I could feel the negative vibes from the villagers. I heard the sounds of buildings being repaired and hadn't heard anything from the Hokage. Look, Tsuki. I know you hate that everyone close to you ends up in danger, but you need to listen to me and bear with it. Suddenly I sat up. Wait, did anyone die? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura? Are they okay? She swallowed, giving a short nod. Why, they're fine. The one who isn't is the Hokage. You mean, old Gramps. Now, Tsukihime, you can't always come into my office when you're bored. Why don't you play with the other kids? Sartobi asked. My short hair fluttered with the wind as I stood by the window. My emotionless red eyes scanned the villagers, some stopping to glance up at me with small waves I didn't understand. I don't want to get close to anyone, I mumbled. I heard him chuckle. And why is that? I turned to him, my eyes brimming with tears. He gasped softly and motioned for me to sit. I crawled onto his lap and sighed out a shaky breath. Because I'll have to bear the thought that it's my fault. They all died because of me. The sound of my whimpering and his soothing words filled the room. It was the reason I didn't want to get close to people, and I simply couldn't do it. For one, I was already close to Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, you're lying. I muttered. Yuki reached out a hand to me, gently rubbing my hair. I'm sorry, Orochimaru had. The Hokage gave up his life for the sake of the villagers. I slapped her hand away, quickly standing up as tears streamed down my face. For the sake of the villagers? That's a foolish thing for him to do. He didn't deserve to die like that. It's stupid to even think about. My head swung to the side. I held my throbbing cheek and stared at Yuki. She looked away and started heading for the door. His funeral is tomorrow. Like it or not, you're not going. You're just not ready for another loss in your life. She closed the door behind her. I frowned. Stupid Yukine. Telling me what to do. I sank to the ground. It was another loss I could add to the list. I didn't believe Gramps would die like this. I thought he would just grow old. I hated when people sacrifice themselves for the sake of the village, not even thinking about their loved ones, just the village. I'm being too negative. A little while later, Yuki returned to give me dinner. Just a few sticks of dango and chocolate for dessert. I hid my smile at the sight of the sweet, bitter chocolate and continued eating. Yuki sat at the foot of my bed. You're not mad, right? I thought for a moment. No, I'm not mad at you. I'm just mad at myself for getting so close to someone and letting them die like that. You're right, Yukine, I wouldn't be able to handle another loss, so I'll stay in here for the rest of the day tomorrow. She gave a weak smile. You can go out in the afternoon. The funeral is in the morning. I nodded, handing her my empty plate before stretching out to sleep. She kissed my forehead and left the room. The next morning was dreadful for everyone, I could tell. I looked out the window. The sky was a dark gray, as if it were about to rain. The funeral was today, and I was skipping it for a reason only Yuki knew. I couldn't handle losses. It had traumatized me when I was younger. I guess it could be a phobia, but it also came to mind when people died in front of my eyes. I sighed, looking away from the window as water droplets hit the glass. I got out of bed and headed toward the front door. It was the afternoon anyway, and the rain was starting to slow down. I slowly opened the door and heard the pounding of hammers hitting nails into wood. The villagers were still busy with repairs, and Yuki decided to lend a hand. I closed the door behind me and sighed, making my way to the candy store. The atmosphere felt heavy, and I clenched my fists in frustration. I wished I could do something to help. Tugging at my necklace, I wondered, what ifs? Suddenly, I dodged a kunai that whizzed past me and glared at the person who threw it. My expression softened when I recognized Naruto. Naruto, why did you do that? You scared me. He shot back. Where were you? I tilted my head in confusion. Huh. Just then, Sakura, Sasuke, and Usagi came running up behind Naruto. Naruto, don't run off like that. They were all still dressed in black. Naruto's eyes were filled with anger, and I could tell he was taking it out on me. Tsuki, he growled, which caught me off guard. Don't you know today was Gramps' funeral? Realization hit me hard. My face went blank as I turned away. Yeah, I knew. Naruto stepped closer, frustration evident in his voice. Then why didn't you go? An uncomfortable silence hung between us. Usagi clutched her toy tightly, while Sakura folded her hands, hoping to avoid conflict. Sasuke stood by, ready to intervene if necessary. I seized the moment to smirk, shaking my head. Words spilled out before I could stop them. You really think I care about the third? He only pitied me since I arrived. I don't need some old man holding me back. Now, leave me alone before you regret it. Sakura gasped softly. Naruto stared at me, anger boiling over, and charged at me. I stepped back in shock, but before he could reach me, Yuki intervened, blocking his attack. Usagi sighed in relief, while Sakura gritted her teeth. You idiot! Sasuke shook his head. Naruto, there's probably a reason she didn't go. Yuki straightened up. He's right. Naruto, stop rushing into things without knowing the whole story. If you had hurt my little sister, I would never forgive you. Naruto looked at me with shame, but my expression remained blank. All the emotions I had begun to feel faded as I walked away, indifferent to everything, heading toward the third's grave. Yuki turned to Naruto. I'm the one who didn't let Tsuki go to the funeral. Naruto's eyes widened in confusion. What? Why? Sasuke, Sakura, and Usagi moved closer as Yuki looked down, sadness in her eyes. She's still traumatized. You can't force someone to attend a funeral when they haven't recovered from a loss. Naruto's confusion deepened. What do you mean, sensei? Tsuki witnessed the entire village perish, including our mother. She lived for years believing I was dead. Her powers are beyond explanation, allowing her to temporarily bring Haku and Zabuza back, but now she's blaming herself and the village for the old man's death. She's hurting, Naruto, and it's best if you all keep your distance until I can prepare her for what's coming. The team was taken aback. Yuki wasn't just asking them to stop being angry, she was telling them to avoid her altogether. It felt impossible for them to ignore her, and guilt washed over Naruto. He wanted to run after the red-haired girl, but something held him back. Usagi spoke up. Wait, are you saying someone is after Tsuki-sama? Is that true? They waited for Yuki's answer. Yes. Naruto clenched his fists. Yuki turned away. I'm sorry, but just give her time. With that, she left them to ponder her words. The fact that I couldn't talk to my team or anyone else but Yuki was difficult. Sure, I could summon Scar, but I didn't want to burden him with my problems. He was still figuring out the logistics of my ability to summon the apes. He was the only one who responded to my call, after all. Yuki mentioned wanting to work on the stages of our Kekai Genkai, which was strange since I hadn't used the Saigon since the beginning of the Chunin exams. She said it would help me unlock the true powers of Bachon. She explained that the third stage of the Saigon was quite similar to her cursed powers. Yet here I was, sitting on the grass, meditating for reasons I couldn't quite grasp. Yuki paced back and forth as I waited impatiently for something to happen. Frustrated, I lay back on the soft grass. What's the point of this exercise? Yuki paused, sighing. The point is to focus on your inner self. Patience and calm thinking are essential for unlocking the next stage of the Saigon. What's the next stage? You never told me. Yuki picked up a stick and drew in the dirt, revealing an image of two swords, one engulfed in flames and the other adorned with icy spikes. These are the Flame Soul Sword and the Ice Calibur Sword. The difference is obvious, right? Only a handful of people have unlocked the second stage of the Saigon, including the elders, Ryo and Oda-san. My eyes widened at the familiar names. Are you saying that? I didn't finish my sentence as she nodded slowly. One way to defeat Ryo is by unlocking the second stage of the Saigon. Ryo and Oda-san always battled with those swords. I was even there to witness it. But that's not important right now. We need to focus on helping you understand the 3 stages and controlling the necklace without bringing anyone back to life. She teased at the end, causing me to blush slightly at the memory. I nodded as Yuki pulled something from her bag. I raised an eyebrow at the item. What is that? She smiled, opening a scroll. While I was away, I practiced my own styles of jutsu. I wrote them all out on a separate scroll, along with the information needed for upgrading the Saigon. I personally returned to our village and borrowed the ancient scrolls. There wasn't any trouble in that, right? I suppose not, Yuki replied, her voice trailing off as she opened the scroll. I stopped her, curiosity bubbling up inside me. Yuki, you mentioned that you got more than half of the villagers to leave. So, does that mean they're still alive? Yes and no. I don't know where they went, I just made sure they left safely with all the children and elders. That was my mission. Ignoring the questions I wanted to ask, she unfolded the scroll, and my eyes widened. There was a diagram illustrating how advanced the Saigon could become. The regular Saigon was impressive, but advancing it to this level was astonishing. First, you had to breathe in and out, think calmly to summon your inner sword. These activities could determine whether you wielded fire or ice, the most powerful swords. Most people ended up with dull metal or iron swords. Having elemental swords was quite remarkable. Iron and rock or metal and silver were impressive, but fire and ice were exceptionally rare. The last people who wielded those swords, as Yuki mentioned, were Ryo and Oda-san. Your goal is to obtain an ice sword, more likely ice since getting fire won't help you defeat Ryo, Yuki explained. The exercises should assist in calming your mind and quieting distracting thoughts. But a major component is emotions. You need to feel intense emotions to unlock it. She paused, humming thoughtfully. But your energy suggests you might have the fire sword, unfortunately. My thoughts drifted to Gaara. He was similar to Naruto. I recalled how they both went wild, frightening people, trapped with demons inside them. Naruto's beast would manifest during his emotional frenzies, but sometimes it was, does pain count? I asked, recalling Gaara getting hurt. Yuki frowned. I don't think so, but if pain is an emotion you feel, then yes. Tasen always told me he unlocked his when he was protecting Kasan during a mission. That was emotion, he was scared for her. But he never mentioned feeling pain. The page continued, detailing the third and final stages of the Saigon: ice explosion, soul talker, and body transformation. Ice explosion was like a bomb, injecting ice through the opponent's body and instantly freezing them, leading to their defeat. Soul talker was somewhat similar to Bachan's curse, but instead of bringing back the dead, you communicated with them. This stage allowed you to talk consciously to those who were once close to you. To achieve body transformation, you needed to master Soul Talker. It was when you granted that deceased person complete control of your body to carry out your wishes. To me, it resembled when that demon took over Gaara's body, as Yuki had told me. Do you understand now? I smirked, nodding in comprehension. It had been a few weeks of learning how to concentrate. I heard from Yuki that Naruto had set out with Jiraiya to bring back the next Hokage. Hearing those words made me clench my fists. No one could replace the old Hokage, I knew that. When I found out the new Hokage was a woman, a newfound respect for her blossomed within me. Before I knew it, Sasuke was in the hospital, being treated by Lady Tsunade. All right, Tsuki, you're making progress. I think you need a break. Yuki stiffened, and I felt a wave of chakra surge. It felt like Naruto's. Maybe even Sasuke's. Yuki looked nervous. I'll be back, go ahead and head home. I didn't understand what was happening, but I ignored her orders and concealed my chakra, following closely behind. I hid behind a building, climbing to the top of the hospital to see two familiar figures clashing. My eyes widened as I recognized the attacks they were using. One was the Chidori that Kakashi employed, but the technique Naruto was using was unfamiliar. Sakura was rushing toward them, but before anything could happen, Yuki jumped in front of her while Kakashi stopped Naruto and Sasuke. I hesitated to approach, but I saw the magnitude of the attack Naruto was unleashing and how weakened Sasuke appeared. The mark? It's probably taking over his senses. He never acted this way before, I muttered as I prepared to intervene before Yuki noticed. The next day felt eerie. Yuki canceled our training to speak with the Hokage. I snuck out through the window and wandered around the village, primarily searching for the hyperactive blonde. It didn't take long to find him at the ramen stand, eating as usual. However, his posture seemed different. He wasn't enjoying his ramen as happily as he typically did, which was unusual. I approached him and took the seat next to him. He didn't seem to notice me, lost in thought. I sighed and gave him a gentle nudge, breaking him from his daze. Huh. He looked up at me, squinting before offering a slight smile. Tsuki-chan, you're not supposed to talk to me, remember? I nodded. Yukine went to speak with the Hokage. I heard Yuki even fought Orochimaru while you were there, along with 2 Akatsuki members. His eyes lit up. Yeah, one looked a bit like Sasuke. What was his name again? He scratched his head. Itachi? I suggested. Yeah, how did you know? I looked down. I knew Sasuke when I was younger. I saw him training with an older person who said he was his brother. Itachi even thought we were dating, I stated matter-of-factly. Naruto's expression darkened, his grip on the chopsticks tightening. Is that so? But he quickly shook it off. Oh yeah, when you couldn't talk to us, Rin and Samiko said they had to leave and were sorry for not saying goodbye. They hoped one day you would meet their sister. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't seen them for a while. Not even a simple farewell. I supposed it was alright since everyone seemed to leave without saying goodbye, including the old Hokage. I patted Naruto's back before climbing off the stool. I should probably get going before Yuki gets home. Naruto grabbed my hand quickly, stopping me. His face turned slightly red as he struggled to find the words. Yeah. I encouraged. Oh, I was wondering if you wanted to. He shook his head. Never mind. I stared at him before shrugging. As he released my hand. See ya. So you're letting me talk to my team now? I asked Yuki as we walked through the bakery. She hummed, nodding in my direction as she glanced at the various breads. She picked up a sample cup and read the label. Melon bread. She split the bread in half and handed me the other half. We ate at the same time, and my face warmed up like it does when I enjoy chocolate. Hey, it's pretty tasty, don't you think, Tsuki? She loved to tease me with those nicknames. I nodded in agreement as she grabbed 3 packs of melon bread. You can't hide the fact that I know you saw Naruto and Sasuke almost come to blows the other day. I nodded again. Why did they do that? Sakura told me they were visiting Sasuke, and when Naruto showed up, his aura darkened, and he wanted to fight. They ended up on the roof. Luckily, Kakashi and I were there to stop it. Yeah, I replied, pondering the situation. I wondered if Sasuke felt the need to fight Naruto because he thought he was weak. But fighting Naruto wouldn't make him stronger. I knew it was about Itachi. Sasuke had once confided in me about his desire for revenge, and I had shared the story of my clan with him. I could tell he felt pity for me, but I thought I should be the one feeling sorry for him. He had no one left to trust, while I still had Yuki. That was a comforting thought. Later that day, Yuki encouraged me to talk to my team, so I decided I would do that the next day. Maybe I would even visit Sasuke. Suddenly, I shivered and glanced back at the trees. Hey Yuki, do you think someone is watching us? She paled. I don't think so. I narrowed my eyes at the forest and sighed. I could tell she was lying. It was written all over her face. I hesitated, debating whether to check on Sasuke. It had been a while since he was injured by Itachi, and since Naruto had brought Lady Tsunade to heal both Lee and Sasuke. Now, it had been a week since I witnessed the near fight between Naruto and Sasuke atop the hospital. I didn't want to ask Naruto for more details. He had started to look more solemn, and I didn't think bringing it up would help. So here I was, seconds away from knocking on Sasuke's door. He had been released from the hospital but seemed more distant and quiet, which worried us all. It was surprising to me, at least. I knew that ever since Sasuke received that mark, he had been acting differently. I shook my head, not hesitating any longer, and knocked on his door. After a few moments, it slowly creaked open, and I tilted my head slightly to peek inside. Sasuke? I whispered, my voice slightly cracking from not having spoken in a while. Chen. He closed the door but then unlocked it and opened it fully. He motioned for me to come in, and I quickly closed the door behind me. We stepped into the living room, and silence enveloped us. He sighed. Did that dope send you? His gaze was fixed on the floor, avoiding my eyes. Actually, he didn't. I came here on my own, if that's okay with you. He gestured for me to sit down and I complied. Can I ask you something, Sasuke? What is it? I clenched my fists tightly. This question had haunted my dreams, and now I finally had the chance to ask him. Are you going to go after Itachi? He didn't hesitate. Of course I am. I moved a little closer. You know you don't have to do anything for Orochimaru. Look, Tsuki, I know what you're trying to do. I planned on leaving tomorrow night. So far, you're the only one I've told. The thing is, I'm trusting you won't tell anyone, especially your little boyfriend. I raised an eyebrow. Boyfriend? Sasuke chuckled slightly, standing with his arms crossed. You're so oblivious, just like he is. But it's strange how he can express his feelings when he can't understand others. I didn't ask who he was referring to but continued the conversation. You know, Sasuke, when I first saw you and Itachi training, he seemed pretty nice. But his smiles always seemed broken. I noticed it for a while. Then when you suddenly stopped talking to me, I felt like I lost someone important. For a long time, I wondered why you went to the hospital. I overheard the third saying that Itachi killed the whole clan. What I'm trying to say is, what if he had a reason? He scoffed in annoyance. No one has a reason to suddenly kill their own clan, their flesh and blood. Wouldn't you do the same, Tsuki? Go after whoever killed your clan. Shivers ran down my spine. A forbidden name lingered on the tip of my tongue. Already found out who did it. Sasuke looked shocked but nodded for me to continue. When Yuki appeared during the Chunin exams, she told me it was actually our grandfather. I always thought he looked like Naruto and could possibly be related to him. But he's not. I have no reason to hate Naruto now. My grandfather, Ryo, had blonde hair because of a bleaching accident. The scar was from my father, and his eyes, they lack the bright blue that Naruto has. Sasuke suddenly grabbed my hand, pulling me closer. Then go after him. Come with me, Tsuki. I know we'd be leaving a lot behind, but you're like family to me. We lost someone precious to us a long time ago. I shook my head. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but everyone in this village is precious to me. He frowned. How do you know for sure that the people in this village care about you? The villagers used to always look at me, whispering about how I was the last one. Knowing I was the last Uchiha was scary. You have Yuki, don't you want to protect her? But you also have Itachi. He probably had a reason, Sasuke. Isn't it strange how he suddenly changed, saying he doesn't care? He wasn't the only one who changed. He changed me, Tsuki. Your grandfather changed you. We all change. I bit my lip. Sasuke was right, but deep down, I didn't want to leave everyone behind. I had just reconnected with Yuki, and I had lost someone precious to me because of that snake. But at the same time, I wanted to go with Sasuke. I wanted to get stronger and seek my revenge. But why did I feel like I would regret it in the end? Sasuke sighed, slowly releasing my hand, but I quickly tightened my grip. I cleared my throat, swallowing hard. Just give me time, please. Sasuke gave a weak smile, the kind I hadn't seen in a while. There isn't much time left, Tsuki, and you know that. He was right. The clock was ticking, and Ryo could already be here without me knowing. The next morning was a difficult one. I didn't know what to decide. Sasuke had become a close friend of mine, and I honestly didn't want to leave him hanging. But what about everyone else I had befriended in this village? Kakashi-sensei, Yuki, Hinata, Kiba, Usagi, Kanomaru, Sakura, and Naruto. My heart raced at the mention of his name, and my face warmed. What was this feeling? It was returning, something I hadn't felt in a while. I glanced at the clock and noticed it was 5 p.m. Sasuke was planning to leave around 12, hoping everyone would be asleep by then, and I would have an answer. I kept my promise not to tell anyone, but sometimes I felt like it might slip. I pulled myself out of bed and got dressed. Slowly, I opened the door to see Yuki sleeping on the couch. She had been out late with Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi-sensei these past few days. I decided to waste some time and confirm my answer with Sasuke later, if I had one. I left the small apartment and inhaled the fresh air. I strolled around the village with my hands in my pockets, stopping by the candy store to grab some chocolate and melon bread for a snack later. After I got what I needed, I headed toward the training grounds, hoping to summon Scar since he hadn't contacted me in a while. I wasn't even sure if he had convinced the head ape to agree to let me be the next heir to hold the scroll, even if I was my mother's daughter. I unraveled the scroll and called out, "Summoning Jutsu." Seconds later, I heard a groan and laughter. As the smoke cleared, instead of Scar, there was another gorilla, smaller by 2 feet and radiating a cheerful aura. "No need for roughhousing, Scarson, it's bad for your health," the new gorilla chuckled. Scar growled, "You fool, you're the one who started it. You're lucky we aren't in the summoning world." The other gorilla stopped laughing and looked at me, his blank face transforming into a bright smile. "Oh, is this the little Tsutsu-chan you were talking about? She looks just like her parents, so adorable." Scar sighed. "Sorry I haven't talked to you in a while, Haim, but I've been busy signing the contract with the chief. I'm close to gaining your trust. But before I could finish, you called while I was in the middle of dealing with this idiot." Suddenly, the other gorilla bowed. Thank you for saving me from my crazy friend. He's just a bit grumpy and hasn't been outside in a while. He leaned down to whisper loudly, sorry if he smells a bit, he hasn't taken a shower either. Hey! Stop telling her lies. Scar's face darkened in embarrassment. Anyway, my name is Joker, but you can call me Joe or Jojo. Either name is perfect coming from you, Your Highness. Joker picked me up in his large hand and brought me closer to his face, as if expecting something. I looked at Scar in confusion, and he shook his head, sighing. In order to sign a contract with Joker, you need to kiss his cheek. He's just weird like that. Don't worry, your mother did it too, if you were wondering. My face heated up at the thought of kissing an oversized monkey. I leaned in and quickly pecked his cheek. It glowed for a moment, and a seal appeared on his cheek. How? I mumbled. Scar showed his hand, where a symbol also glowed on the back of his palm. This is our contract, he stated. Now that that's over with, did you summon us for a reason? Joker placed me back down and stuck his tongue out, making Scar look irritated. I looked down and said, I actually wanted to ask you something. But now that I have Joker too, I guess I can ask both of you. Well, go on, pup. I was wondering if I should get revenge on the one who killed my clan, I stated. They blinked, and after a moment, Joker let out a laugh. I stared at him, and he cleared his throat. Oh, you're serious? Look, Tsuki, Scar knelt down, everyone knows who killed your clan, and everyone used to work with Rio. Before Misa had us, we had Rio. He'll know our techniques, so we won't be able to help you at all. I nodded, and Scar seemed to tense. And be careful, it seems he's already here watching. I silently walked around the village. It was way past curfew, and I really shouldn't be out here. I was meeting up with Sasuke at the front gates, nothing in hand. I couldn't go. Someone was already here waiting for me, and if I left to go to Orochimaru, he would just follow me. I also didn't want to leave behind my family and friends. I knew I couldn't. I hid behind a tree, seeing the short pink locks and the raven blue hair in the moonlight. My eyes widened. Sakura. She held her hands together. If you go, I'll... She stepped forward. I'll scream. Sasuke suddenly appeared behind her, and her eyes widened in shock. Sakura, thank you. He gently knocked her out and placed her on the bench. I appeared behind him, latching onto his shirt. Sasuke. He looked at me, his eyes glistening. He glanced at my back and sighed. You're not coming. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Sasuke, let me ask you one thing. After you get what you want, what will you do then? You don't think we'll just welcome you home with open arms, do you? A lot can happen when you're with Orochimaru. You might have to kill to get your way with Itachi. After you get your way with Itachi, just what will you do? That's my question for you. Think about it. I pleaded, still clinging to his shirt. I don't have to answer that. Shock ran through me, but then I managed a small smile. It's fine, but next time we meet, I need an answer. We stared at each other before Sasuke pulled me into a hug. My face flushed, but I returned it nonetheless. I promise, for the sake of my revenge, our clan, that I'll kill Itachi. I hope you do the same with your grandfather. This isn't goodbye, it's more like, see you later. I opened my eyes quickly. Essays, but he was already gone. I wanted to apologize, but maybe he knew I didn't have to, which was why he left so quickly. I glanced back at Sakura, seeing her peaceful face as she slept. I wrapped my arms around her and lifted her over my shoulder. He was right, this wasn't goodbye, more like, see you later. Nothing but the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as I navigated through the bustling village. I knew Sakura would inform the Hokage about Sasuke's departure, leaving us to deal with the aftermath. I was acutely aware of the consequences if anyone were sent after him. Even though he left on his own accord, didn't that classify him as a rogue? Why pursue him if he chose to leave? I burst through the door and dashed up the stairs, frustration bubbling inside me as I realized Tsunade was already in a meeting. Leaning my ear against the door, I caught snippets of conversation. So I've decided to give you your first mission as a Chunin. I knocked, and the chatter ceased instantly. The door swung open, revealing Shikamaru, and I was surprised to see him promoted. Thanks to Yuki, I hadn't kept up with the news after the Orochimaru incident. Higa-sen, what brings you here? I asked. Is there a retrieval mission for Sasuke? I asked directly. Tsunade regarded me with a sigh, folding her hands. I have a feeling you were involved in this with Sasuke. I shot her a glare. It wasn't my choice to stop him. If anything, we should let him go to Orochimaru. He's no longer our responsibility. You do realize that letting him leave means he'll be classified as a rogue? I rolled my eyes, though I knew it was disrespectful. I understand that he'll be a rogue. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck, looking exasperated. This is such a drag. Tsuki-sen, why don't you just come with us to retrieve Sasuke? I shook my head, knowing I couldn't face him after last night. We weren't ready to see each other again so soon, and I had promised myself to stay out of his way. I sensed that Itachi had a reason for leaving Sasuke alive, not just to make him stronger. I wondered if the old man or Kakashi-sensei knew anything about that day. Going after Sasuke would mean breaking my own promise, I said. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What promise? A promise I won't disclose, I whispered. Clearing my throat, I turned to Shikamaru with a smirk. So, who's on the team to retrieve Sasuke? Shikamaru smirked back. Well, you're already off the list. That leaves Choji, Kiba, Neji, and Naruto. I hesitated, unsure if he should go on this mission. He had just fought with Sasuke, and sending him on this mission could lead to more conflict. It's best not to ask Lee to go since he's still badly injured, Tsunade added. I left the room shortly after that. It was still early, and Shikamaru was heading out to gather everyone for the mission. He thought it best to start before they got too far. I wandered aimlessly until I bumped into someone. The person mumbled an apology, but I quickly grabbed their wrist. Naruto, I whispered. He looked down, avoiding my gaze. My eyes had brightened over the past few weeks, but compared to Naruto's, his were dark and filled with sadness. I slowly lowered my hand to his, intertwining our fingers. His eyes sparkled slightly, and his cheeks flushed as he stammered, Tsuki-chan. I offered a weak smile. You know, it's okay to cry. He chuckled softly. What's there to cry about? One of my best friends joining a known criminal? Sasuke was like family to me, Tsuki-chan. I can't cry over him. I'll just have to knock some sense into him and bring him back. Shikamaru already told you that you're going on the retrieval mission? He released my hand, and I felt the warmth fade. Yeah, right before I ran into you. Suddenly, I heard our names being called. Usagi and Sakura were running toward us, pausing in front of us, with Sakura out of breath. You guys didn't leave yet, she wheezed. I raised an eyebrow. I'm not going, but Naruto is. Sakura gave Naruto a sad smile that didn't reach her eyes. When are you leaving? Naruto looked away. Now, actually. We began walking toward the gate together, and I noticed Shikamaru and Choji were already there. Only Kiba and Neji were missing. Standing at the front of the gate, I felt uneasy, my arms crossed as I bit my lip. Maybe I should go, it wasn't too late to change my mind. But if I ran into Sasuke, what would he think? I didn't want to fight him, especially after we had grown closer during the Gaara incident. I shivered slightly, rubbing my arms. My father's coat had been shredded that day, leaving me with nothing of him. Naruto's gaze was fixed on me while Shikamaru explained the plan. I could tell he wanted to say something. He stepped closer to me. I know what you're thinking. I'm not letting you come with us. I frowned. I wasn't going to go anyway, I lied. I know you're lying, you were about to change your mind. Silence enveloped us, and I broke it with a grunt. Yeah, I was thinking about it, but now I know I don't want to encounter Sasuke so soon. Look, Tsuki, I was surprised he didn't add the chan at the end, but I brushed it off. When you said it was okay to cry. That also means it's okay for you to cry too. I huffed. The thing is, I ran out of tears a long time ago, I muttered. Naruto turned to Sakura. Sakura-chan. She looked down, struggling to hold back tears. Please, Naruto, bring Sasuke-kun back. Naruto smiled and gave her a thumbs up. I'll bring Sasuke back, and that's a promise. I sighed inwardly. Seriously, Sakura? You got him promising to bring that stubborn, revenge-seeking duck butt back? If he fails, he'll never want to face you again, I thought. The retrieval team waved goodbye and set off to find Sasuke. I felt a sense of dread wash over me. This was going to end badly, and I knew it. I gripped my necklace tightly, yelping as it sparked in my hand. I looked around. Scar was right, he was really close. I had spent the day with Sakura. Usagi had run off after Kanomaru, leaving just the two of us. We climbed a hill, a basket filled with food in hand. I wanted to talk to her about what she had made Naruto do, promising her that it was a low move. I knew for a fact that Sasuke would put up a fight now that he had the curse mark. There was more to him than met the eye. And then there was Naruto, a tailed beast who could easily lose control because of his emotions. I shook my head as I pulled out a neatly wrapped turkey sandwich. Sakura took one too, and we began to eat in silence. Sakura, are you all right? I asked. She sniffled a little after finishing her food. Honestly, I can't believe Sasuke would leave like that. Doesn't he know he has us, his friends, his team? It makes me so angry that he'll leave me behind, she whispered. I shook my head. Of course, it was all about the damsel in distress. Sakura, if you had gone with him, you'd be classified as a rogue. People would turn against you no matter what, even if you still belong to our village. Unexpectedly leaving changes your whole perspective on others, and Sasuke had to, sever some bonds to do that. He cared for each one of us, but there's something out there he wants to deal with first. Sakura looked down sadly. I sighed, wishing I didn't have to deal with her constant crying. All she ever did was lean on others to resolve her problems. She never really tried. Except for calling our names as if that would help us in battle. Soon, I heard sniffling beside me. Tears streamed down Sakura's face, and I felt a surge of frustration at her crying. What are you crying about now, Sakura? She whimpered. Tsuki-chan, what if Naruto can't bring Sasuke back? I don't know what I'll do if he... Her head jerked to the side as I had slapped her lightly. She stared at me in shock. Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. All you ever do is whine, Sakura. Stop whining and stand strong, alright? Naruto and the others will try their best to bring him back, and I don't want to hear you complaining anymore. All your whining is getting on my nerves. Stop bringing Naruto down like he's weak, you know he's not. Sasuke left for a reason, and honestly, he might not ever come back. She nodded and I huffed. Anyways, if you want to be a help instead of a nuisance, train harder, okay? She gave a weak smile. Hi, you're right, Tsuki-chan. I'll train harder. And help bring Sasuke-kun back. I smiled slightly. Come on, Sakura, it's getting late. She stood and hesitated before giving me a tight hug. I flushed and awkwardly patted her back. I grabbed her hand, and we headed back home together, a lot on our minds. I panted, glaring before quickly forming hand signs. Forbidden ice, ice needles. The ice formed and headed toward my target, Yuki. She snickered before backflipping out of the way. Diamond it, Yuki. Making me train at 4 in the morning. I felt an irk mark forming. Can't we at least go eat lunch? We've been at it for hours. It's already 1. I shouted in frustration. She clasped her hands together, shaking her head. I'm happy you're getting stronger and regaining your emotions, but you don't know when Rio will pop up. I rolled my eyes. I think he's not stupid enough to attack me out in the open in the village. He's more likely to do it when I'm alone or when I leave the village. Yuki's eyes sparkled, and she hugged me tightly, swinging me around. That's it. When Naruto-kun and the others get back, ask Tsunade-sama for a mission back to our village. He'll definitely follow you back there, and when the time's right you'll win for sure. Yuki, do I have to go alone? She blinked. Well yeah, I'm certain he's after Bachan's chakra, and you're the only one who knows how to use it so far. I barely know how to use it. I protested. Yuki smiled, a glint of mischief in her eyes. That's why I said, so far. You need something to spark it. You told me you brought back Haku and Zabuza, but then you barely knew how to use it, so the chakra on them didn't last as long. So how did they come back to life temporarily? I blushed slightly, recalling the memory. Ah, I said I wouldn't let them leave me. So your emotions are what can trigger the bell necklace. She held it in her grasp, searching for the swirling orange chakra. Bachan's chakra is so fragile, she couldn't contain it, so she passed it to Okasan to give to one of us. Okasan said she felt you, your chakra. She always knew you were special, Tsukihime. Now this was getting out of hand. The days drew closer for me to face Rio, and as they did, my chest felt tight, and I grew more nervous. Yuki patted my back. Nah, don't worry, Tsukihime. You have your own chakra, Bachan's chakra, and our Kenkai Genkai's. Not only that, but our parents' wills are in your hands. Promise nothing will happen to me? My voice cracked slightly, and Yuki gave a weak smile. I promise nothing will happen. She fist-pumped the air. Now let's go get some food. You were right, we should have at least eaten breakfast. Now that I thought about it, I had seen Lee and Kakashi-sensei leaving the village early that morning after the retrieval team had left. I wondered what they were doing or where they were. As Yuki and I walked around the village to get food, I saw people rushing around, and my eyes widened as I noticed a few shinobi carrying injured comrades. Yuki squinted her eyes. Oi, that looks like Choji, Niji, and Kiba. I whispered. From the looks of it, they were severely injured, especially Niji. He had a gap through his chest. If they're back, then that means. Yuki sprinted toward the hospital, and I watched the front gates for any signs of Shikamaru and Naruto. I shook my head and backed up a little. I'll just wait at the hospital, maybe they're already there? I walked toward the hospital to check on the others. Choji was badly hurt, and Kiba seemed alright, but Akamaru was injured. Will he be alright? I asked, sitting on the edge of Kiba's bed. Kiba sighed, glancing down at his sister, Hana, who was taking care of Akamaru. He looked like his mind was elsewhere. Hopefully it's just weird. We were all searching for Sasuke, but we had to leave someone behind for his sake. I didn't even like him, and look at us, Niji was seriously hurt. I had tried to visit Niji earlier, but it was nearly impossible. They were slowly healing him and I was here, chatting with Kiba. I know, I tried visiting him too, but they said I couldn't. Kiba growled in frustration and threw an arm over his eyes. Demenit. I smiled. Hey Kiba. He uncovered his eyes and blushed, clearly surprised to see me smile. Tsuki? It's alright, you know? Getting hurt like that made me realize you guys risked your lives for that Uchiha. When I see him again, I'll have a few words for him. He chuckled, smirking. I have to be there when you do. I walked toward the door, waving behind me. No promises. I closed the door and noticed Shikamaru standing in the hallway. I stood by his side, and he glanced at me before looking down. I know what happened, Shikamaru. He sighed. Everyone does. But now that I think about it, I'm glad you stayed behind. If you had come, you'd be in the same situation as everyone else. I shook my head and glanced at his clenched fists. You know, it's okay to cry. I remembered Naruto's words. I held out my hand and he took it, placing his hand in mine. I feel like it's my fault. I risked everyone's lives. Well, that was your first job as a chunin, Shikamaru. Don't be too hard on yourself. I wiped away his tears and chuckled. I never thought I'd be the one wiping away a guy's tears. His face flushed as he rubbed the back of his neck. Naruto is awake now if you want to see him. I saw Sakura heading in there a while ago. I nodded and went to Naruto's room. I knocked briefly before opening the door. Naruto raised his head and stared at me, his eyes filled with sadness. Was standing at the end of his bed, and I closed the door behind me. Naruto. He was wrapped in bandages, with only a small part of his face visible. Who did this to you? I whispered, grazing my fingers over his cheeks. He flinched back slightly before meeting my gaze. Sasuke. He said he had to break our bonds. There's no way he's coming back. He looked at Sakura, who was weakly smiling. I'm not giving up, Sakura-tan. I'm not breaking my promise. Not until I bring Sasuke back. I glanced at Sakura, her stance wavering as my aura darkened. I knew this would happen. I knew he wouldn't break his promise and would never give up until he brought Sasuke back. I placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto, you don't have to make such a big promise to her, to us. He removed my hand, anger flashing in his eyes. You don't understand, Tsuki. I have to bring him back, even if it's not now. I promise I will someday. Sakura and I exchanged glances before I sighed. I looked back at Sakura, and she took the hint to leave. Once she closed the door, I was tempted to bonk Naruto on the head, but he was already injured. Naruto looked at me, and I could see his cheeks faintly turning red under the bandages. I sat on his bed and sighed. Seriously, Naruto? He smiled. Seriously. Can you promise me something, Tsuki? I raised an eyebrow. What is it? His eyes held worry. Please, don't go after Rio. I don't want you to get hurt. You're really important to me. How do you know I was going after him? You hardly even know who he is. That time when I almost attacked you for not going to the old man's funeral, Yuki-sensei told us that Rio was after you. Before Sakura and you came over, Yuki mentioned she was sending you on a mission to your old village. Please, Tsuki, don't. Again he didn't add the chan. I held his hand, feeling his fingers wrap around mine. I can't promise that. He glared but then softened. Then, he pulled me closer into a hug, nuzzling his head into my neck. His actions made me feel a bit strange. Stay with me. I nodded slightly. That I can promise. Thanks, Tsuki. It was that time of year again, and no, I wasn't talking about Christmas, Halloween, or Valentine's Day. It was just a few hours before the New Year's festival, and the whole village was going. I thought it was a great idea for the genin to get their minds off Sasuke, and since Yuki was part of the festival committee, getting details on the event was easy. Exactly 10 hours until New Year's and 8 hours until the festival started. Everyone was either going with friends or on a date, and here I was, standing outside a store with Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Tenten. They suggested we go kimono shopping together for the festival, and I had no room to argue. Hinata was a stuttering mess as Ino and Tenten teased her about which kimono she should wear. Sakura was trying on some, and I was still looking for one. Today was supposed to be a relaxing day kimono shopping, going to the hot springs, getting our hair done, and playing different games at the festival. The night would end with the countdown and a New Year's kiss with that special someone. Ino and Sakura were boasting about me getting a date, but I wasn't too thrilled about the idea. The last time they set me up with a date, I almost got taken by a drunk man, and Naruto had called me his girlfriend. It wasn't the happiest memory I had. I don't understand, Hinata. Just get the purple one, it matches your hair, Tenten told her as Hinata blushed, stammering for words. I rummaged through the racks and paused at a kimono that was pale pink with white flowers. The middle was supported by a black corset and yellow flowers, tied with a red ribbon. Sakura's eyes sparkled as I showed her the kimono. Ah, Tsuki, that's a really beautiful kimono. Ino and Tenten paused their teasing and came over, with a blushing Hinata behind them. She's right, it even matches your personality. Really light but with a hint of darkness. They laughed and I cracked a smile. Should I try it on? I asked. They pushed me toward the fitting rooms, and I locked the door behind me. I slipped on the kimono and tied the corset over it. The ribbon was already attached, so I unlocked the door and walked out. Ino cheered, "It's perfect. Now we just need to get you a date and head out for the rest of our day." I nodded and changed back into my regular clothing, paying for the kimono. We went to my house and placed our bags down. So what should we do now? The festival starts in another 6 hours, Sakura said. Ino hummed thoughtfully. Maybe we should go to the hot springs and relax. Then we can get our hair and nails done. Well, only hair for Tsuki. I shook my head. I can do both. Tenten clasped her hands together. Then it's decided. We'll go ahead and do that, and after we get pampered, we can come back to Tsuki's place and get dressed. They left the apartment. Meanwhile, as the girls headed towards the hot springs, they didn't notice that the boys were watching from afar. Kiba sighed and glanced at Naruto, who was intensely staring at one girl in particular, Tsuki. Kiba could always tell that the knucklehead liked her, and he thought it would be fun to tease him about it. Shikamaru, Choji, and Niji also watched as the blonde kept his gaze fixed on them. Naruto, staring won't get her to go on a date with you to the festival, Kiba stated. Naruto flushed and glanced back at the group of boys who were looking at him knowingly. He looked down and sighed, slowly sitting down on the ground. You guys are right, but it seems like they're busy. Shikamaru glanced at the countdown clock. Well, you have 5 hours, and I know for a fact that they won't be there all 5 hours. He had 5 hours until the festival started to ask Tsuki. 7 hours until the New Year's kiss. He had been planning to ask Tsuki to be his date for days, but ever since what he said at the hospital, he felt shy and awkward about how he had acted. How do you even know what they're doing, Shikamaru? Niji asked, narrowing his eyes, though a teasing glint shone in them. Shikamaru blushed, rubbing the back of his neck. Me and Ino are going to the festival together. She told me their plans for the day, and they won't be there that long. Kiba snickered, and everyone continued their playful teasing. Naruto clenched his chest, feeling his heart race. His feelings were growing stronger, and he didn't think he could contain them any longer. Tonight I'll tell her. Tsuki stretched as she got out of the chair. Had finished at the hot springs a while ago, and her hair was now neatly curled to her chest. She had trimmed her hair a bit, and her nails were painted black to match her corset. She simply didn't want pink nail polish. They were heading to her house when someone called her name. They stopped walking and giggling as Tsuki turned around to see who it was. Naruto's face was red, and he was hiding something behind his back. The other girls got the hint and left Tsuki alone. What is it, Naruto? Tsuki asked. Naruto flinched, unsure of himself. He gulped slightly and revealed the flowers he had been hiding. Will you come to the festival with me? Tsuki shrugged her shoulders, taking the flowers from his grasp. Sure, there's no reason for you to be shy about it. I'll stay with you, you did ask me to. Naruto hesitantly nodded, a wide smile breaking across his face. Why's it? I'll pick you up at 9. I shrugged again and headed towards my house. I unlocked the door and closed it, sighing. Suddenly, I turned around and blushed at the mischievous look Ino was giving me. So, I stood in silence, my cheeks warming. She squealed in joy. Naruto asked you, didn't he? I'm glad he got the courage to ask you himself instead of us doing it for him. She started pushing me towards the bathroom, where my makeup and kimono were placed inside. She smirked as Tenten and Sakura held me back, reminiscent of that one time. No way. I'm not wearing that awful makeup. I glanced at Hinata, who was nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Hinata, help me. She jumped, looking at each of us nervously. Sorry, Tsuki-san, but I can't. Hours of prepping went by as they helped each other get ready. Ino tightened the corset in the back, and I sighed, thinking back to what Naruto had asked me. I had expected him to ask me to the festival, so I didn't mind going with him. It seemed to brighten my mood when I was around Naruto, and for some reason, I had been feeling different around him lately. I would ask Yuki, but I had a feeling she would just tease me about it. I could ask Sakura or Ino, but they seemed just as clueless. Hinata would probably faint, and Tenten would have no words. Soon, a knock was heard at the door, and Ino squealed, rushing to answer it. Nice to see you, Naruto. She's ready to go. I came to the front door, and Naruto's face flushed. I grinned a little, hoping it didn't look too girly. Ino tugged on Naruto's arm, loudly whispering, clearly wanting me to head out. Bring her home after midnight. I grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled him towards the festival. We got our tickets, and Naruto marveled at all the food stands and games. He pointed at a nearby game stand. Hey, Tsuki-chan, want to play that? I squinted at the stand and shrugged. Sure, but let's hurry, I smell a taiyaki stand. He laughed at my craving for food and tugged me towards the game. The person hosting the game smiled at us as he handed us a rod. He explained that we needed to catch a fish with the rod, and we'd get to keep it. Naruto seemed determined to catch a fish as he swung the rod through the water with enthusiasm. I rolled my eyes and placed my hand over his. He tensed at my touch but then relaxed. You have to be gentle. You're scaring all the fish away, I said, guiding his hand toward an orange fish. Hey Naruto, Yellow and red do make orange, I teased, smirking as he fumbled for words. The man tied up the fish and handed it to Naruto, who thanked him. We soon played a few more games, including star shooting and fortune-telling. We headed toward the food booth, where I bought taiyaki. Naruto got ramen, as usual, and we went to sit in the grass under a blossoming tree atop a hill. It was 10 minutes until New Year's, and everyone was getting set up, finding good spots for the fireworks. Our friends gathered around us, happily chatting. Naruto nervously placed his hand on top of mine, and I raised an eyebrow at him. He chuckled nervously, and I rolled my eyes at him. You seem really bold, Naruto. Are you feeling all right? Your face is starting to turn red. He glanced around to see if anyone was watching and motioned for me to follow him. I brushed off my kimono and trailed after the knuckle-headed ninja. We were technically out of sight from everyone as we leaned against a wall. If I could have your attention, there's less than 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's all start counting down. Tsunade called to the villagers, who cheered in response. Naruto took a deep breath and turned his attention to me. Hey, Tsuki-chan? 15. Yes. 14. Remember you said you couldn't promise me that you wouldn't go after Rio? 13. There was a pause between us as the seconds ticked by, but I just nodded, understanding what he was getting at. He took my hand and looked at me, his expression shifting from playful to serious. 6. Tsuki-chan, I like you. My eyes widened slightly at his sudden confession, but I smiled nonetheless. You don't have to give me an answer now, but hopefully soon enough. 3. He started leaning in, his demeanor changing as he pinned me gently against the wall. I tilted my head slightly, wondering about his sudden shift. Naruto. 2. I frowned. Are you? What? Happy New Year. With that, he leaned in and kissed me. Not on the forehead or cheek, but right on my lips. My eyes widened in shock, and I was unsure how to react in that moment. But I soon relaxed and let him kiss me as fireworks lit up the night sky, his arms wrapping around my waist. He pulled away, his face flushed. Sorry. I took his hand. Next time, don't kiss me so suddenly like that. But Naruto, you'll have to wait for an answer. He felt a mix of emotions but smiled anyway as we headed back toward our friends. It wasn't a no, and knowing that made him happy. The fact that Yuki was standing right next to me, giggling at my irritated expression, only added to my frustration. She knew I didn't want to return to that place, and she knew better than to ask Tsunade to force me. Yes, it was considered a mission, which came with a lot of money, but it was one I couldn't refuse. Yuki tugged on my cheeks and smiled. Tsukihime, it's not as bad. All you need to do is get the forbidden scrolls from Dad's office, and you're done. She made it sound easy, so why couldn't she do it herself? Apparently, this mission was supposed to draw out Rio from his hiding place. He had been watching me for years, making no move to kidnap or harm me. The only thing keeping me from going was the village itself. It held too many bad memories that overshadowed the good ones. I sighed and picked up my already packed bag from the floor. Fine, I'll go, but don't tell Naruto that I left. He'll definitely try to stop me. Yuki's smile faltered. Naruto-kun? She hummed, rubbing her chin. Don't worry, I won't tell him. She beamed, though her smile seemed a bit forced. I nodded anyway and started for the gate. The trip to the village wasn't long, just a few hours to a day, depending on how many breaks I took. As I reached the gate, I glanced back at the village. Yuki wasn't far behind and waved, wishing me luck. Luck was probably all I needed at that moment. I exited the village and pulled out the map Tsunade had given me. I wondered if the village still looked the same. It was a decent size with plenty of buildings and a good population. My father would have been proud to see me become a ninja. If he were here. If they had never died, my personality would likely have been very different from what it was now. Maybe more like my mother's, but I could hardly remember how she acted. According to Yuki, she was more cheerful and energetic, unlike my father, who was calm and could handle my mother's constant chatter. Yuki really didn't seem like her now that I thought about it. I took a left and sighed. This is going to take a while on foot. I grew frustrated as another hour passed, and I paused to eat my lunch. I unwrapped the bento and sweat dropped at the messy food inside. It seemed like Yuki had attempted to make an omelet, but she did pack some already prepared melon bread and a chocolate bar. I decided to save the chocolate and melon bread for later, even though Yuki packed me 2 other bentos, just in case I got hungry later on. I finished the omelet, which had way too much salt, thanks to Yuki, and began packing up. I bit my thumb and made hand signs. Summoning jutsu. White smoke surrounded me, and laughter filled the air. I sweat dropped again. What's up, little pup? It's only been about a month since I last saw you. Joker laughed as he extended his hand for me to climb on. I climbed on and he propped me up on his head. I honestly wasn't expecting you. I really wanted to speak to Scar. Joker snorted. That old grouch is no fun. But he was in a meeting with the head leader, so I decided to answer your call. He asked what I needed, and I told him I was tired of walking and needed help getting to my old village. So why is Scar meeting with the head leader? Joker hummed as he took a slight skip in his huge steps. The leader is considering giving you the freedom to summon more of us, even him. I'm surprised it's taking Scar so long to convince him when it's his own father he's talking to. My eyes widened. Scar's father is? I didn't get to finish as Joker suddenly disappeared, and I yelped as I found myself 6 yards in the air. I did a backflip and reached for a tree branch, hissing as I landed. Joker, that better not have been a joke to let me fall out of the sky. I was confused about why he left, but it didn't seem to bother me as I reached the opening to my village. Higakure home to ice users and the Higas of distant family. It had been so long since I walked through the gates. They had started rusting and looked quite old. The guard stand was still where it was, but the paint was more faded just like the rest of the houses and buildings as I glanced around. I hadn't been here for more than an hour before I started feeling uneasy. There were dried stains on the ground and marks on some buildings. I was relieved that there weren't any skeletons or bodies in sight. It seemed like someone else had been here, but I didn't sense anyone. My head was pounding as I heard faint echoes of screams from that day many years ago. I walked around, remembering the old bakery, the salesman, children running around giggling, and the kind people who offered me flowers or candy. I gasped when I felt something wet fall down my cheek. I wiped it away and realized I was crying. I chuckled. Why am I even crying? It happened so many years ago, and I thought I had finally gotten over it. Maybe it was just the fact that I hadn't been here in so long. I reached the river that Yuki and I used to visit. The river was part of our home and part of me, a true Higa who once lived here. I sighed, glancing at the familiar spot where I remembered feeding ants bread. I was so young at the time, and I couldn't believe how different I was back then. The hard part was going to the main building where I used to live. It wasn't a far walk, but as soon as I stepped on the porch, I hesitated before slowly pushing the door open. It creaked loudly and my eyes widened. It was so dark, and I could almost hear my mother greeting me and Yuki like she used to. As I walked into the dining room, I could see my father sitting there reading his reports as I ran to hug him. But it was all a faded memory now. I went up the stairs, softly running my fingers along the railing. One day you'll actually be tall enough to touch it, Tsuki-chan. I recalled my mother saying. Really? I can't wait then. She ruffled my hair, and the voices slowly faded away. I opened the first door within reach. When I pulled it open, I noticed it was an orange room filled with books and scrolls scattered across the floor. I bent down and picked up one scroll. Slowly, I read aloud, Hidden Water Techniques to Help Ice Users. This must have belonged to Yuki back when we were younger. I quickly swiped it up and placed it into my bag. Yuki must have had a lot of scrolls that could be useful. I paused as I glanced at her dresser. It held a picture of 5 people, 4 young and 1 older. I picked it up and examined it. Obviously, the one with orange hair was Yuki, so this must be a picture of her and her team. I knew Kakashi-sensei was in her team, and I could name the rest. She might want it. I placed it in my bag, along with any useful scrolls I could find. I closed the door to her bedroom and went to the one across the hall. It had a sign that read, Suki's room, but it was messy, and the letters looked backward. I pushed the door open and gagged at all the pink but decided to look around anyway. Nothing much was in my room except a drawing I made when I was probably 5 of my family. I tucked it in my bag and left the room. The last room down the hall was my father's office. I wiggled the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Forbidden ice, ice needles. The needles left small dents in the door, but I grabbed one and slowly tried unlocking the door with it. Clicked open, and I cautiously pushed it open. The room was neat, and nothing seemed out of place. I ran my fingers over the many books my father had and went behind his desk. I sighed as I sat in the chair and opened his drawers. I found nothing but envelopes and paper that I could make sense of, but I discovered a key that probably belonged to the safe under his desk. I placed the key in and unlocked the safe. It was filled with various scrolls about Higa history and old leaders, but beneath them, I discovered a tightly sealed scroll that required special coding to unlock. What's found is deep in the heart of those they love, but what's not found doesn't want to be found. It was puzzling, but I guessed it was the secret scroll Yuki had mentioned. I placed it in my bag and continued searching through my father's belongings. Just as I was about to pull out a few documents, I heard the floor creak, and my breath caught in my throat, not wanting to turn around. "It's been so long, granddaughter," a voice cackled. I wasn't quick enough to turn before he struck the side of my neck, and everything went dark. Yuki's POV. I stretched my arms and sighed contentedly. Tsuki had been gone for a few hours, and I hoped she would return by the next day. There were important scrolls I wanted her to find before Ryo got to them. After Ryo left, my father had been researching how to control Bachan's chakra. Not everyone knew how, but those scrolls and documents might hold the key. Her chakra was incredibly powerful, being a descendant of both the Higa and Natsuki clans. The combination of those clans made her even stronger. Ryo had been after her chakra for so long, which was probably why he married Bachan. It was sad, really. She knew his intentions but never spoke up. She could have left to protect herself, but she chose to stay, slowly fading away. I sighed as I heard a group of kids running my way. I shaded my eyes with my hand, squinting to make out their faces. What the? I realized they weren't going to stop running, so I stepped aside, but they noticed me. As their faces became clearer, their hair colors stood out. I jumped onto the roof and shouted down, "Hey, hello! Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan, Usagi-payan." The other kids were unfamiliar, but I shrugged it off. Naruto's face turned red. "Yuki-sensei, why did you send Tsuki away? She could be in danger." I laughed nervously. "How did you even know she was gone?" "I thought you wouldn't notice," I said, surprised. "Tsuki-chan wasn't at the candy store or any training fields. We knocked at your home, but Naruto broke in, and she wasn't there either," Sakura explained. "But it was all this Baka's fault," she shouted, hitting him on the head. Naruto yelped and whined. Maybe one day, Sakura would be as strong as Tsunade. Usagi was still clutching that mysterious bunny. "Usagi is worried about Tsuki-sama?" The other kids were silent, so I jumped down and put my hands in my pockets. "You shouldn't worry, she has this under control." Naruto growled, "Don't you know what could happen to her? Do you even care that Ryo might already have her?" I shrugged. "You might have a point, Naruto, but I'm not going after her." At this point, he was fuming like when Sasuke was about to fight Gaara. "What do you mean you're not going after her?" "She's your sister." I poked his forehead. "That's why I'm letting you go after her yourself. I can see how much you care about my sister, Naruto, so I want you to always be there to save my little Imato." Naruto flushed and looked away. I clasped my hands together. "Now, who are the rest of you? Tsuki's friends?" Hinata Hyuga," the shy girl stammered, blushing as she twiddled her fingers. "Kiba Inazuka. Ino Yamanaka. Chuji. Akimichi," the big-boned boy managed to say through a mouthful of chips. "Shikamaru Nara." I reassured the kids that Tsuki would be fine with Naruto's help, and I trusted him completely. "So, Naruto, let's go tell Tsunade." Tsuki's POV. I groaned as my vision blurred, lights flickering on and off as I slowly sat up. The room was dim, and I honestly didn't know where I was. Fear crept in as I pulled my knees to my chest, shivering slightly in the cold. I see you're finally awake, a booming voice echoed, making me flinch as I realized someone was in the room with me. A figure emerged from the shadows, and I pressed myself against the wall. It was Rio, but he looked different from the last time I saw him. His hair was no longer bleached blonde, it had turned gray, with orange roots returning, resembling my mother's hair. His blue eyes were darker and lacked the brightness Naruto had, marred by a scar from where my father had struck him long ago. I gulped as he reached out a hand, expecting me to take it. When I hesitated, his smile widened. "It's nice to know you're actually afraid of me," he said. "I believe you know who I am, yes?" I nodded slowly. "That's good. I believe you also know why I brought you here?" "Oh, silly me. I forgot to tell you where we are." He grinned, spreading his arms. "This old place is the underground cellars, where we used to keep your dear Bachan. The elders would walk through these tunnels to reach safety and other places faster." I opened my mouth but quickly closed it. He noticed and frowned. "Oh, don't be shy. You shouldn't be mysterious and quiet like your annoying father. That's probably why I got rid of him." I growled and he chuckled. "Don't worry, your father was a failure anyway." If my father was such a failure, then how did he become leader at 14? I retorted. Rio stepped closer and yanked me up by my hair, examining it before feigning a frown. "So sad. You should have inherited your mother's beautiful genes. I'm surprised only Yuki did. She's more like her mother than you'll ever be. She'll be a great successor." Suddenly, he struck me in the stomach. It felt like everything moved in slow motion, and I held my mouth as if I might be sick. The sound of a rib cracking echoed in my ears, and I spat out blood. He let go of my hair, and I fell to my knees, face down, whimpering as I fought back tears. I felt something wrap around my wrists and ankles, thinking Rio was tying me up. He lifted my head and glanced at the necklace. It seems you've already tapped into a bit of her chakra." A wicked grin spread across his face as he gently stroked my hair. "Oh, don't worry, I'll be taking it from you soon." He stood up, humming a slow tune as he danced around. "What is wrong with this guy?" I thought as he began to sing aloud. "Home sweet home, where I await my precious. Here I am singing to the night winds. When I began dancing, my loving children have come. I've noticed the missing ones. The children are afraid to dance. With the wicked ones, oh home, sweet home, we come singing. To those who don't have a home, we will shout for those. Oh home, sweet home." I could barely keep my eyes open. I didn't know how long it had been or what day it was, but it felt like I had been here forever. Rio constantly tormented me, either kicking me in the ribs, playfully punching my face, or telling me lies that I knew weren't true. His relentless teasing was starting to wear on my nerves. He fed me the same thing every day, bread and soup. I craved chocolate, but I knew he wouldn't waste his time leaving the village to get me any. As I finished the soup, the door creaked open, and I looked up, flinching as I recognized the figure. Not pleased to see me?" His voice was childlike, teasing me further about my captivity. It was so easy for him to get to me, and now I had no way out. Rio pulled up a chair and sat in front of me. "Are you lonely down here?" I continued to watch him. He gritted his teeth as he grabbed my face in his hands, squeezing my cheeks together. "When I ask you a question, answer it." I looked away. "Yes." He sighed and pouted. "I would have thought someone would already be here to save you, but it looks like no one is around to come." I ignored his words and rubbed at the ropes around my wrists, trying to loosen them. My eyes focused on Rio as he paced around the room. "Do you want me to go get someone for you?" he grinned. My eyes widened and I quickly shook my head. When I was around Rio, my vulnerable side emerged, and I practically had to beg him not to do things that would harm anyone else. Suddenly, he pulled on my arm and brought my face closer to his. "Hey, why don't we play a game, yes?" I wrinkled my face. "What kind of game?" He moved my face back and forth before throwing my head back. Thankfully, I caught myself before hitting the hard wall behind me. "Let's say you have 48 hours to live. If no one comes to rescue you by then, I'll end it the moment time runs out. I'll take that little necklace bell of yours and be on my way." I swallowed hard, which was unlike me. My eyes probably dulled as I looked away. I had two options. Try to break free from these binds and contact a summon to have either Joker or Scar send a message to Yuki, or just sit and wait for someone to rescue me. People should have realized I should be home by now since the trip here wasn't supposed to take long. What? I mustered the courage to ask, if someone actually comes looking for me? He grinned, but it sent shivers down my spine. Then we'll just see what happens to that poor unfortunate soul. Yuki sighed as Naruto kept pacing back and forth at the gate. They were getting ready to go to her old village to retrieve Tsuki, and he wouldn't stop moving. Naruto-kun. He stopped moving when I placed my hand on his shoulder. She'll be fine. I doubt Ryo would do much. I knew that was probably a lie, but I didn't want to make him any more upset. He looked down sadly before brushing my hand off. Let's just hope so, he said bitterly. My eyebrow twitched. Keep your cool, Yuki. Don't say or do anything that will make him more upset. I nudged him and started heading out the gate. Come on, lover boy, let's go get my sister. Thankfully, Ryo removed the ropes from my wrists and legs. They were slightly bruised as I rubbed them. I hissed as I stretched out my legs. I needed to find a way out of here before Ryo came back to retie the ropes. I had about 10 minutes, maybe an extra 5, until he realized I was gone. I wobbled as I stood, holding onto the wall for support. The bruises were healing, but my ribs still hurt. I walked slowly toward the door and carefully opened it. The hallways were dark, and I couldn't see a thing. I sighed. If I had that sword, maybe the fire could lead me out. I limped down the hallway, feeling along the wall to avoid falling. Within seconds, I found another door and sighed in relief when I discovered it was unlocked. Weakly, I pushed the door open and followed the dimly lit hallway. I could faintly see the outline of another door and sighed happily before pushing it open. When my eyes adjusted to the brightness, I noticed a woman sitting in a chair by the couch. She was smirking widely at me, as if she had been waiting for my arrival. She hummed and tapped her index finger on her arm, arms crossed. 1 hour and 27 minutes, not bad, kid. Her hair was silver, a familiar shade I hadn't seen in years. Slowly, her tone of voice began to sound even more familiar. Have I seen you before? She stood, grinning. More like when, it's been years since I've seen you. You've grown, and I can see your pesky little bodyguards aren't with you either. I heard from Ryo that they didn't make it. It's quite sad. I rolled my eyes. I'm not here to listen to you talk endlessly. She roamed the room briefly and then gave a small smile. The smile felt off, leaving an eerie sensation I couldn't quite place. I know you're trying to escape, but the thing is it's either me or you, kid. He already killed my brother. I can't risk my life for yours. You don't have to. Just. I paused for a moment, then quickly let the thought slip out. Listen to what I have to say. I won't just escape, you're coming with me. Safe and sound. She raised a brow, her breath shaky. And how's that? Naruto had been unusually quiet for the past hour and a half, which was starting to freak me out. It was strange not hearing him being loud and jumpy during a rescue mission like this. Back when we were dealing with Gaara, he had been hyper and eager to save Sakura and Tsuki, but now he was as silent as could be. I didn't let his quiet state throw me off, so I continued to remain silent. We wouldn't reach the village for a few more hours at the rate we were going. Suddenly, Naruto paused, his eyes fixed downward. I stood next to him. Naruto, is something wrong? He pointed at the ground and I followed his gaze. Isn't that footprint a little too big to be Tsuki's? I sweat dropped at the size of the print. No kidding. I'm guessing Tsuki got a quick ride to the village. I began forming hand signs. Well, luckily enough, I can summon too. Summoning jutsu. As the smoke cleared, I grinned at the huge hawk that seemed to glare at me. You. The hawk struggled. I frowned. Oh, come on, June, it's only been a few months. You couldn't have forgotten my name already. The old hawk sighed. I'm getting too old for this, kid. June tilted his head toward Naruto. Who's the kid? I shook my head. It's best I tell you later. But right now, we need to head back to my village. I believe Ryo is holding Tsuki captive. June, being my father's old summon, obviously used to know Mina and Kushina, And from all the hints, it seemed Naruto didn't know exactly who his parents were. Jun didn't even bat an eye as he picked both Naruto and me up with his beak, causing Naruto to yelp in surprise. "Is this safe?" Naruto shouted as I wrapped my arms around his waist. I hummed. Maybe, maybe not. Let's just say I enjoyed the surprised yelps Naruto let out as Jun occasionally dropped suddenly while in the air. You're one crazy kid. You want me to what? This was probably the third time I had said this to the woman. It wasn't the best plan, but it was something. Look, all you need to do is distract Rio while I look for the exit. As soon as I leave, I'm heading back to my father's office. I still need to check if I missed anything. I probably even dropped my bag there. There's no way you're going to get back in time. He's going to know I'm stalling and he's supposed to check on you in another hour or so. Then let's make the time we have count. I limped to the door across the room. If something happens, just summon me back quickly. I tossed her a scroll, which she easily caught. By the way, what's your name? The woman took a moment to respond. Honestly, you don't want to know who I am. But if you want, make up a name and call me that. Silver it is then. With that said, I opened the door and didn't glance back as I walked out, unaware that Rio had been listening the whole time. It had been 30 minutes, and I could see we were closing in on our destination. Naruto calmed down a little bit after about 10 minutes of flying, but it still freaked me out how quiet he was. I nudged him as soon as Jun landed. Hey, you alright? I noticed his eyes were a bit glassy, as if he might cry any second. Hey, don't go crying on me now. Is this about Tsuki? He nodded. I don't understand why, but just the thought of knowing she's in trouble. I just want to know she's alright. I want to know if she's even. He shook his head and wiped away the tears that had escaped. Look at me, crying over some girl that doesn't even like me all that much. I gave a weak smile. Well, this girl is stuck somewhere in this village, and just to let you know, it's pretty big. I don't know where Rio is hiding her, but I have a slight clue. Oh, and Naruto, it doesn't hurt to open up and let out your feelings. It's not good to hold everything in. Sometimes it even makes people go insane. I patted Jun, and he got the signal, poofing away and leaving Naruto and me in front of the gates. Alright, here's the plan. We search around the main buildings, and if Tsuki isn't there, she might be in the underground tunnels that the elders used to go through. If you find something useful, give a shout, alright? You don't know Rio like I do or his powers. Let's just find Tsuki and bring her home safe. Naruto always had that fire in his eyes, just like Kushina did. I smiled sadly and ruffled his hair. Now is it just me, or is little Naruto crushing on my sister? I teased. I departed to the left, feeling Naruto watching my back. More like she's my weakness. I don't know what I'd do without her, he mumbled, but it didn't escape my ears. I heard him loud and clear, and a smile fought its way onto my lips. Kids these days, I wish you were still here, Kushina and Minato. You would have been proud. I feel terrible for not updating in months. That's not like me. I feel like I should just hide away. Anyway, this story is almost finished, maybe just 5 more chapters? I'm not sure how much is left, but my goal is to post a chapter every day. I hope to wrap this up before New Year's or before school starts again because I have exams coming up. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. Chapter 1. How long has it been? A few months? I feel drained, honestly. Who knew high school would be so challenging? It's stressful and I'm trying my best to keep up. To be honest, I don't know when I'll be updating again, and it's hard to believe this story is nearing its end. I've been thinking about posting for weeks, but I haven't had the motivation to do so. However, I really need to push through and finish this story. I got tagged, so I decided to go ahead and do that and at least post something after my long absence. Nickname, Nayla. Nicknames from family friends, Sid, Momo, Moni. Favorite color, orange. Favorite type of food, seafood. Favorite animal, monkeys, don't ask. Originally from Arkansas but moved to Texas and have lived here for 10 years. Huge fangirl of K-pop now. Favorite snack, popcorn. Age, 14. Birthday, February 13th. Favorite holiday, Thanksgiving. Favorite band, Sleeping with Sirens. Favorite type of music? All but country. Favorite song? None. Favorite book series? Gregor the Overlander. Favorite anime? Clannad Angel Beats. Siblings? Older stepsister and younger half-brother. Best friends? Everyone. Chapter 2. I easily made it back to my father's office and sighed in relief when I found the bag still in its place. I grabbed it, placing it over my shoulder, and quickly scanned the office for anything I might have missed. After checking every room, I left the house without looking back. I had about half an hour left before Rio was supposed to come and check on me. Silver had a summoning scroll with my name on it in case he decided to stop by earlier than expected. Now you promise you'll help me out of this too? Silver asked before I left the room. I promise. You don't deserve to go through this. You've already lost your brother. Why stay with Rio to do his bidding? She was silent as I left the room. My thoughts kept returning to the conversation I had with Silver. I shook my head. I was determined to get out of here and help Silver along the way. Just as I was about to turn the corner, I felt a hand touch my shoulder. Reflexively, I grabbed the hand and flipped the person over my shoulder, quickly climbing onto their lap with a kunai in hand. Tsuki-chan. The familiar blue eyes sparkled as a grin spread across the blonde's face. Tsuki-chan. You're okay? Naruto quickly pulled me into a hug, avoiding the kunai still gripped in my hand. I was still in shock that Naruto was actually here. Why was he here? Naruto. What are you doing? Here. I removed his arms and got off his lap, swiftly pulling him to his feet. What do you mean, what are you doing here? I'm here to save you. He frowned, but I shushed him as I peeked behind me. It was unusually quiet, and I was starting to worry that Rio hadn't checked on me yet. Unless he had, and Silver was already in danger. I didn't have high hopes for her. What is it? Naruto asked. His hand gripped mine, and I could feel it getting sweaty, so I squeezed his hand tighter. Nothing. But really, why are you here? Why didn't they send someone like Kakashi or Guy? Where's Yuki? Naruto paled and nervously rubbed the back of his head. I ran off looking for you. I honestly don't know where she is. My eye twitched before I tugged him behind me. Stay close, all right? Rio could be anywhere, and I think I know where Yuki might be. We began running toward the center of the village where the council hall was located. Where? The underground hallways. He didn't question my response, and I was glad he kept quiet the whole way down the long stairway. He stayed close as I instructed, and we kept an eye out for Rio and Yuki. I was really starting to worry about Yuki. If she was here to get me back, I thought she would have been with Naruto or kept him from running off. But deep down, I was genuinely happy Naruto was here with me at this moment. It wasn't long before we reached the long, narrow passageway. It was dark, and we couldn't see much. We cautiously walked around, alert to our surroundings. I could practically hear Naruto breathing beside me. He was so close that my face began to feel warm. Snap out of it, Tsuki, no time to start feeling. I paused, causing Naruto to bump into me. Hey, why'd you stop? He whispered, gazing over my shoulder. I glanced back at him and nodded toward the door I had just left moments ago. Do me a favor, Naruto. If we come across Rio, don't interfere. Naruto frowned, tugging my hand and turning me to face him. Hey, we're in this together, no matter what happens. I'm not letting anything happen to you again. Again? My thoughts drifted back to when we first met, to our first mission, all the way back to when we faced Gaara. I knew the guilt was eating away at Naruto when Sakura and I got hurt, but I thought he was over it by now. I shook my head and gave a small smile. You continue to amaze me, Naruto. We approached the door and I shakily opened it. The door creaked slightly before falling silent. Naruto pushed through, scanning the room before nodding for me to enter. The room looked just as we left it, and I noticed someone standing inside. I sighed in relief, and Silver grunted in annoyance. You know, kid, you're going to get me in trouble. Not like I had high hopes you'd still be alive. I shrugged. Silver held her gaze on our connected hands before I quickly pulled mine away. Okay, Rio hasn't come to check on you, but I think it's best you leave if you want to survive. I was about to agree, but my voice caught in my throat. What was happening? I heard a thump and saw Naruto knocked out on the ground beside me. I wanted to scream, to rush to his side, but it felt like my body betrayed me. The next thing I knew, I was covered in something warm. Now you promise you'll get me out of this too? I'm sorry. I didn't get you out. Silver. My body slowly started to shut down as his arms wrapped around me. My vision was foggy, but I could still see the eerie smile on his face, sending shivers down my spine as he said, "Dear child, it's time for punishment." His laughter echoed in my mind before everything went black. Yukai. That calming voice, who was it? From the voice grew louder with each second. My brain struggled to comprehend what was happening. Stay away from her. I snapped out of my daze at the loud shout, but it wasn't the only thing that jolted me awake. A sharp sting on my cheek brought me back to reality. His grin was right in my face, and he cooed as I stared into his false eyes. Rise and shine, dear child. You've been asleep for a while. He paused. Well, only a few hours. I looked around and saw Naruto's worried eyes following mine. I shook my head, trying to push away the fatigue. Where are we? I muttered. HM? Where I first locked you up, you insolent brat. To think that woman would try to help you. Don't you know I'm trying to help you? Dear child. Hello, wake up, answer me. He gently patted my cheek. I felt dizzy and looked down at my clothes. Why you monster. Memories of Silver flashed in my mind. How could you just kill her like that? Without a second thought. I raised my voice, almost face to face with him. Hey, don't raise your tone now. Your life is in my hands. You better watch yourself, Rio warned. I scared and spat at him. Forget you. He suddenly grabbed my hair, dragging me to the center of the room, causing Naruto to shout at him again. Let her go. He continued to tug on my long scarlet hair, almost pulling it out. I winced as he brought my face close to his. And who is this? A young boy who seems very protective of my dear grandchild. He spat the last word like it was forbidden. If you hurt her. And if I do? What will you do, dear young boy? Tell me, I want to hear your plan. Naruto looked into my eyes and I shook my head. It took Rio a few seconds before a smile spread across his face. I see. You look at her like I used to look at your dear grandmother. Wasn't she a beauty? Rio traced my face with his long fingers, keeping my head in place even as I flinched away from his cold touch. That look, that pure look of desire. You like her, and do I dare say you love her? He waited for Naruto to respond, but when Naruto looked away, it spoke volumes. Rio laughed. Oh, please tell me you're joking. You could do so much better than this pathetic lowlife. What has she ever done to deserve your affection? Oh wait, don't answer that. Rio slammed my head into the ground. I gasped in pain, my body still numb from whatever he had done to me earlier. He sat on my back, elbow on his knee, hand on his cheek, staring deeply into Naruto's eyes. My kid, you look fairly familiar, but I don't have the names in my head. Naruto glared. Trust me, we never met. Rio smiled, and if you looked closely, it almost seemed genuine. All right, let's play a little game. You're going to tell me about yourself and why. But you like my grandchild. If I don't believe you or feel like you're lying, I won't go easy on dear Tsuki here. He pulled out kunai, twirling it around. He got off my back and I inhaled deeply. Now, first question, what's your name? It took Naruto a moment to answer, but he broke out of his trance when Rio gave my cheek a small cut. Take this as a warning. Naruto Uzumaki. Now was that so hard? Rio teased. Second question, did anyone send you here looking for Tsuki? Immediately he answered, no. But Rio scoffed, slashing my arm. I cried out, holding back tears as I felt the sting. I could sense Naruto's guilt and sorrow aimed at me, and he refrained from shouting at Rio. Yes. He wisely changed his answer, but my arm throbbed, still dripping. Who sent you? Tsunade. The Hokage. The questions flowed one by one, and I still felt the sting of the kunai every so often. The last question I anticipated finally came. I wanted to know if Naruto truly felt something for me. My mind raced, and my heart skipped a beat whenever he was near. My feelings for Naruto were tangled, and I couldn't bear the thought of him being here, where he could get hurt. All these sudden emotions felt overwhelming, and I couldn't stop them from flooding in. Now tell me, boy, why do you like Tsuki? Naruto hesitated, troubled on how to respond. Ryo rolled his eyes. Tick-tock, boy, we don't have all day. I can't. Naruto muttered. My heart sank. Did that mean he didn't have those feelings for me? Slowly, tears slipped down my face without me realizing it, and I cried out as Ryo slowly cut my thigh. All these lies, just truths. I only want the truth from you, boy. You really must enjoy torturing Tsuki. Like seeing her in pain on the floor, tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to stay conscious. No, that's not it. Ryo stepped closer to Naruto, his wild eyes never blinking. Then tell me. No words can explain why I'm in love with Tsuki Higa. Naruto shouted. The room fell silent. Huh, Ryo said before delivering a swift kick to my stomach. I gasped for air, feeling the impact resonate through my body. Naruto wrestled with his emotions, calling out my name as Ryo continued to taunt me. Don't you see, Naruto? How could you love someone so weak? A girl like her could drag you down. You need to take charge, be the one in control. Show her who's in charge. But no. This girl isn't someone you can tame. It's strange but thrilling. What makes you any different, dear child, my dear grandchild? Answer me. Ryo paused, and I ummed as he gripped my hair tightly. You look quite pitiful, he remarked, but then a smile spread across his face. Maybe if I got rid of all this hair, you might look a bit better. My eyes widened as I struggled to escape his grasp. No! I whimpered. Please don't. Naruto's cries for help only seemed to echo in the background. All he could do was watch as Ryo clutched my hair, which I had grown out for so long. This pathetic hair reminds me. Too much. He easily cut through my hair, tossing the long strands aside as if they were worthless. My hair was now uneven, framing my face but failing to hide the tears and fear in my eyes. Now, Ryo coughed before bending down to meet my gaze. Tell me, I have a question for you, Tsuki. He didn't wait for my response as I panted, my body aching from the ordeal. He slowly brushed my jagged hair out of my face. What plans did you make with your dear friend, Silver? Is that what you called her? My voice trembled as I tried to respond, but no words came. You tried to escape, you tried to take her with you. I heard your little plans. Just remember, you're the reason she's gone. But then again, she's the reason you're still here. He stood up, cracking his back before walking toward the door. It was fun playing with you too. Nice meeting you, Naruto. He hummed as he opened the door but paused. Isn't this world just filled with broken promises? The question felt directed at me and I gulped, trying to catch my breath as he walked out. I tuned out Naruto, who was desperately trying to reach me, but my thoughts were consumed by Silver, how I had broken my promise to her, how she had been taken from me so quickly. Another tear fell. I'm sorry, I whispered before losing consciousness, Naruto's voice still echoing in the background. His heart raced, beads of sweat running down his face. He didn't know what to do and couldn't move because the ropes were digging into his wrists. Naruto wiggled a bit before collapsing onto his side, panting in exhaustion. His eyes watered as he stared at the unconscious girl in front of him. Tsuki, he thought, I'm always trying to save you. But you always get hurt in the end. He began crawling toward her, tears streaming down his cheeks. I can't stand it anymore, you being hurt. I want to protect you. Keep you safe. Naruto was now face to face with the unconscious redhead. Her hair was unevenly cut, and there were signs of distress on her cheeks. Tsuki-chan. Please. Naruto shook slightly, hearing the door open and close behind him. Well. Little child all emotional. Stop your crying and toughen up. Ryo's tone was playful, but a sudden chill ran down Naruto's spine as it darkened. Be glad I didn't finish what I started with this little one. Ryo frowned slightly as he felt the young boy's chakra suddenly spark. Naruto growled and lunged at the man but fell short, though Ryo caught a glimpse of his fierce red eyes. What great power does this child possess? What did you do to Tsuki? Why did you hurt her parents? Naruto roared, out of breath. Ryo smirked and patted the blonde on the head. I'm really starting to like you. But if you must know, he mused before sitting next to Tsuki. Slowly, he began to play with her hair, his eyes dulling over time. Ryo, get in here, you foolish boy. Ryo frowned, knowing the voice belonged to his drunken father. The boy was merely 15, a street rat with tattered clothes and barely enough food on his plate each night. Ryo rounded the corner after taking the chicken out of the oven and placing everything he cooked on a plate. His father glared at him, grumbling as Ryo finally handed him the long-awaited food. You demon kid, what took you so long? Ryo rolled his eyes, but it didn't go unnoticed by his father. His father seethed, raising his hand before backhanding him across the face. Ryo yelped, holding his reddening cheek. Get out of here, go do something useful. Ryo replied with a timid, yes sir, before walking toward the door and leaving. He breathed in the fresh air, noticing the pitying looks sent his way as he stepped outside. His father hadn't always been like this, but after his mother left them long ago, he had taken out all his anger on Ryo. Naruto looked at Ryo with no sign of pity. He understood what it felt like to be tossed around as a child, but the man in front of him didn't deserve any sympathy. This made him wonder, if he had never met Tsuki, would he have turned out like Ryo? Ryo hummed, you are pretty quiet. Is my story scaring you, kid? He grinned, but Naruto frowned, causing Ryo to let out an exaggerated sigh. Alright, as I was saying, I didn't grow up in a very decent household. I would do his bidding, find ways to keep him happy so he wouldn't hurt me every night. Then it happened one afternoon I met her. With his birthday just a few months away, Ryo kept telling himself he could make it. Once he turned 16, he planned to tell his father about moving out. Many kids in Higa village got their own place at 16. All they had to do was file some paperwork months before their birthday. While roaming the streets, he ran into a small girl. He raised an eyebrow as he watched her clutch a blanket wrapped around her. It was late, and he wondered what she was doing out here. The girl had such a small figure, as if she hadn't been outside much. Her skin appeared pale, and she looked fragile. The moonlight shone on her shoulder-length orange hair, which seemed full, but he dismissed it and called out to her anyway. Hey girl. The girl flinched before turning his way. Her big eyes held curiosity, and she tilted her head. Slowly, Ryo walked toward her and placed his hands on his hips. What are you doing out here? It's pretty late, you know? The girl just stared, as if she hadn't seen another person in years. She visibly gulped. Hello, she murmured. Ryo maintained a deadpan expression, thinking, she didn't even answer my question. The girl turned to look at the river she had been staring at. I like the water, she continued, now facing the shimmering pool. I barely get to come out. It's because I'm sick. Her eyes watered. I just wanted to see the water again. Her voice cracked. Ryo didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on her. He huffed. All right then, turned away, bent down, and motioned for her to get on his back. Since you're sick, you shouldn't be walking around, right? I'll show you some more sights. He glanced back to see her flushed face before she beamed at him. Thank you? She climbed onto his back, awaiting an answer. Ryo, he muttered, heaving her up before they walked away from the ocean. She glanced back before resting her head in the crook of his neck. I'm Nini. Her voice faded out as she fell asleep. She was a sight, a pure beauty really. She was young and had so many questions about the world. I showed her everything, every beautiful thing in our village. She was really sick, so I couldn't take her one night, and that's when I found out who she really was. The leader's daughter. Naruto noticed the frown on his face before Ryo replaced it with a smile. Nini Higa, daughter of Hika Higa, known as the leader of Higakure. I found out when I overheard people talking about Nini being placed in a restricted area. I always wanted to know why, but it was because of her power. She had so much power that it was dangerous. I went to visit her one night when my father was asleep. Rio slowly opened the door to Nini's room and closed it behind him. He nudged her awake, desperate to hear her voice. Nini! Nini, wake up. She stirred before slowly opening her eyes. Her breathing was faint and slow, but a smile broke onto her face. Rio-kun. She frowned suddenly. What are you doing here? He smiled back. To see you, obviously. Did you really think I forgot about you? She shook her head. Did you want to go see the ocean? Nini shook her head. I'm too sick to move, I'll probably pass out. Rio clenched his fists. He knew what she meant. She had to stay here no matter what. If she left this room, her powers could cause things he didn't want to mention, and she could end up in serious danger. Then, he looked at her. Get better. As soon as you're able to walk freely, come find me. I'll take you to places you've never seen before. I promise. We'll even see the ocean together like we always do. Her eyes watered, and tears streamed down her cheeks. It's a promise, right? Her voice croaked. Rio smiled wider, nodding in agreement. A promise. He bent down and gave a small kiss on her forehead. He promised he would stay by her side until the end. She had changed him for the better and kept him from making choices he would later regret. Rio gladly accepted that he was in love with her, and nothing could change that. His blue eyes blinked, the story confusing him. If you loved her, then why did you hurt her? Rio's face flashed with realization, and a frown crossed his features. That's the thing, kid. I hurt her because I loved her. All that pain she showed. It was unbearable. Just imagine seeing the one you love slowly fade away in front of you. Would you let them suffer or find a way to end their pain? He continued, urging Tsuki's hair aside, revealing her face to Naruto. Naruto felt her breath on his lips, but it was faint. She's okay. He sighed with relief internally. Rio let her hair slip between his fingers. The news wasn't as good as I thought it would be. What do you mean she's getting worse? Now 16, Rio was taller, and his voice was slightly deeper. He had left his father without trouble and was now living a happier life in a small one-bedroom apartment with his lovely girlfriend by his side. They had lived together for about a month before he noticed signs of her decline. He was angry that she was getting worse when he had thought she was improving, which was why she had even moved in with him in the first place. Higa sighed. The bags under his eyes indicated he hadn't slept after hearing the news. The man was nearly 40 years old, and all the stress was turning his hair gray much faster. Her chakra is too much for her body. It's releasing a lot faster than before. The elders said that we might have to put her under containment for the rest of her life. Rio clenched and unclenched his fists. His thoughts were jumbled, and he didn't know what to do or say. Is there a way we can help her? His voice cracked, tears flowing in seconds. The leader glanced through the one-sided mirror to look at his slowly fading daughter and then squeezed his eyes shut. I wish there was, son. I wish there was. Time slowly passed, and not a day went by that Rio didn't think about Nini. He missed her hair, her eyes. Her smile was her best feature. The elders cast a vote on whether she should remain in a containment facility underground. Paul said yes. He was then banned from seeing her. He learned to cope with it, but every day was a reminder of her. Everywhere he turned, he recalled the memories they shared at a specific place, and one of those places was the ocean. The ocean retained its shiny blue color, glistening as the sun's rays reflected off the water. He caught himself staring at his reflection, and his eyes widened. Just maybe there was a way he could see her again. I've spoken to her father about letting me be the new leader. He wasn't entirely sure about it since the new leader is supposed to be an offspring, but he gladly passed on his position to me, and I immediately went to work. It took a couple of months turned into a full year before I finally managed to convince the elders to release Nini from her underground confinement. She was slowly recovering, but I didn't know how long it would last. I took over the village, and I was finally able to see her again. Nini's first request after learning she could go outside again was to see Rio. However, she soon discovered that he was the new leader and was extremely busy. Her father was old, and she felt a bit upset that he hadn't informed her about Rio becoming the new leader. But she let it go and made her next request. She wheeled her way to the ocean, her body still a bit weak, so she couldn't walk. Her hair had grown a lot, but the nurses had groomed her before allowing her to go to the ocean. She stopped right in front of it, the sand on the beach slightly moist. She sighed in contentment and smiled. Hearing rustling behind her, she turned her head and grinned wider. Ryo-kun. She wanted to give him a hug, but she still couldn't really move. She noticed his appearance was slightly different. He looked older. His jawline was sharper, his eyes seemed brighter, and his hair was longer. He stood next to her, staring at the vast water. Miracle Ocean. He placed a hand gently on her head. I named it after you. There wasn't a day I couldn't stop thinking of you, so after all this time, I finally gave the ocean a name since it never had one. Your father accepted the name as well. It seemed to fit perfectly. So what I'm asking is, will you be my miracle? Nini's eyes widened, tears appearing as she placed her hands in front of her as if in prayer. The wind suddenly picked up, blowing their hair softly. Nini shook her head, her eyes glistening as she gazed into Ryo's eyes. Her only response was a smile as she reached for his hand. That fool, Yuki thought as Naruto had dashed off hours earlier. He had just made the retrieval mission 10 times harder than it needed to be. Yuki already had a clear idea of where her sister and that blonde troublemaker were being held, but she didn't want to rush in without a plan. Grandfather Ryo wasn't foolish enough to overlook her presence. She sighed in frustration as she surveyed the village still in ruins. Why couldn't things be easier for them? If those tragic events from years ago had never occurred, would they have been happier? Yuki stepped into an old shop that once sold weapons and scrolls. Higekure was known for being a small village that mostly housed clan members, quiet and reserved, which meant they weren't as well trained as other villages. Even though they had the weapons and materials available, ninjas were few and far between. She rummaged through a few drawers before clicking her tongue in triumph. This is fantastic. Who would have thought this would be here? It was an old map that detailed the layout of the underground tunnels. It was typically reserved for the head elders, royals, and the head family to ensure a quick escape in case of sudden threats. Concerning why it's even in here, but whatever. If Ryo was clever enough, he would have thought to keep Tsuki hidden in the tunnels. Her fingers skimmed the page before tapping on a specific room. It was one of the largest chambers beneath the village, used as a research facility to help the sick. The sick, specifically Nini Higa. Her mother had told her all about her grandmother Nini and how significant this room was to Ryo. Too bad he's more of a fool for hiding her somewhere so obvious. Yuki quickly folded the map and set off toward the tunnels. Don't worry, you two. Hold on a little longer. The pounding in Tsuki's head wasn't going away anytime soon. She regained consciousness after Ryo had left, much to the blonde's relief sitting in front of her. Her body ached all over, fingers twitching and eyes trembling as if she wanted to cry. It was all too overwhelming. She hadn't expected returning here to cause her so much pain again. The agony felt all too familiar, reminiscent of the massacre that had befallen the village. She just wanted to leave, to go back to Konoha, forget about Higekure, and see her friends. She longed to see Kakashi-sensei and, surprisingly, even wanted to hang out with Sakura. She wanted to share sisterly moments with Yuki and make up for all the lost time they had spent apart. Maybe even summon Scar just to annoy him, while secretly hoping he would share stories of his adventures with her mother. Then there was Naruto. She didn't know how to handle him. First, she probably needed to apologize for everything she had said and done. She never wanted to hurt him, even though he just wanted to be her friend. The frightening feeling of someone being close, despite the misfortune she seemed to bring, haunted her. She was afraid that if she got close to him, he would have to bear the consequences. Their friendship had grown so much since they first met. And then there was his feelings for her. She was uncertain about that as well. What could he possibly see in her? She had been nothing but rude to him for the longest time and even put him in danger. I want to see Naruto. His face. Tsuki tried to turn her head, but the burning sensation in her neck became overwhelming, and she let out a soft whimper. Naruto turned his head swiftly in concern, scanning her face for signs of pain. Tsuki-chan, he whispered, hoping to see if she could respond. She managed to open her mouth slowly, a small grin lifting the corners of her lips. I'm okay, You idiot. Naruto frowned, a hint of worry in his expression, but relieved that she was doing better. I'm sorry I rushed in. Here without backup. It's just, he huffed in frustration, ruffling his hair. As soon as I heard you could be in trouble, I just lost it. After what happened with Gaara, I was scared that this Rio guy could do something worse. Maybe even. His voice trailed off, not wanting to voice the fear that lingered in the air. Tsuki began to regain some feeling in her body and nodded at him to help her up. He did so carefully, assisting her to lean against the wall. She pulled the collar of her shirt up slightly to wipe away the dried blood on her face. Nothing is going to happen, he's just stalling. Stalling? Naruto echoed, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? I'm saying that if he wanted to harm me just for resembling my father, he would have done it hours ago. It's clear he doesn't favor me, especially since my father was likely the reason he lost his position as leader of Higekure, Tsuki mumbled, pulling her thumb to her mouth as she pondered. When I found a book on my clan's history, that stood out to me the most. Naruto squinted, trying to grasp her meaning. I'm a little lost. Tsuki rolled her eyes. What I'm saying is that he has another motive, but I don't know what it is. She leaned her head against the cool wall, sighing in contemplation. I'm also wondering when he's going to make his move. If he has a bigger motive than just taking me down, it must be something more significant than either of us. Naruto nodded in agreement. Times like this make you wish you could talk to your parents or something. Talk to my parents? Tsuki gasped, clutching the necklace around her neck. Rio mentioned wanting to get to my necklace. Is it because Bachan's chakra is in it? Yes, she thought, finally starting to connect the dots about Rio's intentions. It makes so much sense now. What does? Naruto leaned in, noticing the glow of her necklace as she held it tighter. Does it have to do with your necklace? Somewhat. Tsuki pulled it over her head, holding it between them. This necklace belonged to my mother long ago. It contains the chakra of my late grandmother, who passed away before Yuki and I were born. She held the necklace closer for him to see, pointing at the orange glowing flares. This is her chakra. With it, I'm able to communicate with the departed and even bring them back. Wow! Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. That's amazing! I wish I could do something that cool. It's not cool, Naruto, Tsuki replied sharply. My grandmother has suffered for years because of this, and my parents. My parents and my entire clan had to pay the ultimate price. Rio wants this power, but I won't let him have it. Both Tsuki and Naruto sighed in relief at the sight of Yuki. The tension in the room faded as the elder sister gave a small smile. Hey, sorry it took me so long to get down here. There were some things I needed to grab, but we should all leave before he comes back. Warily, Naruto shifted forward, moving away from Tsuki but pausing so she could lean on him for support. Realizing how weak she was, he squatted down in front of her, arms outstretched behind his back. Tsuki squinted her eyes, huffing. What are you doing, Naruto? He grinned, even though she couldn't see his face. Don't start changing back to your usual self now. There's no time and you're really hurt, you know? He emphasized the urgency by waving his arms dramatically. Just hop on so we can get back home. Yuki stifled a laugh as she watched her younger sister grumble, a small smile creeping onto her lips. She held the door open for Naruto to pass and then led them down the corridor. Naruto gazed around in wonder, taking in the surroundings as they walked past several doors. Say, where do these doors lead to? He asked. Yuki glanced back at them and hummed in acknowledgement. Well, the village elders used these tunnels as an escape route. The rooms here were primarily used for their grandmother, who was too ill to stay upstairs. Yuki opened a door that led up a few stairs. We will go this way. This passage leads back to our house, Tsuki. Once we get there, we will head back to Konoha. But what about Rio? Won't he come back? It seems suspicious that he just disappeared like that, Tsuki said. Well, I haven't run into him, Yuki replied as she led them up the stairs. A bookcase blocked the next door, and she shoved a book aside, causing it to slide open. She quickly scanned the room before ushering them inside. He's after the necklace, and there's no way for him to get it off you, even if he were to try something drastic. He's smarter than that. Unfortunately, he was just playing with you both. Naruto helped Tsuki down onto a nearby chair and looked around the room in awe. It was small and dark, with no windows. He watched as Yuki lit some candles, and that's when he noticed the bag she had. "What's in the bag, Yuki-san?" She shook it and smiled. "Just some scrolls I grabbed from my father's office. There's a lot of history and techniques I need to teach Tsuki if we're going to deal with Ryo." "You're going to deal with him?" "There's no other way. In fact, I'm really tired of him. We have no idea what power that necklace holds, so it's better if I understand it to protect Tsuki, okay?" She rummaged through a box that contained a first aid kit, pulling it open to find some bandages. "We need to fix Tsuki up and then get out of here. There's no good in staying longer. Just a lot of bad memories. Here, help me with her shirt." Naruto stammered, his face flushing. I can't do that." He paused as Yuki shot him a pointed look. "We need to stop the bleeding before it gets worse." Yuki lifted Tsuki's shirt carefully, tearing it slightly in the process and tossing it aside. She nodded at Naruto to hand her the bandages. Grimacing, she shook a bottle of antiseptic in front of her sister's face, warning her about the sting she would feel while cleaning her injuries. Tsuki smiled and instinctively gripped Naruto's shoulder as the liquid was poured onto her side. "There's a lot you don't know about our family, Naruto. Blood was spilled on this land for selfish reasons. Thank you for protecting my sister until now." The blonde grinned. "I'll always protect her, no matter what." After cleaning her wounds, Yuki led them through another set of stairs that was hidden behind a false wall. They emerged in the hallway of their family house, which looked just as it used to, except for the dust that had accumulated over the years. Naruto carried Tsuki on his back again, the girl seemingly dozing off after receiving some medicine to help numb the pain. They headed back toward the village's main gates and sighed in relief to notice, strangely enough, that Ryo was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had vanished, suddenly uninterested in Tsuki and the power of the necklace. He had been so intent on pursuing her, yet now he was letting them escape. Without looking back, they continued their journey toward Konoha, unaware of a pair of eyes watching them retreat from the shadows. Tsuki squinted, her entire body sore from the events in Higakure, a place she once called home. As she awakened, she noticed the sun streaming through the windows while lying in a bed alone. Hospital? She pondered as she slowly sat up, wincing at the pain in her side. Running a hand through her hair, she noticed it was neatly trimmed, unlike before when Ryo had slashed through it. Though it framed her face better now, she felt a pang of bitterness from the loss of something that reminded her of her parents. She realized she had been changed into a hospital gown, confirming that they had made it back to Konoha in one piece. She had no idea how long she had been asleep. It could have been hours or days. It didn't matter to her anymore. She was just glad to be back in the safety of this room. Surrounded by four walls and silence, she reminisced about the recent events while fiddling with her hair, twiddling it between her fingers with a frown. "Don't worry, it'll grow back," a voice spoke from the corner of the room. She flinched in surprise but relaxed upon realizing it was just her elder sister. "I trimmed it for you. I'm sorry you had to endure all that alone." They sat in silence for a moment. Tsuki gripped the bed sheets in her lap, looking down at her hands. Bandages were wrapped around them, and she noticed scratches along her wrists and up her arms. "I wasn't alone," she admitted, acknowledging that Naruto had been with her, protecting her to the best of his abilities. Where's Naruto?" Yuki stood and sat next to her on the bed, pointing toward a bouquet of flowers and a basket of melon bread. "Those are from your teammates. I heard that Naruto is leaving with Pervy Sage soon. He was so against leaving you alone when we arrived, he almost gave Sakura a heart attack when we showed up with you on his back." Tsuki nodded, faintly smiling at the bread as Yuki handed it to her. Yuki bit her lip, bringing a hand up to her sister's head, gently stroking her hair out of her face. Do you want to talk about it? It's okay if you don't want to, but I wasn't there, and I hate myself for not being there for you." Silence enveloped them as Tsuki took a bite of the bread, realizing just how hungry she actually was. She chewed slowly, lost in her thoughts. With a whimper, she shook, suddenly recalling the trauma she had endured from years ago when the village was first attacked. She remembered watching people she used to see every day being harmed, and the image of her mother collapsing lifelessly before her eyes haunted her. The trauma had been locked away for years, a wall built around her heart to avoid getting close to anyone. Trusting others felt impossible after those tragic events. But suddenly, those memories surged back, overwhelming her as she realized she had just relived those painful moments. She had dreamed of finally confronting Ryo, the man who had taken everything from her, but it struck her that to him, she was just a weak child, an obstacle in his pursuit of greatness. Clenching the bread in her trembling hands, she sniffled, allowing the tears she had held back to flow freely. Yuki held her close, offering a safe space to feel vulnerable, something she hadn't allowed herself to do for years. Her walls crumbled, and her cries of anguish grew louder. "It's okay, I've got you. It's okay to feel this way," Yuki comforted her. Outside the room, Naruto stood with Sakura, who covered her mouth to stifle her own tears for Tsuki. She slid down the wall to the ground, whimpering, while Naruto clenched his fists tighter. He longed to enter the room, to comfort her, to hold her as she cried, but he felt powerless to protect her. With a heavy heart, he bowed his head, listening to the heart-wrenching cries of his teammate echoing through the hallway. Tsuki was later discharged from the hospital after a week of recovery. Her wounds were healing well, and the doctors agreed it was time for her to leave the confines of the hospital room. Yuki had restricted visitors after Tsuki's breakdown, and she often pretended to sleep to pass the time. Once she grasped the crutches assigned to her, she wobbled as she adjusted them under her arms, letting out a huff as she steadied herself. Yuki smiled gently, holding the door open as they made their way to the hospital exit. "I have a mission with Kakashi coming up, and I'm not sure how long I'll be gone. I've asked Asuma to check in on you from time to time," she said. Tsuki responded with a soft hum. As they stepped outside, a loud shout startled Tsuki. "Surprise!" She fought back a grin and managed a small wave. In front of her stood her classmates from the academy. Kiba beamed, tugging on Shikamaru, who complained about being dragged along, while Choji followed closely behind. Ino and Hinata held bouquets of flowers, and Shino nodded in acknowledgement. As everyone gathered closer, Yuki patted Tsuki's head and winked. "I'll be off now, I need to speak with Tsunade first." Tsuki watched as her sister disappeared in a flash. Everyone smiled at her, but to Tsuki, their expressions seemed sympathetic. "You didn't have to surprise me," she said softly. "It's been a while since we've all been together like this, so don't worry about it." Ino reassured her. "I would hand these flowers to you, but—" She gestured to the crutches Tsuki was using with a shrug. Tsuki shook her head, grateful, and thanked her. "Anyways, I still appreciate it." She noticed that Naruto and Sakura were absent from the group of friends around her. "Hey, where are Naruto and Sakura? I expected to see them here too." Kiba flashed a goofy grin and glanced at her. "But, missing your crush?" The others reacted with surprise and began to bicker at Kiba. Tsuki stood there, confused, looking back and forth between Kiba and Ino, who was shaking him. "Crush? I don't have a crush though." Shikamaru sighed. "This idiot means Naruto." Tsuki shivered in shock, and everyone noticed her face turning red. What? Why would you think that?" They all observed how Tsuki seemed flustered, a reaction they hadn't seen from her before. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're starting to act like Hinata whenever Naruto is mentioned." Hinata immediately stuttered at the mention of her name, and everyone laughed. Tsuki glanced at Hinata and looked down. It felt nice being around them like this, she thought, taking in the bright expressions on their faces. "Everyone." She gained their attention and offered a bright smile, one she had never shown them in the years she had lived in Konoha. "Thank you." Yuki slammed her hands on the desk in frustration, huffing as she processed the new information. Not only had Kakashi left her to undertake this mission alone, but now that she was here to voice her concerns to Tsunade, she was met with the news that Gaara was being pursued by enemies and that she was not permitted to help. "What do you mean I can't go? You're allowing Shikamaru to form a team and assist them, But when it comes to me, I can't? They're all kids. I'm the only jonin here since everyone else is investigating the artisans. Please. In moments like this, she felt as if she were the only one who truly understood Gaara. Despite everything that had happened during the Chunin exams, she still felt a responsibility to support him. Tsunade crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at Yuki, clearly annoyed by her defiance. Look, Yuki, I understand your connection with Gaara and the Land of the Sand, but this situation might be more serious than we realize based on the information we have. Then let me go. If this involves Gaara's tailed beast, I should be there if things escalate. I can help. Although Shikamaru had intended to spend more time with Tsuki and the others, his plans were interrupted when he was summoned. Reluctantly, he made his way to the Hokage's office, absorbing the information being exchanged between Tsunade and Yuki. Honestly, he felt that Yuki had a valid point. She knew Gaara better than anyone, and if the situation spiraled out of control, she should be the first to stand by his side. I'm not going to argue with you about this, Yuki. Shizune. Shizune handed Shikamaru a list of names as Tsunade continued. This is a list of genin you can choose from. Select them carefully and prepare to leave within 30 minutes. Yuki's eye twitched in annoyance. But Tsunade dash. She held up her hand. Let me finish. You can go, Yuki, but only as backup. I want Shikamaru to be fully in control of this mission. I'm under the impression he wouldn't let personal feelings get in the way. At that, the room fell silent. Yuki sked and folded her arms in silent agreement. With that being said, the argument was over. Wait, Sakura isn't on this list. Sakura isn't going, she's in the middle of her medical training, Tsunade said. Shikamaru nodded before selecting the students he wanted on this mission. Okay, but I have one more condition. Let me use Sakura for this mission. Tsuki frowned as everyone prepared to leave at the front gate. She felt a bit upset that she couldn't help out during this mission like she did during the Sasuke incident. It left a bad taste in her mouth. But she understood why she was immobile. Injured from head to toe, despite healing well. Shikamaru was kind enough to catch her up on what was going on and immediately knew that Yuki was also going to be part of this mission because of Gaara. While everyone was warming up, Shikamaru pulled Tsuki aside, away from prying ears. He helped her lean against him for support as she placed her crutches to the side. I just wanted to let you know that Yuki already went ahead with Shino, Niji, Hinata, and Sakura. Tsunade felt it was best that they took a different route, so Yuki didn't have time to tell you she was leaving since the matter is very urgent. He eased her growing worries, knowing that deep down she was probably wondering where Yuki was. Also, here, he handed her a small scroll, and she carefully unraveled it so the others couldn't see as he positioned himself to block their view. This is where we are going. If we need any backup of any kind, I'll send a message directly to you through this scroll. I have the other one, and I had Tsunade link them for me. She perked up at the mention of Tsunade. She did? I would have thought she wouldn't want me going on the mission. Your name and profile were actually on the list of genin she gave me. She just didn't want Yuki knowing. She probably would have protested because you're still recovering. Ah, that makes sense. She eyed the others who called that they were ready to go. And if the others knew, they would be against it, which is why I pulled you aside, yeah? He watched her nod in understanding and clasped the scroll back together. Okay, we're going to leave now. Keep an eye on the scroll, okay? She gave him a pointed look at the nickname and thanked him as he handed her the crutches back. With that, the others left her behind, Naruto giving her one last reassuring smile as they headed off. Force's date. Part 2. I sighed as Naruto slurped down his 10th bowl. Does he have a black hole in his stomach, or what? I finished my first bowl an hour ago, and we had been sitting at the ramen stand for a while. This was the most boring force date I had ever been on. Naruto patted his stomach and grinned. That was some great ramen, right, Tsuki? He smiled at me. I nervously chuckled and forced a smile. Yeah. Naruto stared at me. I know you don't like being here with me. No one really likes my presence anyway. He looked down sadly. I threw some money on the table and placed my hands on my hips. Thank you. Naruto looked at me, confused. For what? I pulled on Naruto's hand so he stood up. Duh, for going on this date with me. I doubt anyone else would have gone on a date with me either. I shrugged. No way. Tsuki, you're really pretty. Why wouldn't anyone want to go on a date with you? Naruto realized what he said and blushed. I enjoyed hanging out with you. I nodded. Going on a date with Naruto wasn't bad at all. I just got home and changed into my regular clothes. I left my bell on the table and headed back outside. I put on my emotionless face and slipped my hands into my pockets. Hey there, a voice called out. I turned my head to see a drunken man behind me. What? I don't have time for this. His face was flushed from all the drinks he had consumed. Listen, kid, how about I take you home with me? He smirked. No thanks. I said come with me. Nah. Suddenly his hand gripped my wrist. Winced as he pulled me closer. I hated when men were so aggressive. Let me go, I hissed. Tisk, tise, show some respect to your elders. Like hell I will. He raised his hand, and I braced myself for impact, stumbling backward. Where was Naruto when I needed him? Naruto POV. I strolled around the town, thinking of Tsuki. I wondered if she liked me back, even though I hadn't really confessed to her yet. I was heading out for some more ramen when I heard Tsuki hiss. Of course, I knew that sound. She had hissed at me when we were kids. I peeked around the corner and saw her being confronted by a drunk man. My heart raced as I watched her fall to the ground. Before he could lay another hand on her, I stepped out from hiding and grabbed his wrist before it could make contact. Tsuki POV. My eyes widened in shock as I stared at Naruto. His eyes were slightly red and he growled at the man. Don't touch her ever, he growled. Who are you? Her boyfriend? The man sneered. Yes, and I don't want you touching her. I don't think she wants to go with you. Naruto smirked. Boyfriend? She wasn't worth it, the man muttered as he limped away. Naruto helped me up as the man staggered off toward the bar. Heh, looks like I came just in time. He scratched the back of his head, chuckling slightly. Thanks, Naruto. I smiled a little. Oh, and sorry for saying I'm your boyfriend. It slipped. He blushed.